So making sure that we got the performances, we got the blocking. It was good because Judy Dawudu, who is the producer, is an amazing person. Hospitality, she's amazing. When it comes to passing information, she's incredible. So it was fun. It was awesome.
It's a beautiful Friday morning. Good morning and welcome to VOP this morning on television. Thank God today is Friday. I'm Chukuma Pro. Now, in the next 2 hours, we'll take you through very interesting, trending political stories. Presidential race, not computer game. Former President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigerian youth. And away from that, pop and so to Nigerians. NDC is credible. Join us in fight for democracy. And in the world of economy, Nigeria's economy moved from adjustment to gradual stabilization in 2025 as ADC falls statistics. Now, that is coming from the NESG, Nigerian Economic Summit Group. Those are the major topics of discussion. But away from that, we also have other interesting trending stories. Join us as we take you through these interesting stories this morning.
All right, talking about other interesting stories, we'll get to them in a minute. I am Moses Humphrey. Welcome on board. And don't forget, on your screen, you would find our social media handles and how we appear on social media. We'd like for you to engage us on social media. Let's hear from you. Let's hear what you have to say concerning the issues. All the programs right here on Voice of the People television. Well, welcome to VOP this morning. Once again, I'm Moses. I think I said my name already.
You did.
Yes, I did.
Welcome to VOP this morning. I'm Jane Ogoye, and as usual, it's always a pleasure to be with you and have you join us. In a swift reversal that has ignited heated debate within Nigeria's political landscape, the Senate has rescinded a controversial clause in its amending standing orders, which required senators-elect to select presiding officers before taking their oath of office. The clause introduced in the 2025 amendment was widely criticized as unconstitutional and undemocratic, with legal experts and civil society groups warning it could undermine the sanctity of the legislative procedure and disenfranchise newly elected lawmakers. By striking out the provision, the Senate has restored the long-standing practice where presiding officers are elected only after members are formally sworn in, ensuring that all senators participate equally in leadership decisions. The development comes amid growing public scrutiny of legislative reforms and accusations that political maneuvering is eroding democratic norms. For ordinary Nigerians, the move underscores the tension between political power plays and constitutional safeguards, raising questions about transparency, accountability, and integrity of parliamentary processes in the country's evolving democracy. Well, this is a good one for Nigeria's democracy, and I think more than ever, it shows that public outcry, civil society pressure is actually mounting on the National Assembly, and for once, they are choosing to do the right thing. I think it's really, really commendable. For me, I think what struck me most is the fact that the Senate, for once, I mean, in a long while, the Senate president would not be imposed on people. I mean, the choice of the Senate president, people would actually indicate interest and the right man would actually be put in. And I also like the fact that non-veteran lawmakers, I mean, people, even newbies in the House will be given a shot at becoming the Senate president for once. I think it's a good one.
It's a good one for you because you want to protect someone. Am I correct?
Please don't go there.
Okay, let's not go there.
Don't go there.
Well, the fact of the matter is that in the first place, it's an illegality. You know, it's like they elect you as president, and without taking the oath of office, you start assuming the role of a commander-in-chief.
You can even choose your boss before.
I'm telling you, I mean, it's quite, it's an illegal thing. I don't know how we got to that part, you know, where people ignored all of that. You know, the thing about the amendment is that a lot of people were concentrating on some key matters about the elections and all of that, and ignored other things.
Yes.
You know, and this is one of them. But it's a good thing that the lawmakers have come back, you know, to realize that, well, it's an illegality. There is no way you choose principal officers before taking
Your oath of office.
You know, an oath of allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It's a good thing. But that said, I think the politics that is playing out is centered around certain group of people. You know, there is infighting. There are people that want to be Senate president. Now, Akpabio is in the saddle. He wants to continue. Hope Uzodinma wants to go back to Senate as governor. Ojus Okalu say, well, it is the turn of the Southeast, you know, to produce the Senate president. And some people are telling him, no, it is not yet the turn of the Southeast to produce Senate president. When it is the turn of the Southeast to produce Senate president, they will tell you, you know, because at some point he said it is not yet ripe for the Southeast to produce the president, but he wants to be Senate president. So the whole thing is enmeshed in the politics of the House. And it goes beyond the Senate too. It's also in the House of Representatives where we see some people want to come back. Nkiru Onyeji, you know, Minister of Labor that resigned, wants to go back to House of Representatives, are apparently angling, you know, to become either Speaker or Deputy Speaker because she's been there. I think she did the Labour Party. And so she wants to go back. She resigned her ministerial appointment, wants to go back as member of the House of, and probably, you know, take a shot at the principal leadership, either Speaker or Deputy Speaker. So that is all of this. So what the thing tells you is that most of these laws, you know, that people make are essentially made for regime protection. They do it to protect themselves and not for the interest of the masses.
Obviously.
And anything that has to do with the masses, like you recall that some bills have been before the president for like 2-3 months, you know, the military, removing the soldiers from the contributory pension scheme and all of that. No, the policemen and all of that, because they have removed the soldiers.
It's just the policemen that are yet to be removed.
And it's been before the president for like how many months now?
Yeah. Since December.
Since December, okay, we are looking at even 4 or 5 months.
Yeah.
But when it is time to borrow money or change anything,
speedy.
The moment the thing is in the president, in fact, before Nigerians realize, they say the president has assented to. So it speaks to the kind of politics we play, politics of regime protection. They are always intentional in protecting themselves.
Yeah.
But when it comes to Nigerians, we have declared the state of emergency in insecurity. We're asking him to declare in electricity, in power, and educational health, and all of that. As a matter of fact, some people have said there should be state of emergency about Nigeria itself.
Honestly.
Because Nigeria is dangerously sliding down, you know, into the abyss. And I keep talking about collapse. That is how society is collapsed. But let's not go there. Let us give ourselves hope that maybe one way or the other, you know, with Moses, I like the way Moses gives hope, you know. So
honestly, I just wanted to put him on the spot. So do we still have hope here?
There's always hope.
Okay,
There should always be hope.
Beautiful.
I mean, if when hope is lost, all is lost.
Yeah.
So we just have to stay hopeful one way or another. That's what keeps humans alive, the hope that something will be different. Yes. So anyway, this speaks to, I think this might just work in favor of some of the off-cycle elections. It might just work in favor of those that might be having off-cycle elections to the National Assembly. Don't you think?
Will it be in favor or against? Like somebody like...
No, but you have to wait for all officers to be sworn in before principal officers are elected.
No, you have to take your oath of office before principal officers are elected.
Okay.
And so the off-cycle election, somebody like Hope Uzodinma now...
No, that he's a little farther away from...
Farther away.
Yeah,
so what happens is that he's going to resign.
Yes, he will resign, which of course we hear that he plans to do. He plans to resign and then contest, but he's been blocked already from the 11th Assembly. You know, they're saying, you know, so he may...
But if you were not part of the 10th Assembly...
He shouldn't be the leader, principal officer in the 11th Assembly. Oh, well, we wait to see how all of this pans out, because we still have the factor of Babasope hanging around our heads. So you never know. You never know. But let's see how the 27 elections promises to be an intriguing one. And Nigerians are, you know, waiting to see how it all pans out, because a lot of interesting parties are coming in, and a lot of Nigerians are being, inspired to go out and vote. The former president, of course, which, you know,
we'll be talking about
talks
today.
About our first conversation this morning. Former President Goodluck Jonathan being asked to jump back into the fray. Oh, well, we'll see how all of this pans out. Now, let's go to another conversation that Nigerians are having. Now, the Nigerian Meteorological Agency, NIMET, has sounded an alarm, warning that, well, not like an alarm, just basically giving out information that 19 states across Nigeria, including Lagos, Ebonyi, Zamfara, Kwara, Oyo, Ogun, Delta, Rivers, and Bayelsa, might face imminent flash floods due to the heavy early rains falling on hardened soil that cannot absorb water. Well, the advisory highlights the dangers of flooded roads, traffic paralysis, destruction of homes and farmlands, blocked drainage system, likely power outages, telecom disruptions, and outbreak of waterborne diseases. I mean, NIMET urged residents to clear drainages, avoid walking or driving through flood waters, and stay alert to weather updates, stressing that an informed community, of course, is a prepared one. Talking about staying alert to weather updates, NIMET is doing something good here, ensuring that people are informed. But I think a lot more should be done to further disseminate this information. It's not just putting it out there in the papers. It should be on every medium, especially radio. Nigerians should know that, yes, the rains are coming. It's going to be heavy. These are the things that people will face and the rest of them. The winds these days have been quite heavy, if you ask me. Was it last night or 2 days ago? It was so windy. I felt like my roof was going to be blown off. It was so windy. But it's good that we hear about these things, and Nigerians are asked to leave low playing areas, move to higher playing areas. And talking about higher playing areas, I know a few people who stay in areas where they have water issues.
Yeah.
Well, I won't call it a low playing area, but you have water issues, water seeping into the walls and causing mold, and that has an effect on one's health,
yes.
Especially if you sleep in a room like that. So they want to move. Now, this friend of mine wanted to move a long time ago, wanted to move like 3 years ago or 2 years ago. And I told him, look, now is the best time to move. I said, oh, well, let me just chill. Let me just wait another 1 year. And then rent was quite reasonable.
Yeah.
And now he wants to move. He's looking for a 3-bedroom apartment for his family because he has a big one. And, he called me yesterday. I was like, oh boy, things are bad. I'm like, how? How bad? So all the houses he's seen, it's 3.54 million. 3.5. And the one he went to check for 4 million yesterday, it's an area where they don't even have light. And then you're moving to an area where there is no light and it's that expensive. And you start to ask yourself, where are we going? And I said, look, I told you 2 years ago, you don't wait and say, oh, tomorrow will be better. Do what you have to do now.
Yeah.
In fact, if you get the 4 million now, if that's what you get, move now, because you never can tell what will happen in 2028 or 2027. You never can tell. The president might come and say all subsidies removed. All subsidies on importation and everything gone. And then life would just become something else if he gets back into office. So elections will determine all of that. But, we should. And then also, the mobile phones make some of these things easy. There's weather updates. I always check the weather updates. In fact, I check days ahead so I know how to plan myself. So I think we should also do same. And especially as schools are resuming, we should protect our children. Get the necessary protective gear for them. Raincoats, they don't really do raincoats anymore. They have this nylon-like thing. Now you see, I'm like, what's wrong with these people?
Raincoats
we had real raincoats.
And boots.
and boots. So we should get them some of these things as it will help protect them. And also, we know that you don't drive into flood waters. The flood might just move your car away. The tires will have lesser friction on the road, which will be detrimental to you. So avoid flooded areas when driving. Don't drive into flood waters intending to just splash it off and move on. It just might be detrimental to your vehicle and to your life. So let's just be, to be forewarned is to be forearmed. Yes.
Let me borrow James' word. This is a very bad time to be a Nigerian.
When is it ever a good time?
When has it ever been a good time, to be a Nigerian? I mean, we are in very interesting times in Nigeria. My worry in what Nimet is doing is that it's a familiar road. It's a familiar terrain we pass through every year, year in, year out. And Nimet, it does its responsibility to just inform. They cannot do more than that. So what is the Ministry of Environment doing? What are the state governments doing? Because what are we doing as individuals? Drainages, they are still clogged as we speak now. Now, Lagos has gone back to environmental sanitation once every month. It's on Saturdays between the hours of 6:30 and 8:30. And so when debris, are collected from the gutters, drainages and put outside, they are not evacuated. And the next rain comes and washes back, today. And you see nylons and PET bottles, everything gets into the gutter, into the drainages. And so when the rains come, like we say in geography, water will always find its level. And so people's houses are flooded and all of that. And we pass through this season, Nigeria and suffer. We'll go back next year. We have the Ministry of Environment that gets allocation. Money is the amount for that ministry. What do they normally do? We get warnings about Alao Dam. Money is raised, ecological fund and all of. What do they even do with the ecological funds? That is the question that I'm asking. You go to some parts of the southeast, you see erosion sites, erosion gullies, that cut the road into two. So people have to drive into the bushes, to access their villages and all of that. And after every rainy season, NIMET wants us. We go back to it and say, we want Nigerians. 19 states will be flooded, especially states that are below sea level, states like Rivers, Bayelsa, Lagos, Delta, Akwa Ibom, and all of those states that border the shorelines of the ocean, the Atlantic Ocean and all of that. So it becomes a continuous thing. Which government will come and say, hey, enough of all of this, let us solve this problem. If you cannot solve it once and for all, let us even start, by piling some shorelines, and recede so that the ocean will recede and all of this. So we keep, my problem we have is that we talk about problems. We know the problems, but how do we solve these problems? We have ministries that have, whose core responsibilities to take care of this thing.
Yeah.
So the basic question I'm asking, what do they actually do from 1st of January to 31st of December every year, every cycle of the year? What do they do? Like Nimet has put, last year it was 19 states. This year we have 19 states. 2 years ago it was 19 states. And probably next year we'll still have 19 states. And so what are we doing? Just recycling information. Nimet wants people,
Honestly, I'm also short of words because, like I always say, we're a very reactive society, very reactive government. If every year we keep being warned about 19 states being on the, at the brink of flash flooding and all of that, and this warning usually comes around April, May, and June. So year in, year out, we have these warnings, and at the end of the day, these flash floods happen, and a lot of people are homeless and displaced from their homes. And then we do some form of fundraising. The Dangotes of this world, a lot of organizations will contribute money, will give relief materials. People will be displaced, taken to a refugee camp. After a while, life goes on. The dry season comes back. Everybody just forgets, moves on. The government moves on. April next year, NIMET comes out again with another warning of flash floods. It's the same cycle every year. And just like you said, Chukuma, we have agencies, we have ministries, we have persons, we have people who are saddled with the responsibility of ensuring that the right thing is being done. But as long as there's no accountability in Nigeria, anybody knows that anything goes. Like you can do anything and just get away with it. And as long as we still continue this cycle, we will not move forward. It's just who we are.
Let's be realistic. Yeah. It's one thing to talk about what government can do, what government should do, what
people
government
do have a role to play.
Yes, so
I do know there's also the environmental
their role as well.
Yes, but
you see, we are a set of people that we've been told not to dump refuse in the drainage.
Yes,
but people still do. You see, when the rains come, the heavy rains come, people just bring out the refuse in their homes and dump it into the gutters, and these things will go and block the drainages, somewhere in front, and then you flooded homes, down the line. And people start to blame the government as well. So let's be reasonable as a people.
Let's be reasonable.
Let's be reasonable.
No, let's talk about Lagos.
No, I understand what you want to say.
Lagos.
I understand what you want to say. Yes. I understand absolutely all you want to say. Sometimes they don't come to clear the refuse, environmental sanitation, the last one done, refuse, waste put on the road.
Back to the gutters.
The rains came, pushed it back into the gutters. But let's let's still do our own part.
That's what we're saying.
Let's do our
shared
own part.
responsibility.
Yes.
Shared
between
responsibility, but the government also needs to maybe
But the
wield
government should, as a matter of fact, take the lead.
They should.
Because that's why they are there.
I know we are still the government, but
Anyway,
the government needs to do the right thing.
Government needs to do the right thing. I'm talking about government doing the right thing. Let's see what right government has done in this place. Because our President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has approved the redeployment of former aviation minister Femi Fani-Kayode from Germany to South Africa following the ex-minister's personal request for reassignment. That's what we are told. Well, Fani-Kayode insists the move was motivated by his ideological preference to serve in Africa's largest economy. Should be ashamed of himself. Citing stronger Nigeria-South Africa ties and his pan-African vision, while firmly denying reports that Germany rejected him over his history of ethnic and religious slurs. He described such claims as fabricated gossip and vowed to sue publishers of the report for defamation. Well, the deployment, which saw Sam Enang swap postings to Germany, comes at a sensitive time. South Africa is grappling with renewed xenophobic violence. Is it South Africa or Africans struggling with renewed xenophobic violence in South Africa, including the alleged killing of 2 Nigerians by members of the South African National Defense Force, sparking outrage and diplomatic protests from Nigeria's foreign ministry. Various social media clips have shown mobs attacking African migrants, intensifying fears for Nigerians living in the country. We are back to this issue of who was posted where and who was rejected and who was accepted. We are yet to go by it, go beyond it, because we now hear, after how many months, Femi Fani-Kayode is telling us that he, as a matter of fact, pleaded with the president that he's been in Europe all his life, his adult life, he spent in Europe. And so what he's trying to, he doesn't want to go to Europe now. He wants to go to South Africa because his political ideology, his African philosophy, aligns with that of South Africa. I didn't hear him mention about the Ubuntu, which means, you are, I am because you are there. He didn't mention any of that. He just talked vaguely about how his aspirations and ideologies align with that of South Africa. I'm wondering, now that we are grappling with a lot in South Africa between the ties, diplomatic ties between Nigeria and South Africa, why did the president choose to send somebody like Femi Fani-Kayode, a greenhorn, in diplomacy to South Africa? He should have sent a tested diplomat, who knows the terrain, of diplomacy. And as a matter of fact, this is my opinion, Femi doesn't have the temperament, to be a diplomat. He doesn't have it. I'm surprised that the president is pushing all of this for Femi Fani-Kayode. Femi is very temperamental. He insults people, at the slightest provocation. So is that the kind of person that you are sending to a place like South Africa, where our relationship, with South Africa is very, very intense now in terms of the negatives to it. Nigerians are being killed. Nigerians are calling that Nigeria should nationalize South African companies. And our president is sending somebody in the mold of Femi Fani-Kayode. Most of the time, I think that whether the president thinks through, or people that advise him, his handlers, whether they think through all of this, before pushing out to the public.
It's a big gamble because of his personality. But at the end of the day, I think we also need a fiery diplomat. However, he has to be very diplomatic, because at the end of the day, if he does represent Nigeria well and do the right thing, he might just become the hero of the diaspora. Just my opinion.
I doubt if Femi will do that, because
I know that tensions are. There's rising tensions. Tempers are being flared and all of that. But it's a gamble. It's a gamble, and it can go either way.
I know the way it will go. Though it's a gamble, I know the way
it's a gamble, and it can
and
go.
My position is that Nigeria needs a tried and tested diplomat to be able to fix our relationship with South Africa. It needs to tour back from where it is now, because at the moment, if it don't manage it very well and it spirals out of control, it might cause some other a bigger problem.
Let's see how much his ideology, his African.
He doesn't have any. Forget that one. He doesn't. He was rejected. He was rejected in Germany, allegedly rejected, and I go by that story. Because so why is Enang going to Germany?
That is a soft time.
If he had lived all of his life in Europe, according to him, Europe should be. He should know Europe like the back of his palm.
Well, I guess he has learned his lesson, and then he probably will be more prudent with his words,
Maybe.
especially on social media, seeing that countries are watching and countries will reject you if you're posted to serve your country on their own soil. Well, away from all of that, let's see what the papers have for us. And talking about South Africa, The Guardian has this as one of its window headlines. Nigeria protests killings in South Africa as Tinubu orders crisis notification unit. I need somebody to explain that to me better, because I think that's slightly off track. You want a unit to be established to tell you this is when things are going to go out of hand. This is when they will start attacking Nigerians. And then what? Okay. Senate reverses controversial eligibility rule for presiding officers. Reps launch probe into debts owed federal government, rising building materials costs. And then the big story, NFF, sit-tight syndrome. How skewed process makes life benches of football administrators. Okay, and then we have dozens feared killed, villages razed in Kogi communal clash. NIMET warns of flash flooding in 19 states. Partners NEMA on action plan. ABC paves Tinubu's 2027 run as opposition battles INEC timelines lawsuits. ADC commits to court ruling, dissociates from proposed state congresses. 2027, Jonathan explores options as court fixes today for suit on his eligibility. And then, Nupeng seeks transparency, timely execution as FG moves to revamp Warri Port Harcourt refineries. Those are the headlines from the Guardian newspaper.
The big story on the front page of the Vanguard, xenophobia, federal government moves to evacuate Nigerians from South Africa. Senate makes U-turn, rescinds controversial rule, barring first-term senators. 6 governors, 15 ex-governors, late Akeredolu's wife, Betty, join 11th Senate race. Nigeria now walking, Shettima insists, submits Tinubu's presidential nomination form. Taraba, how I'm handling local government autonomy, Kefas. 2027, Jonathan weighs presidential comeback. Oil price drops, marketers keep pump price high. Those are the lead stories from the Vanguard newspaper.
And from the Nigerian News Direct, big story, xenophobia, FG to evacuate Nigerians from South Africa. Like Bala Mohammed, Makinde loyalists may defect to APM. Marketers slash PMS prices in Lagos, Abuja, others. Reps constitute committee to investigate debts owed federal government. Communities that negotiated with bandits now enjoying peace, Katsina governor. 33.8 billion naira fraud, court convicts former power minister Saleh Ahmad. And that's it from the Nigerian News Direct newspaper.
That's a shameful headline. Communities that negotiated with bandits now enjoying peace. From the governor of Katsina State. Right. That's really shameful. Well, that's how far we go with newspaper headlines, but we'll get deeper into it during newspaper review. That's at 10 o'clock. But in the meantime, Goodluck Jonathan, former president, says, as he's been encouraged to jump back into the race, he says, the presidential race is not a computer game. Well, let's x-ray his chances as the court will be ruling today on his eligibility. Let's talk about this when we come back from this break. Stay with us.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
And welcome back, and thanks for staying with us. This is VOP This Morning. A large group of youths under the coalition of Goodluck Jonathan on Thursday stormed the former president's residence in Abuja's Maitama district, chanting slogans, dancing and displaying placards with messages such as GEJ, Nigeria is dying, save it, and GEJ, if you no run, we quench. The passionate rally, which caused heavy traffic disruption in the upscale area, was a direct appeal urging former President Goodluck Jonathan to contest the 2027 presidential election, with demonstrators insisting he remains the only leader capable of rescuing the nation from current hardships. While addressing the youth at his office, Jonathan responded carefully, acknowledging their concerns while delivering a sobering message. The presidential race is not a computer game. He stated that he has heard them loud and clear and will consult widely with critical stakeholders before deciding on any political move, emphasizing the need for credible elections, greater youth participation, and addressing the problem of voter apathy in the country. Well, this renewed push for Jonathan's return comes as a federal high court in Abuja has fixed today, Friday, May 8th, to hear a suit filed by lawyer John Mary Jidobi seeking to disqualify the former president from contesting the 2027 race, arguing that constitutional provisions bar him from another bid after his previous tenure. The legal challenge adds tension to the unfolding drama, with many Nigerians divided over whether Jonathan, who enjoys significant goodwill, especially in the South-South and among some opposition figures, should be allowed another shot at the presidency. Meanwhile, separate internal leadership battles within opposition parties, such as the suit involving Nafiu Bala against the David Mark-led African Democratic Congress, is also billed for hearing today, Friday, May 8th, and it continues to highlight the fractures in the political opposition ahead of 2027. Well, we have in the studio here to help us make sense of this, Mr. Ezeluche. Mr. Ezeluche is an attorney at law, and but he appears here in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. Beside him, we have Mr. Dele Fanimo. Dele is a seasoned reporter and a political affairs analyst. And from our worry, we've been joined by Comrade Kelvin Ejimudu. He appears here in the capacity of a political affairs analyst. We also have Dr. Mushood Abiola, who joins us virtually. Gentlemen, good morning and thanks for being part of this program. Now, barristers, let me come straight to you. Jonathan in the race 2027. I'd like for us to untie the legal angles, not as a courtroom legal angle, but as a political legal angle, because the case is in the court, so we don't want to do anything that would be subjudice. Jonathan he did 6 years. He was sworn in as president when he inherited the Yaradua legacy. And after that, he was sworn in again 2 times. And I understand from the letters of our constitution, he cannot be sworn in more than 2 times. So is he qualified to run as president?
Well, I think it's to his discredit, the discredit of Jonathan himself, that he puts himself in this very awkward position every election cycle. And he makes the same pronouncements. I'll consult widely, rather than telling these young men to go and find a job and do something meaningful with their lives. So it's to Jonathan's discredit that he keeps on exposing himself. I'm sure he will be the only former head of state who resides in Abuja. The rest, after their tenure, they go back home. But this is a man who, even the road that went through Otuoke, his hometown, was built by Muhammadu Buhari. The road that went through Jonathan's hometown was built by Muhammadu Buhari. So it's not even, you see, at times we talk everything about law. It's not law. At times it's common sense. It's the conscience. Why will he embarrass himself this way every time? Pay hirelings to come around and make noise. If you don't run, we quench. Those ones are already dead.
Is the one paying them to do so? I mean, there were a few people around them, and he basically even asked them, if I ask you, how many of you have your voters PVCs? Yes. I know that half of you don't.
No, sound like when you've been in Abuja long enough, you know how these crowds are organized. Go to Wuse, go to Beggar, drop some buses and Jabi, drop some funds. In a matter of time, you will have crowd. You don't think then watch them after 10 minutes of that program, when they'll be struggling over the allowances. Okay. And if you don't pay, they'll be crying.
Now, Barrister, I want us to address the specifics of the law. Mm-hmm. Do you, as a lawyer, do you think he's qualified? I don't want you to preempt the court judgment. Yes. But do you think that he's qualified by the letters of our constitution? Is he qualified
this constitution, in several times, like I keep on saying, it's a fraudulent constitution. It was not written with intent to be practiced. It was a schedule to a military decree signed by Abdul Salam Abubakar. Why do I say this? There are several instances where there is opaque provisions, there are incoherent provisions that are not very specific. It says if you are served, you can't serve more than twice as president. Now, does being sworn in qualify to serving? Because mind you, serving is like 4-year tenure. So it's not really fixed. But then, these people that keep on bringing these kind of ridiculous court actions, during the last time when Jonathan tried the same gambit, there was a similar court action. What happened to that court process? Somebody's now flying on that kite, I'm going to go to court and blah, 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 and nothing will come of it. At the end of the day, Jonathan will go in. Jonathan, please, respect yourself, respect the office you once held, go back to Otuoke, go and you can have a political think tank around you in Otuoke. When Buhari left office, where did he go? He went back to Daura. When Obasanjo left office, where did he go? He went back to Ota Farms. I mean, what are you doing in Abuja, for goodness sake? Telling us to have an office in Abuja. And let us not forget it. Under Jonathan, the worst criminality in governance, as at that time, I call that, they are now worst ones taking place under Buhari and Tinubu. But when the people like Alice Madueke made her trillions from stealing crude oil funds, what did he forget in office?
Okay, we'll talk more about Jonathan in a bit.
Yes.
Let's bring you into this conversation. How do you react to Nigerian youths asking Jonathan, to come back because we are suffering? If you no run, we go quench and all of that. And I'd like for you to factor in there's a conspiracy theory that Jonathan is being used to play a spoiler role for the South. How do you react to this?
You see, first, I'm persuaded to believe that we have this collective amnesia. It's too short a time for us to forget how Jonathan was railroaded out of government. This was somebody that he said was clueless, that was being ruled by his wife, and he is not man enough to take critical decisions at critical moments. Just some 15 years ago, this man left government in 2015, 11 years ago. And then suddenly is now the beautiful bride. What took place between then and now? What has he achieved between then and now that makes him the best candidate for presidency in Nigeria?
Don't you think it's as a result of the alleged poor performance of the APC government?
You see,
that makes him resonate with Nigerians?
Do you work on poor versus poor? I think it should be rich versus poor, literally. If you know that this man, that if you want to really analyze this, you will find out that who are the people that molded the foundation for all these things that we're seeing here? These are past leaders. If they have done it well, it will be very difficult for anybody to come and destroy the foundation. And you cannot build something. These people had every opportunity, and that's why sometimes I go back to Obasanjo. Obasanjo had the opportunity, the brightest opportunity to reset this country. But he flunked it.
Sorry to interrupt.
So Jonathan, for me, Jonathan is not a bride. Not even a bride. Not to talk of calling him a beautiful bride that will come and take over government. He has been tested. Go ahead.
No, I wanted you to just go on since you were going on.
He has been tested.
Okay.
And Nigerians unanimously said he failed. And nobody questioned the failure to the extent that we said Buhari can bring his NEPA bill in place of his certificates.
All right then.
And you saw what happened after he was thrown out of office. He was pandering to the northern elements, the oligarchy, building school for Al-Majiri. Who told you the northerners want Al-Majiri liberated? When he had opportunities to take care of the whole country as a whole, he concentrated on the northern parts.
All right, thank you very much. Let's take this conversation to our virtual guest now. Let's go to Benin, where we have Kelvin Ejimodo. Kelvin, good morning to you. Welcome to the conversation. We'd like to establish communication with you first.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for having me.
Good to have you. Good to have you, Kelvin.
Good morning. Thank you for.
Yes, that's Comrade Kelvin Ejimodo. Now, let's talk about, my colleague here asked a question earlier, using Jonathan to offset certain permutations. Now, we have a former president who, some are saying, why is he still in Abuja? Well, why hasn't he retired to his village? He's the youngest of the lot. He's about 68 now. Buhari was in his 80s when he left office. Right now, former President Obasanjo is getting to 89 or thereabouts. So Jonathan is the youngest, so he's not retiring anytime soon. So he's still around, still hustling, if you like, you can say that. But some have said, now Wike in the PDP has said, initially said, PDP is not going to field a candidate for 2027. But now we see PDP coming on, bringing relevant individuals together. And Wike has said, the PDP will field candidates in 2027. And if you check that video again, there were some in the video, some members of the PDP, within the Senate and within the House of Representatives around former President Goodluck Jonathan. Is this some sort of play at fielding a candidate that will not pose any challenge to President Tinubu in 2027? And then using that to divide the votes in the South. Is that what this is looking like? Divide the votes that just might be going to some other candidates if they get the tickets of their parties. I'm talking about Peter Obi and any other person that emerges from representing the South here. Do you have that feeling? Well, you might need to unmute your device because I'm not getting your audio feed at this time, Comrade Kelvin Ejimodo. Or do we have a network glitch there?
I think it's a network glitch.
All right, we seem to have a network issue there. So, well, let's bring that back to the studio before when we fix that, we'll get back to virtual guests because we do have quite a number of them. Kelvin is out there, and we also have Dr. Moshood Abiola. Well, do we have Dr. Moshood Abiola in already? Okay. Well, Mr. Ezeluche, you had the question.
Sure, I had the question. Well, that's why I said, why won't Goodluck Jonathan spare himself all these insults? I mean, he's rubbishing the dignity of the office of the former president when he's being said to be used as a stopgap measure, as somebody to spoil other.
But he said, "I will consult." Does that really mean that he's interested?
No. I mean,
from the video, if we can, let's play the video again. Does he look like someone who really is interested in contesting?
The response one would have expected from him is, look, you young men, go and make yourself useful for this country and stop all these shenanigans coming around me. That would have been a more responsible response than you consult. Who are you consulting? Congresses take place in the next couple of days, and you're saying you're consulting. You're just creating schisms within the society, which is quite unnecessary. This was a man who, when he was president, you wonder, was he not prepared? And like Fanimo asked exactly, what has happened in the past 11 years since he left office? A man who was railroaded out of office, what happened to him was known. That the fact that, for instance, let me give you a clear example. Chibok abductions was a politicization of terrorism. It was clear from the onset. But this man would just sat there, and other people used politics on him, and he was Johnson, only to come around and tell us America did this, UN did this. Come on. You were the president and commander-in-chief of the armed forces, and you allowed yourself to be railroaded out by foreign authorities, and now you're coming back.
We have a people that always look back when it comes to deciding on which administration was better. Now, how do we fix that problem? We have a problem. When Goodluck left office, you know, some Nigerians said, "Oh, you know, his administration was bad," but then few months and years into the Buhari administration, Nigerians started wishing Goodluck back into office. Buhari left office, and a few months after Buhari left, Nigerians started wishing that Buhari come back because his administration seemed even better because where was around 200 and something.
That's right.
The highest it got to was about 400 and something a liter. Now here we are. It's almost 1,500, almost 1,500. And Nigerians are even saying, "Oh, that administration seemed better."
Yes.
We always look back. How do we fix that?
No, we fix that when we have a good electoral process. When you have credible elections.
But usually people clamor for a change in administration.
No.
But when the change comes,
they clamor for change. Nigerians know what is good for them. But when you have an electoral process that totally rubbishes the will of the people, you come up with the worst, you come up with kleptocrats. You come up with a kakistocracy. Every regime seems to be worse than the other because Buhari midwifed a worse regime. In fact, Buhari told us when he was leaving that when we see who is coming in, we will thank God he came.
Yes, he did.
Yes, he did. So he knew what he was doing. And I'm sure, even left to his antics, Mr. Tinubu, if he's allowed to get away with the scam he's now perpetrating, will also do the same thing. But Nigerians have to put a stop to this and say enough is enough. It's not that we always like to look backwards. It's that we have a system that is progressively degenerating, progressively getting worse. The elections of 8 years ago was better than that of 4 years ago. And that of 4 years ago is already going to be better than what is going to happen under this character who is heading INEC.
You don't have hope.
Which hope are we talking about? We see the reality going on. Under the last INEC chairman, Yakubu, he was still pretending, trying to tell us how good he was. This one is not pretending anything. This one is a member of APC. He's been writing tweets and all that stuff. So what do you expect? He's even actively involved in anti-party activities against other parties. So you already know that if this character is allowed to midwife the next elections, we're going to have, if we had criminals before as products of elections, we're going to have armed robbers next time, my brother.
Oh,
that is how it is. No, I'm just figuratively speaking.
I'm a bit curious.
Yes.
I'm a bit curious
Yes.
because David Mark was the Senate president when Goodluck was the president.
Yes.
And he currently heads the party that some people say Goodluck might use.
Okay.
How will this play out? Is this a PDP 2.0 or will he even fit into the ADC at this point with all of the political infightings?
Now, I'm sure you forget also that Atiku Abubakar is in the ADC, so he will not even dare go that side. I mean,
so what party should he even decide to run? On what platform would he?
My plea as somebody who respects a past president is to ask him to go back home, go and meet his wife. Actually, in my own belief, Patience Jonathan would have made a better president than Goodluck. So he should just stop all this nonsense and allow Nigerians to move forward, to think ahead, not go think back.
All right, let's go virtual now. Let's get to Dr. Moshood Abiola. Good morning to you. Welcome to the conversation. I hope the network will allow us to have this conversation with you. Welcome on board.
Yes, thank you. I can hear you loud and clear.
Good to have you. Good to have you. Now, the emergence or the clamor, those calling Goodluck Jonathan to come back into office. Let's have your broad overview of the political space, how it's been, and the likelihood of Jonathan, just in case the ruling of the courts goes in his favor. I mean, we're just, what do you think will play out as we head towards 2027?
It has been an recurring issue ever since Dr. Each time we have election, general election, presidential election, there seems to be clamor for him to come back. If you remember, when former President Muhammadu Buhari wanted to do was campaigning for his second term, similar thing occurred, whereby some people met him, and in fact, some even bought, if you remember, APC presidential form for him, even during Asiwaju contesting when Buhari is going, and that 2022-2023 election, this nomination form for Goodluck Jonathan. So I think the people, we need to acknowledge that there's a segment of our society, of our country, that actually sincerely believe in the capacity of former President Jonathan. I think this group are not relenting, and they are still fought to prevail on him to contest. When I saw what happened yesterday on the screen, I said, okay, this group is still very active. So I think we need to give that to him. I agree, during his time, he has his own ups and he has his own downs, the downside of his administration. So people tend to believe that if he will come back, perhaps he will find some things around and make Nigeria, maybe revert Nigeria to what Nigeria used to be during his time. And people often cite price of commodities to justify this their position. That rice was around 7,000, 10,000 naira, 50 kg of rice was around that price, and fuel was around 80 naira, 100 naira, 200 naira during his time. So they want Nigeria to go back to that time. I think, if you ask me, I will tell you that many of these people are not being realistic to what Nigeria is compared to what Nigeria was during its time. Things have really changed. I doubt if any government of the day will come, take for instance, if President Tinubu tend to maybe lose the coming election and we have another president in place, I doubt if that person will be able to restore back subsidy, because these are fundamental policies that have happened between then and now. I doubt if that person also will be able to bring back multiple exchange rates that allow certain segment of the society to be auctioning, marketing, and selling dollar at a rate at which benefit them. So I think, but for me, I believe that.
Dr. Moshood, before we talk about the economics, before we talk about the economics of Jonathan and that of Tinubu, now you talked about the people that have milled around the president then and now. I would like to ask you, the group that you are looking at, do you think is organic or is it stage managed? What do you think?
One thing about government I've come to realize is that no matter how bad a government is, there's always a set of people that benefit massively, immensely from it. And each time opportunity presents itself, this group of people always find a way to sponsor people to advocate or canvass for these things that will favor them. But for me to answer your question straight, I believe Jonathan is someone like Peter Obi, in some sense, that has organic support in certain segment of society.
Okay, beautiful.
Whereby they gravitate towards him, genuinely believing that he is a messiah that can actually save Nigeria from the situation they think is bad.
All right.
They may be right.
Okay.
They may be wrong, but this group of people do exist.
Okay, this group of people do exist. Now, let's talk about the economics of it. You made mention to policy initiatives that probably gave rise to the fact, to the price of things changing from a bag of rice moving from 7,000 then to 90, 80, here it's coming down now, 50, 60 at some point. Now, do you think it's as a result of policy mismatch, policy flip-flop, or do you think that it is a natural order of things that prices will increase over time? I would like for you to talk about the inflation. What caused the inflation? That Jonathan left inflation one digit, I think it was about 8.6% by the time he left government in 2015. And by the time Buhari left, it had gone to 26.8%. More than 18% increase or thereabout, if my arithmetic is correct. Now, within the first 6 months of this administration, it got to 34.8. That's headline inflation and all of that. Do you think that it was a natural order of things, or was it because of policy flip-flop? What do you think?
Well, I think rise in prices of items and the inflation that you talk about, there are many factors that are responsible for that. I think when you talk about causes of inflation, that is an imbalance between the supply of money and the availability of goods and services. When you have this imbalance in between the two, then your inflation rises. And when you look at things that are responsible for these imbalances, Nigeria is a developing country. For every year, our population rise. When you compare the population of Nigeria,
so basically, your position is that it's a natural order of things that as population increases, inflation will also increase. Is that your position?
Yes, the population is a factor, but not only that.
Okay.
Cost of production. Cost of production is also a factor in rise of inflations. And when you see what make the cost of inflations, or production to rise, go into that, there are other factors that are responsible for that. So what am I
apparently, no matter the kind of policy you bring, good or bad, inflation is bound to rise. Is that correct?
Yes, it's bound to happen. Look at Nigeria is not an island. Nigeria exists within Committee of Nations. Let's go back to even let's explore what happened in advanced countries, in developed nations, EU, America, and the likes, Canada, USA, and the likes. What do they have? What do they have? So are we saying that the cost of living in those countries remains stagnant over time, over 10, 15 years? No, it increases. So we need to accept our reality.
Okay, so
For instance,
we need to accept our reality.
what is even happening?
We need to get the view of other gates. So your position is like maybe because population is increasing, it has nothing to do with policy mismatch, policy flip-flop, or countries like China and India probably should be grappling with maybe it's something or 90-something% inflation rise because their population also is growing up. Is that correct?
Earlier, like I said earlier, it's a combination of many factors.
Okay.
And I've mentioned some of these factors here.
All right, then.
So, and I said, so it's a combination of so many factors, and we need to look at some of these factors at the same time. I bet,
Okay.
I tend to contend that even if Jonathan is with us up to now, I tend to contend that the inflation will not remain
as it is. All right,
when he
and
left
thank
us
you very much,
2015.
Dr. Mushood Abiola. We'll come back to you in the course of the show. Let's quickly run to Comrade Kelvin Ejumudu. Let's try to re-establish connection with him. Comrade Ejumudu, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Now, I'm sure you have followed the conversation. People want Jonathan to make a comeback, because they are citing, well, when he was in government, Nigerians were better off then than now. How do you react to this development?
See, politics is, and they are felt to be seen as politically. Because more political voice
Tell him to change his position.
the more people control political.
Collins, you are breaking off rapidly. You might need to change your position.
Advise President Goodluck Jonathan to, as a matter of.
Go ahead. All right, Kelvin, you are breaking off rapidly. You might need to change your position so that we can get a better audio feed of yours. At the moment, you are breaking off and we can't get some coordination to what you are saying. In the meantime, while you are trying to fix that with the tech team, let's come back to the studio here. Barrister, you seem to have been objecting to some positions, Barry, like inflation, the growth, population growth factors. Is it policy mismatch, policy flip-flop, and all of that? Do you want to react to that?
Yes, simply that when you have good policies, it checks inflation. Otherwise, society didn't start evolving in the last 10 years. If what he said, what the doctor from Dr. Moshu was saying is right, some countries have approached over 100% inflation rate by now. So the reality is that good policies, both microeconomics and macroeconomic policies checkmate inflation. And you can't just say because it's a natural thing that once population increase, there must be inflation increase. No, it doesn't make sense. Otherwise, there will be no need to have good finance ministers. So the reality is, once you have good policies, good actions, you checkmate corruption in society, you implement good policies, you establish infrastructural development issues, then you checkmate some of these things.
All right, then checkmating some of these things. Well, let's move away from that conversation now. Let's move to another conversation. We also have some more gentlemen joining the conversation. I think we have Barrister Asim Adams joining the conversation as well. Barrister Asim Adams, are you with us? Okay. Well, while we work on all of that. Let's move to another conversation now. Now, general elections, talking about Kwankwanso to Nigerians, NDC is a credible platform. Let's talk about this when we come back from this break.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. More than a voice.
Still watching VOP this morning. Gunmen attacked mourners during a mass burial in Batonladi area of Plateau State, killing at least 6 people and disrupting the funeral of victims from earlier attacks, with residents reporting constant fear and renewed trauma in communities already devastated by recurring bloodshed. The incident adds to a disturbing pattern of violence in the Middle East, Middle Belt states, where Christian farming communities have reportedly come under assault, prompting strong reactions from abroad. A U.S. lawmaker has publicly urged President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration to take decisive action, warning of a deeply disturbing pattern targeting Christian populations and hinting at potential diplomatic consequences if security fails to improve, while calling for a stronger protection of vulnerable communities during religious observances. Compounding the public outrage, some troops deployed to the region are now facing serious accusations from locals and fighters on the ground, with claims that soldiers allegedly escorted attackers or turned weapons on civilians instead of protecting them, leading to protests and demands for military's withdrawal from certain flashpoints. In the midst of this crisis, the Sultan of Sokoto, Mohammed Said Abubakar III, has firmly declared that Muslims in Nigeria have no plans whatsoever to eradicate or disseminate Christianity in the country, stressing that such fears are unfounded and urging calm, dialogue, and religious harmony through platforms like the Nigeria Inter-Religious Council. As opposition voices, including Atiku Abubakar, condemned the federal government's inability to stem the killings, ordinary citizens in Plateau continue to bury their dead under heavy security fears, raising urgent questions about the effectiveness of current security strategies and the deep ethnic religious fault lines that keep pulling the region back into the cycles of grief and reprisal. Dele, let's examine this. I know this is not new. We talk about this almost every day. But what do you think about the framing of this crisis, more about along the religious and the political lines? Let's make sense of all of this.
You see, this is not the first time such will be occurring. You recall that late last year, soldiers that were deployed to retrieve dead bodies of their colleagues were also attacked and killed. And so what that tells you is these people are becoming more brazen in their operations. And the area where you touched, the loss of confidence by the locals on the military, is concerning and unsettling. Because if you are being assailed by non-state actors, the plausible thing to do is to seek protection from those who enjoy your tax. Because these people are paid from your tax. And so if they're now turning against you, then you should know. And it's very easy to assume that this thing is true because we have heard on several occasions that Boko Haram members that have been killing are now being rehabilitated and reintegrated, not into the society alone, into our military. So how do you gauge the pulse of somebody who has sold his soul to killing fellow human beings, to now want to restrain himself from further killings? Because it takes one killing to become a serial killer. So all of these, when you put them together, whoever is denying genocide against Christianity is just playing the ostrich. I don't want to use any uncouth language, but it's painful that this thing is before us. We see it. How many Southerners are taking arms up against anybody up north? Show me just one. Since this insurgency has transmuted to banditry, to kidnapping, show me one that had left the shores of the south and crossed the Niger Bridge to say he wants to go and attack somebody on whatever, for whatever reasons. So, except we want to deceive ourselves, it is coming down south. And it's just like maybe 50, 60 kilometers to Lagos. Because that's their target.
All right.
Based on what their progenitor, Madam Fodio, gave them, the marching order he gave them. They are already in Lagos. If they are in Ibadan,
but the Sultan has already said there are no plans.
what would you expect him to say? He couldn't have said otherwise. But the point is, we that are troubled, we know. My state is no longer safe. And if Akure is not safe, if Ibadan is not safe, if Abeokuta, Ijebu-Ode is not safe, then what? It's just about when it will happen, not if it will happen anymore. If they are in Abeokuta, they are in Shagam, they are in Ijebu-Ode, they are in Akure, they are in Kwara. A whole community has been sacked in Kwara. Not a single soul has returned, apart from soldiers patrolling. And then you are telling me that it's not genocide. How do you describe genocide?
All right, Barrister. Sometime in February, we sort of rejoiced a bit. Some Nigerians heaved a sigh of relief when it was said that we had boots on ground, the US, the Marines that were here in Nigeria. But it appears as though these guys have become even more emboldened and more brazen. At this point, we do know that at some point, we still talk about the fact that there's complicity, lack of political will. Is there an end in sight for this? Because, I mean, the picture Dele has just painted, I mean, it can't get any grimmer. I mean, is there any hope? Is there any way out? Because we keep talking about this every single day.
No, as long as you have a government that climbed into power by this same insecurity, using terrorism as a means, as a tool, as a political tool to get into power, you are not likely to have any end to it. And when I hear comments by people like Sultan of Sokoto, it's almost laughable, because this is a man who has never condemned any of these killings, any of these killings by Islamist terrorists. A killing happened in his own domain in Sokoto, where the young girl was killed under so-called blasphemy laws. Sultan didn't bother to condemn it. So for him to make comments that there are no plans to Islamize, I mean, he's just talking to himself. And but what I want this government to realize is this: genocide is an international crime, and under the international law, every country can punish perpetrators of genocide. So if it is deemed, if some countries deem it that maybe Mr. Tinubu's government is complicit in genocide, it may be grounds, or it may be ground enough for the kind of Maduro action to be taken on him. And I think it's interesting to know that even in the U.S. Congress, in congressional sittings, the need to bring Nigerian senior government officials of Nigeria to book, to justice for these atrocities, it's already been discussed. And that's why I will wish, nobody will want that to befall his country. I will hope that Mr. Tinubu and his cohorts will change, will begin to be more realistic and address these killings. That during the burial of victims of a past attack, There was no security provided. There was no, nobody came to protect the environment. Shows that the security architecture is defective. Shows that even whether it's the police or the military, that they don't really understand what they're up against. Any gathering to either commemorate or mourn or whatever for those victims becomes a sure target. So that this government allowed that kind of killings to happen in a place where they're being buried shows that this government is either bereft of ideas to tackle these issues. Because in any same country, when you are burying soldiers, you secure the place. When you are burying victims of terror attacks, you also secure the place. But they allow this thing to happen to their own disgrace. And I just hope they sit up and be more proactive.
That they sit up and be more proactive. Let's take this conversation to Dr. Moshood Abiola. Dr. Abiola, are you there? Can you hear me, sir? Dr. Abiola, can you hear me?
I'm with you.
Okay, beautiful, beautiful. Now, the conversation is around insecurity. People that were victims, of a terror attack, as they were being buried, there was another attack, in the same community and all of that. I would like for us to interrogate, the efforts of this government in fighting insecurity. We have, between Benue State and Plateau State, in excess of 800,000 people living in IDP camps. That's internally displaced people camps. And these places, they are villages, their native land have been occupied by the people that attacked them and chased them out. Now, we have our own Minister of Defense tell us that, well, these people, the Chief of Defense Staff, as it were, told us that, well, these people are foreigners. They are foreign terrorists, not even Nigerians. But they have attacked Nigerians, like you and I, displaced them. And those people are living in camps while they occupy their homes. At some point, our First Lady went to Benue State, to visit victims of terror attack. She doled out 1 billion naira to them and said, well, use this and take care of yourself. 2 weeks ago, the Plateau State Governor, Caleb Mutfwang, took some stakeholders from Plateau State after an attack to go visit the president. And the president said, hey, young men, stakeholders from Plateau State, you have to find a way to solve this problem. And at the end of the day, he doled out another 2 billion naira to these people. Well, use this and settle these victims and all of that. Is that a track that Nigeria will follow in solving this problem? I mean, if you have people displaced in their communities, their native lands, you have foreigners living there. And the government more like says, well, people in IDP camps, this is what we can do for you now. Take 3 billion naira and take care of yourself. Let's interrogate the sincerity or the efforts of this government, in tackling the problem of insecurity around the Benue Plateau area. What do you see?
Well, I think we need to acknowledge the fact that truly our people, Nigerians, living within this belt, this north central area of the country, actually passing through a lot of pains and agony. And it is something that it is heart-rendering when you look at how people died and how people are being killed. And it seems to be that there's no end in sight. But when you look at what we have in Jos, Plateau, Benue, Azes, it will be very unkind of any commentator to limit the issue we have to this area. It is connected. All the crises, militancy crisis, banditry, terrorism that we have, they are interwoven. That is, you can't also disconnect what is happening in the Middle Belt from what is happening in the Northwest and in the Northeast. All these constitute insecurity to lives and property of Nigerians. And I agree with the commentators in the studio that this is number one responsibility of the federal government of Nigeria, because the essence of having elected government in place is to protect life and property of Nigerians, irrespective of their religion, their tribe, and their faith. So we must knock the government where the government is not doing well. And we must also give kudos to the effort that we have seen, just like the moderator mentioned now, whereby you give donations to provide immediate succor, not to solve the problem, to give immediate succor to the people affected, to the areas affected, and also deploy military and the police to the affected area. Let us not forget, it was because of this insecurity that the former defense minister was sacked. Badaru was sacked, and we now have Chris Musa, retired General Chris Musa, now as the defense minister. And this minister, actually from this the decision of Mr. President. When Chris Musa was affected, forget the fact that the international community has a role. They are contributor they are partly contributor to the problem we have here. We need to ask some critical questions.
Okay.
The question we need to ask ourselves is that the ammunitions that these insurgents, these terrorists, these bandits, they are using, where are they getting it from?
Well, if you want to answer that question directly, our national security advisor in the person of Nuhu Ribadu told us that most of the arms and ammunition used by bandits and terrorists are from the Nigerian military. Are you aware of that?
He said partly, not all of them. He said part of the ammunition they are using.
Apparently, it can be all of them. Apparently, it can be all of them. He said most of them. He used the word most.
Now, is that beyond, it's like when someone has malaria, you see the person having temperature, maybe may be having cold, he may be having catarrh, he may be having running nose, he may be having this, he may be having that. These are symptoms. We need to get to the bottom of the problem that we are having. Don't forget.
Dr. Mushood, how do we get to the root of the problem? I'm happy that you brought us to this point.
Yes.
How do we get to the root of the problem? And how do we solve it?
Thank you. Thank you, sir. The problem we are having is that, remember that since the overthrow of Muammar Gaddafi in Libya, we have increase in insurgency in the Sahel area of the Africa, whereby the ammunitions, these militants, these evil people have easy access to arms and ammunitions. And when you look at what is happening in America, I tend to refer some of us back to the congressional testimony of Hillary Clinton and the former CIA director, whereby these two high individuals of America, this American.
This is not.
Well, Dr. Abiola, you are breaking off rapidly, and we can't get your audio feed. Just for clarity, I mean, Nigeria is not the only country in the Sahel. We recall that sometime in 2021-22, up until 2023, there was a multinational joint task force, comprising Niger, Chad, Cameroon, and Nigeria. And these other countries were able to flush out the bandits and terrorists in their regions, and Nigeria in their countries, but Nigeria couldn't do that. So I'm just trying to talk about the overthrow of Muammar Gaddafi and how that contributes to insecurity in Nigeria. I mean, there's peace in Benin Republic, Ghana, Togo, and all of these other countries, except probably where you have pockets of violence in Mali and probably Niger at some point. But all of those things have been cleared. The whole burden is now on Nigeria. In any case, let's quickly run to Comrade Jumudu and get his reaction on this issue. Comrade, can you hear me? Okay, unfortunately, we've lost connection with him. So we'll come back to the studio and take concluding thoughts before we round off. Mr. Dele Fanimo, your concluding thought on this issue.
Well, either we like it or not, we are faced with present danger and we should find a way around it. And the only way around it is, if government has failed to protect us, we should find a way of protecting ourselves. Simple. For me, that's the only route to go.
All right.
Because we keep talking to government, we keep saying political will, whatever kinetic, non-kinetic, or whatever name you give it. But they keep killing. They keep having inroads without check.
Unfortunately. All right, thank you very much. Barrister Eze.
Thank you. But I always refer Nigerians to what happened on 28th of February 2013 when terrorists struck Maiduguri, virtually destroyed Maiduguri. The APC current leaders took a walk of infamy down the streets of Maiduguri. These same characters told us, from their own confessional statements, that they imported these terrorists from across West Africa into Nigeria, and that the whole issue was that they didn't settle them enough for them to go back. So when we know that these are the people who brought in these terrorists, we now understand why you don't have this same terrorism taking place in Benin, Togo, Ghana, and Cote d'Ivoire, who are on the same geographical spread with Nigeria. So all this nonsense talk about what happened in Libya, what happened there, is neither here nor there. Is that we have a government that welcomes terrorists, that is complicit with terrorists. The way out of tackling this issue, the way to tackle this issue is to get them voted out of government come the next elections, then we can have a chance at succeeding. Otherwise, with these characters in office, terrorism is in office.
2027 around the corner. Now, let's move away from politics and insecurity and talk about economy. Nigeria's economy moved from adjustment to gradual stabilization in 2025 as ADC falls statistics. We'll talk about it when we come back. Please do stay with us.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Welcome back. The Nigerian Economic Summit, NESG, has declared that the country's economy shifted from a painful adjustment phase in 2024 to gradual stabilization throughout 2025, with real GDP growth rising to 3.9% from 3.4%, inflation moderating significantly to an average of 23.3% from 33.2%, foreign reserves climbing to about $45 billion, and the current account swinging to a $14 billion surplus, largely driven by the oil sector recovery and services. However, this macroeconomic progress remains fragile and narrowly based, failing to translate into improved industrial output of widespread business confidence, as structural weaknesses in infrastructure, skills, and governance continue to limit real sector gains. Adding to public frustration, Senator Orji Uzor recently lamented that Nigerians are now relying more heavily on generators for basic electricity than ever, describing the trend as not a good development for businesses and households amid persistent power outages that continue to cripple productivity and raise operational costs across the country. Barrister Eze, let's examine this. We get these figures being reeled out every other week, okay, monthly. But these indices, this so-called progress, does not really translate to growth, or better quality of life, purchasing power for the average Nigerian. Let's examine all of these indices. Quite a number. The numbers are quite a lot, but
Thank you very much. You see, when groups like NESG release this jungle statistics they come up with, you also have the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics also telling us that we have less than 4% unemployment rate. You just realize that these guys are just talking in a nutshell nonsense. Because when you talk of national economy, you equate it to yourself, to the family. You're still borrowing every day. You're not able to meet your basic needs. You're not able to pay your bills. And somebody's telling you that you're having a growth. I mean, it doesn't make sense. It does not rhyme with reason. And you see, most of these figures are just there to confuse Nigerians. Because you ask yourself, has your life gotten better? That is the whole essence of national economy. And not to reel out GDP, BDP, whatever. Those figures are neither here nor there. Is your naira in your pocket, is it more valuable? Are you able to purchase more things? Are there more goods available? Are there more employment? Is the infrastructure, has it been improved? Now, if the answer to all this is in the negative, you just know that anybody who's telling you otherwise is just... Because NESG, for instance, it derives its legitimacy from having government agencies and officials attend its meetings. So if it actually tells the truth, will there be a Minister of Finance or Minister of Economy coming to their meetings? The answer is no. So at times they release these figures to make the government look well, that there is increase in foreign reserves. Which foreign reserves are you talking about? That you need to borrow for every project you go to borrow. And you are telling us foreign reserves. And you have some good, people who studied economics, PhD, whatever, coming to tell us that yes, the economy is improving. When you know in your house that it's getting worse. So the reality is this. For a national economy, you look at the individual economy. That is because the national economy is made up of family economies. If each family is worse off, if each family cannot afford what it could afford a year or 2 years ago, then anybody telling you that this economy is improving is not being realistic. So that's just, in a nutshell, my view on this. And then it's rather sad.
All right. Daily, the Senate just approved 2.3 trillion naira for the FCT loan, to build roads and bridges. And the NESG has warned that the rest of the country's infrastructure is very fragile and narrowly based. Let's examine that. I know that some of these monies are quickly approved by the Senate. Swift accelerated hearing and all of the approval.
I think it's the annual budget of the FCT and doesn't translate to release as such. Okay. Budget is not the same as actual release. Okay. But to be frank with you, how much of this translates to real physical infrastructure when you look at it? And that man has shown some level of irresponsibility, the FCT minister, to suggest that these monies are not actually spent for the project they are supposed to spend it on. For instance, somebody coming up on air, live national television, telling the world that he was inducing people with government property placed in his care. Now, how are you sure that this 2.2 trillion, if it is actually released, will be spent on projects and not for inducement? Who is that responsible state actor that would spew that kind of statement? I was shocked, and I showed that when I listened to that interview. So 2.2 trillion is not, even if as bad as our currency is, 2.2 trillion is no joke. And for just 1 year. So if it's approved, what is he going to do with it?
What is he going to do with it?
Specifically,
Wike is working in Abuja.
The fact is, the last time I went to Abuja, that was the general thing in Abuja. Okay. But what I'm telling you,
so you didn't see some of the things.
For a fiscal year, 2.2 trillion for Abuja. And what is the total revenue that comes to Lagos in this corresponding year? Okay. And we can see some level of roads being fixed, the light rail, the green rail, the blue rail, and all that, the red rail. But conversely, if you go to Abuja, it's not much of that you see. But, when you are coming from sub-zero level, if you get to zero, people will applaud you.
Okay, you know that budget is a statement of expectation.
That's what I'm saying.
And I would like for you to factor in, put in the factor that Lagos and Abuja mentioned are two of the most indebted states in the country. So
see,
probably they have also factored in a deficit that they are going to borrow out of the 2.8 trillion. Like you said, not really given, but more like budget, which is a statement of priorities.
You see, for me, when you look at Lagos, Lagos has almost ×4 of the population of FCT. And there is heavy presence of federal government in FCT compared to Lagos. And so if you have that humongous amount allocated to FCT, FCT is just like a mayoral community within the federal government budget. So even the federal government budget is also tilted more to Abuja than any other state. So when you add how much the federal government is spending on Abuja with this 2.2 trillion, then you are looking at about 4 trillion to Abuja in one fiscal year. And you should show me how far we have gone with infrastructure development in Abuja for this year.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Mr. Delefanimo. Let's take this conversation to Dr. Mushood. Dr. Mushood, we are discussing 2.28 trillion naira approved for the FCT budget, you know, that has been passed by Senate yesterday, May 7, 2.28 trillion naira. And I don't know how much of Abuja you know, but do you think that it is commensurate, or does it look like they are saying 1.71 trillion of this amount will go into infrastructure development? What's your reaction to that?
Well, I think I live in Abuja.
Beautiful.
I live, and regardless of what you may accuse the FCT minister of, you may accuse him of anything, being flippant, being this, being that, in his rhetorics and his style of politics. But what you cannot take away from him is that for the fact that the FCT minister is working. I don't know, Nigerians, I don't know what we actually want as a country. The last FCT minister we have was accused of not engaging in or not being committed to infrastructural development of the FCT, as it were. But now, currently, we have a minister that you cannot argue with the fact that he is actually working. He's constructing roads, he's bringing bridges, he's constructing parks, and he's utilizing the fund made available to him. And yet, some of us still find a way to complain about it. Well, it is good that we criticize government, but where you need to give kudos, give kudos. Where you need to give knock, give the knock, so that we can see you as a very balanced person that is
It's not criticizing. When you put it that way, it's actually critiquing. And in critiquing, you weigh both sides of the coin. You look at both sides of the coin. Now, roads are being fixed in Abuja, roads are being fixed in some parts of Lagos. In my community here, the roads are being fixed as well, but at what cost? How is that? Nigerians are complaining that, look, too much money is being borrowed to fix these roads, and where will that leave us as we talk, as the inflation increases? If you ask the question what Nigerians want, I think Nigerians want the monies in their pocket, in their purse and wallet, to be able to purchase the basic things that they need to live their lives daily. That's what Nigerians want. At this point, with the purchasing power shrinking as it is, at what point would inflation and what we're going through become a national security issue?
Well, you will bear with me that FCT is like the gateway to the country. That is our federal capital territory. Many people may not, some diplomats may never get to Lagos, some may never get to Enugu, some may never get to Ibadan, some may never get to Adamawa, but Abuja is the first point they will get to. And the image of Abuja they see is what they will use to mirror the entire country. And that is the reason why it it is of utmost importance that infrastructural status of Abuja must be top-notch, must be able to compete.
Well, if you heard me clearly, my
with what we
focus
have
was
in
not on
Washington.
Abuja, actually. My focus was on the economy, Nigeria's economy in general, not on Abuja.
Now,
My focus.
talking about Nigeria economy, as it were, as it is today, what the government could do is what the government is partly doing, which I think the other part of it should be onboarded. First is for you to build roads.
So you're
and
pleased.
make transportation of goods.
Because we are coasting home, because we're running out of time.
I'm coming. Let me land, please.
We don't have
Let
all
me
the
land,
time.
please.
We don't have all the time. Because we are coasting home, I would like for you to, wrap up in as little time as 30 seconds so we could get other people's view before we wrap this conversation up. Thank you very much. Let's go.
Right. I believe that the economy of the country is headed in right direction. And I believe that some of these legacy projects that are being done, if properly implemented and completed, they will contribute positively to the economy of the country, i.e. the Coastal Road and Sokoto-Badagry Road. If these two roads, then I believe they will contribute immensely to the development of our economy. And they will
Thank you
put
very
money
much, Dr.
in the pocket
Moshood
of
Abiola,
Nigerians.
for your contribution on the program. Barrister Eze Eluche.
Thank you very much. My final thoughts on this is this. When Mr. Fanimo and the other viewer were talking of trillions in Abuja, in Lagos, I only had to laugh. Because you have a system that has totally emasculated the majority part of Nigerians, even the cash cow of the country. Nigeria is said to be a gas economy. The gas flows mainly from Imo State, from Ebima. And there's zero in that area. The Minister of Finance recently announced some projects, rail projects in Kaduna, Kano, and Lagos. Nothing in the entire southeast. The so-called legacy projects, Lagos, Calabar, Lagos, Badagry, it's skewed in its presentation. Okay. It removes the southeast entirely. Okay. So when you look at all this, you know that, and the mistake it's making is that ambassadors only look at Abuja. That's not true. Ambassadors know what's going on around the country.
Right,
and they know that despite all the issues being done in Abuja, the country is a huge mess.
Thange you very much, Barrister Eze Eluche. Mr. Daily Fanimo, 30 seconds, please.
10 seconds. We need to be strong on infrastructure, not just paying lip service.
All right. Thank you very much. That was very precise. Strong on infrastructure, not just paying lip service. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We've been speaking with Dr. Moshood Abiola, comrade Kelvin Ejumudo. Unfortunately, the network has been shaky. And also, we've had Barrister Eze Eluche join us from the studio here. Gentlemen, thank you for your time and your contribution, and Daily Fanimo as well. We take a break now. When we come back at 10 o'clock, we'll be going into the papers looking at the headlines. I'm Moses Humphrey. I'll see you at 10. Join us again.
I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you for watching. See you at 10.
And bye for now. You know they see you at 10?
It's all the same.
It's all the same. And Jane told us that.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Vop TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a boy that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. This is Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukwu Makoro. Good to have you join us again.
I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you for joining us.
And yes, of course, you can see Daily Fanimo and Barrister Eze Eluche with us. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And also, Dr. Abiola Moshood joins the conversation virtually. Thank you very much as well. It's an open conversation, so let's dive into it. The headlines from The Guardian reads, Senate reverses controversial eligibility rule for presiding officers. The writers, advances bill to reform electoral dispute process. Approves 2.285 trillion naira. FCT budget earmarks 1.741 trillion naira for capital projects. We already touched on that in the course of the morning conversation earlier in the day. But those are the riders to that story, and I would like to tie it to. Okay, so let's have it. Let's tackle Jonathan. Okay, tie it to. Okay, so let's tie it to Jonathan, considering a comeback, which of course we've touched on already. Anyway, gentlemen, let's have your analysis. Senate reversing controversial eligibility rule for presiding officers.
I think this Senate will go down in history as one of the worst we've ever had in Nigeria.
Isn't this something laudable?
No. I mean, they've never really touched on anything that concerns Nigerians. Even this so-called leadership squabble which they had, we saw Oshiomhole get so passionate debating it. But when issues of loans they are going to get or going to approve comes up, there is almost no debate. Mr. President submits a loan proposal for $6 billion. This character just approved within 2-3 hours. They don't even know where the money is going to go, how it will be repaid. But over the issue of who will become the leader of the next Senate, I mean, you see passion flowing. It's not unexpected of Akpabio. I don't think Nigerians really care who's going to be the head of the Senate. The issue is if the process by which they even enter the Senate is skewed. You have an Akpabio who shouldn't even be in the Senate by virtue of our laws. He's presiding over the Senate. And some other people some other characters are in that Senate. And it's sad. It's a really sad development. And I hope that this will not will not preempt a further slide down into abyss for the next regime that is coming up. When these same characters are the ones planning and plotting who will be the next Senate president. I have in my state, actually, the Hope Uzodinma.
Yes. He's looking
manipulating the process. He wants to resign ahead and then put. It's very dirty process. Yes. And it's not just get into the Senate for the purpose of becoming the Senate president. That's what all this noise is all about. So it's really sad that these characters only talk about their own interest. When issues that concern Nigerians' rights come up, there is little or no concern. They've not actually passed any resolution against terrorism. They've not actually done anything that will help Nigerians to react, the Nigerian military or whatever, spur them into action. They have not done things that will address core maladministration and governance issues. So it's a sad development, and I don't even know why people like Guardian should think that is worthy of a front page headline.
Oh, interesting headline here from this day. It speaks to your governor, my governor.
Our governor.
Progressive governors oust Uzodinma as forum chair, tout Mba as possible successor. Imo governor removed over alleged loss of confidence, mismanagement of funds. Others, removal can stay. Allegations false, baseless. Secretariat declares. Interesting time.
Interesting time.
When the Supreme Court made somebody who came fourth in the election, they made him the governor. And that's not any. That's
still, it's still.
No, that's reality. Please, let's not debate realities. You make it as if it's an imagination. The man himself says he came in through the Ben Johnson way. That is Hope Uzodinma's words. I came in through the Ben Johnson way, and he has ruled in the Ben Johnson way. Ben Johnson means the guy who took drugs and came first illegally. So that is his own comment. So I mean, is it now that the APC Governors Forum is realizing this? After almost 8 years of destroying the Imo economy, of 8 years of constant fraud, 8 years that the man promised that there will be an Orashi electricity project that never has come to fruition, 8 years that the man built a convention center that 3 or 4 days after the president came to commission it, it collapsed. 8 years of wastage in the Imo state. And the Governors Forum is talking crap about him. They should retain him there as their chairman. Let him keep on ruling them.
The Governors Forum thing, I mean, why between Hope Uzodinma and Pitu, is it zoned to the southeast?
And I mean, that's the kind of things they will zone to the southeast that are useless. I mean, projects that are worthwhile, road projects won't go to the southeast. It is wasteful projects like who will be the Governors Forum and bring the state funds to fund APC election. That's the kind of things they will go to the southeast. I mean, so that as far as I'm concerned, they can leave it with Hope. Let him continue. He's been there for so many years. Let him use it, and then it's of zero import to the people of Imo State. Thank you.
So my worry about all of this is this issue of corruption allegation. Is it Imo's funds or the resources put together by the Governors Forum that is at this instance? Is it which one?
Of course, it should be the Governors Forum Fund because I think monthly they contribute a certain amount of money to run the secretariat.
So that's another form of corruption again.
Another SPV.
Okay. But what does this say to dissenting voices within the APC? Because right after the Progressive Governors Forum removed Governor Hope Uzodinma, the Director General of the Progressive Governors Forum, Folorunsho Aluko, issued a disclaimer claiming that the forum did not remove him and he remains he remains in charge. So there seem to be dissenting voices within the APC. Let's bring I beg your pardon, Dr. Moshood. Yes, Dr. Moshood Abiola. Yes, your thoughts on this?
Well, it's come out laughable when I saw what happened on the floor of the Senate. I saw how Adam Oshomole counter the agenda of amending the rules of the House in order to exclude certain perceived interested persons in the next Senate. So I think the common sense prevailed. Yesterday, that had been rescinded, and perhaps I want to believe they will not bring that through the back door. There have been rumors, just like Chief said there have been rumors that the Imo governor is interested in becoming the Senate president. Well, that is in the realms of speculations. Well, we are yet to see how that is, because he will be in office while some of these things will be taking place by 2027, by June 2027. So let's see how it will play out. But it's a good thing that that had been rescinded. I'm talking about what happened at the Progressive Governors Forum is also in connection to the rumor of Hope Uzodinma coming in as the Senate president. I tend to believe that Akpabio group are largely responsible for the palace coup that happened for his removal. Though I saw this morning that there are some news houses, there was some news featuring in saying that such thing didn't happen.
Yeah.
But so I want to believe that by the close of work today, by noon today, we should be able to know exactly what happened. And if that is the case that had been removed, I tend to believe that Akpabio group perhaps must have had the upper hand in removing him, believing that his chairmanship of the Progressive Governor Forum giving him that advantage, and they want to remove that advantage. Everything in politics is about access and advantage. So if they have removed him as the Governors Forum, as the chairman of Governors Forum, it shows that there are a lot of troubles lies ahead for Hope Uzodinma.
All right. Then.
Okay. All right. My position in all of this, I'm still wondering, why they will remove Hope Uzodinma and say Peter Mba. Peter Mba just came, late last year into the APC.
He's a new entrant.
Into the forum. And so all of a sudden, they want to make him chairman of the APC Governors Forum. The thing about infighting is that the moment infighting starts in an organization like this, it never ends. Now, what I'm thinking that is happening is the fact that there are some elements that are clearly disgruntled within the APC, especially those of them that were promised tickets. If you come, we'll give you tickets, and they are not getting the tickets now. And they are using the Governors Forum, to fight back. You know why? As the chairman of the Governors Forum, APC Governors Forum, the president practically handed over nominations, to him. And he in turn said, governors, you are in charge, whether he was fighting Wike or what. Now there's a pushback. So you might not be surprised. Don't be surprised if Wike could also, influencing the kind of division that you have now, within the Governors Forum. And if they don't manage it very well, it might be a bigger problem for, not just for them, but for the president himself. Because I don't know what is happening, a lot of infighting. Now, the ACF, Arewa Conservative Forum, they are torn apart too. They have two camps. One of them, pro-Tinubu, the other one, anti-Tinubu. And they are fighting a lot. They've suspended the BOT chairman. And so if you have the ACF, which is more like a cohesive factor in Nigerian politics, more like what the Northern Elders Forum, does. And you have the APC Governors Forum fighting based on everything around 2027, the politics of succession and all of that. It might just be, 2027 is not going to be easy. It's not going to be an easy ride. But I think the president should better watch it, because the fact that some people are disgruntled within the system, and the fact that as of today they cannot leave again, because if you leave, you're not going to, contest for any ticket, because if your name is not in that register of that party, you can't attempt, you can't aspire to any position. And if they cannot leave and in the party, what the Igbos say, if I don't bring this stream, nobody else will. What it means now is this stream, more like clean pond that flows, clean water, that we drink in farm states and all of that. And so if I cannot drink, no other person will drink.
So you become the spoiler.
You become the spoiler. So that is what is happening. That is what I think that all of this is all about.
All right.
But the Southeast should watch it. A situation where you have Hope Uzodimma and Peter Mba.
Not good.
We're not watching anything. They should fight.
They should fight. They should fight on. Okay. Well, let's concerns mount over NNPC's fresh MOUs with Chinese firms to revamp refineries. How federal government failed to explore local capacity of corn oil, Seplat, First E&P, Renaissance, others. Dedoye says selected Chinese firms lack technical financial capacity. Urges national oil firms to resolve existing refinery contracts. There you have it. The refineries. Biodivary did say they would not work.
Does it mean that there was no due diligence in appointing these Chinese companies to come and fix those refineries? Because you should have the technical know-how, you should have resources, funds to back up whatever you are going to do. And it is the responsibility of NNPC as the agency superintending over these refineries to find out, are we going to have a replay of what happened during Obasanjo's tenure, where a company that was blacklisted by World Bank was awarded the Mambila power plant after 1.5 years. And these companies were blacklisted when Okonjo-Iweala was in World Bank. Yet, the federal government signed a contract with this company. Till today, nothing has happened. Apart from the turning on the sword in that site, nothing again has happened almost 20 years after. Now, a refinery that the group managing director, who came from the private sector in the oil and gas industry, said with air of finality that these refineries cannot work. Suddenly, after 2 months, now you are signing MOU with a contracting firm that has just been adjudged as not capable technically and funding, that these people are not capable. Now you are handing over national asset, the patrimony of Nigerians, to these unqualified elements. What that means is there is likely to be, this company will end up being a conduit pipe.
I'm surprised that you are surprised, about not conducting due diligence. Like you said, Bayo Jewelry, when he came in, within 2 weeks, he said, hey, I need like 60 billion naira, to fix the refineries. And when Nigerians put pressure on him, he came back and said, oh, sorry, unfortunately, the refineries cannot work again. And so 2 months down the line, he's now signing MOU with. So when did he conduct the due diligence? Apparently, he cannot. And so it's just about turnaround. For over 10 years in Port Harcourt, I have worked with a company that was involved in turnaround maintenance, in refineries and all of that. And I know they don't turn around anything. They don't maintain anything.
The reality is that NNPC is a corruption cesspool in Nigeria. If you recollect, towards the end of the Buhari regime, there was this pipeline that was seen to be siphoning crude oil. Over 400,000 barrels a day was being stolen. It was discovered by one of these security agencies. Until tomorrow, nobody has been prosecuted. 400,000 barrels per day running for over 10, 15 years. Nobody has been prosecuted. So anything about the oil sector is like a mafia-style crime agency. And ironically, who is the Minister of Petroleum? Bola Tinubu. So he's the one sitting atop this mafia-like crime cesspool. And then when you hear these are small fry, paying monies to sign MOU with a Chinese firm that maybe is into more of carpentry work than oil sector. It is this most minute of NNPC's problem. We also forget that under the Petroleum Industry Act scam, which I call a scam, NNPC should be a limited liability company. It's no longer public. It's no longer owned by government. And any sign of an AGM, any sign of implementation of this Petroleum Industry Act, which I wrote a thesis on, that this was a scam outfit to further popularize the local communities. And that is what is manifesting. So we're not simply serious with ourselves in this country. And perhaps when we begin to address things like the NNPC, insecurity, then we know we are becoming a country. But for now, some of us refer to Nigeria as a contraption, an active crime scene. And what we are reading now about the NNPC and the refinery only underscores that fact, that Nigeria is an active crime scene headed by crime dons. Thank you.
All right, so Femi Fani-Kayode, according to the papers, says, I rejected Germany posting, chose South Africa. Says reports of German rejection, false, malicious. Telephonema, please. You go.
Why me?
Why
you?
Why not
Why me?
Why not
you? Honestly, I've been issue. If I were to be the president of this country, there wouldn't be any consideration for Femi Fani-Kayode to be an ambassador, because his temperament does not suit diplomatic appointment. That's the truth. And unfortunately, he's there. Who is Femi Fani-Kayode to say that he rejected an appointment, ambassadorial appointment, with letter of credence already in his hands? If you had rejected, how did the letter find its way into your hands and you even reporting? This was something that was on the news more than 2 months ago, that it was rejected in Germany. Now it's now coming back. I'm sure that if he knew that there would be a bedlam in South Africa, he probably would have excused himself from it. Now there is another trouble waiting for him. And last night when we were discussing, I said, that place is volatile, too volatile for a non-career diplomat to be there at this time. Because what is he going to say? What if the ambassador, the foreign affairs minister in that country annoys him and it turns to a fisticuff?
Well, the staffers of the mission are there, so they're there to
separate them.
To regulate his utterances.
No.
They're there to regulate his utterances. They'll give him things.
No, they are his subordinates.
But of course, he's not a career diplomat. So
even if he's not a career diplomat, he's going to sit with the foreign affairs minister.
But they will tell him what to say.
Oh, and then in a fit of anger, he will still listen to those fires.
You see, somebody like Fani Kayode, his appointment from a person like Bola Tinubu is expected. You are not a very good person, so you also push a very bad person to offices. Now, my worry is that this character is going to be an ambassador in a country where most of the Nigerian community there, the diaspora community, are from a region that Fani Kayode has repeatedly maligned, abused. How will you expect a Fani Kayode to go to South Africa, where perhaps over 70% of Nigerian immigrants there are from the Southeast region? What do you expect him to do? He will further abuse them. This is a man who is a wife beater. He's been shown on video beating up his wife. And that is the person, of course, I'm not surprised that a person like of Bola Tinubu's pedigree is naming such a man as an ambassador. So to me, Fani Kayode is an ambassador to Mr. Bola Tinubu, not to Nigeria. He's going to go there and he will be a disgrace, a disaster. And I'm sure if the South African government knows about his track record, they will do like what Germany has done and reject him, because he's an unfit and improper person But also, a lot of unfit ministers and ambassadors and to the Bola Tinubu regime, perhaps because Mr. Bola Tinubu himself is unfit. So that's what they expect from such characters. Thank you.
Your thoughts there?
Yeah, certainly it's my thoughts. My thoughts.
Your thoughts?
Yes, it's my thoughts. I agree.
All right, then. Well, let's move on to some of the headlines here. Dozens feared killed, villages razed in Kogi, communal clash. There's a story Jane was showing me earlier.
So this manhunt begins as gunmen abduct 6 Nasarawa University students.
So we're back to talking about insecurity.
Insecurity.
In as much as we try to avoid it. I mean, if it makes it to the papers, we'll talk about it.
I think these terrorist bandits should do the needful. Perhaps when they strike Lagos or strike somebody, I mean, because we are thinking we are just discussing it because we have not been hit ourselves. We are thinking we are discussing it because it has not happened to us personally. But when you have families, entire families killed, when you have people who are slaughtered, when you have communities kidnapped, chiefs killed, and the government still remains at stance, still remains aloof, it's because they have not hit maybe Gariki, Area 6, or one of those main marina. Yes, they've not hit them. So that's what is left in this country, because I don't think this government is even bothered about security. They are not bothered. They are just bothered about where to secure the next loan and how to maybe use it to purchase whatever they will purchase outside. But it's not, governance is not one of the priorities of Mr. Bola Tinubu. That's why his continual push to continue in office is a source of concern, and shouldn't be a source of concern to a very well-meaning Nigerian. Thank you.
Now, the issue of insecurity, I think it has reached a point where when you talk about such communities, you know, in our country, we have ethnic lords. I'm looking for an appropriate word. Like if you go to the southwest, you have the Oni of Ife. You have the Olubadan of Ibadan. If you go to the southeast, you have the Obi of Onitsha. You know, and if you go to the north, you have the Sultan of Sokoto and the Emir of Kano. If you go to the thief land, you have what they call the thief. Now, a certain guest from Benue State on air here told us that the thief has been sacked in his community. In his palace. In his palace. His house occupied by terrorists in this country. There is a local government in charge of that community. There is a state government in charge of that community. There is a federal government in charge of the country.
And
a traditional ruler. I just told you, like the Oni of Ife, the Emir of Kano, the Obi of Onitsha, the Obong of Calabar. First class, you know. And so for the thieves, he's revered. Now that man has been sacked in his palace, in his ancestral home. And there is a governor still sitting in that community. That local government has a chairman. And we have a president.
And he retired from paramilitary.
Who, by the way, our president, Nigerians are being killed in South Africa. Nigerians are being killed in Nigeria. So when Nigerians ask, hey, why are you unable to protect Nigerians being killed outside? I said, even those of us that are killed here, are we protected? And now in the midst of all of this, we have a president who goes to Europe, you know, to bring some kind of economic blueprint, you know, to show the international community that Nigeria is an investment haven and all of that. And from there, he will go to Kenya. From there, he will go to Rwanda. And as usual, Bayo Ononoga tells us that he will return to Nigeria after the visit. And I'm asking, would he have gone back to UK or to France? He's Nigeria's president now. So after all this trip, he will naturally return to Nigeria. So why are you telling us that he will return to Nigeria?
Yeah, because it does, I mean, under Buhari, there was no need to return. Buhari stayed out. I mean,
he won't run away. He's coming back home.
So insecurity, I think we still paper over it a lot. Like Mr. Ezeluche said, I mean, we look far removed from it. And that is why it looks to us like, well, it's a talking point. To some people, it is not. It's no longer a talking point. It's life. It's reality. You can imagine that people are burying, you know, their loved ones, bereaved members of a family, or families are burying the loved ones. And
not natural death.
Not natural death. People that were killed by terrorists. And in that same process, the same terrorists swoop on them again and kill them again. And we have a state governor tell us, well, this problem is a result of infighting between politicians. Now, who are those politicians? Do you have intelligence? If you have intelligence now, because you have DSS, you have the state director of DSS, You have military commanders that do weekly security meetings with you. Name this politician. Zulum told us the same thing. The governor of Plateau State said the same thing. And our president says, well, it's the work of my enemies. Who are these their enemies? Name them now and tell Nigeria.
Bring them to book.
So that will bring them to book. And so we keep, Nigeria is more like, at some point, Atiku Abubakar said, Nigeria is an autopilot. Nigeria wasn't an autopilot then. It is now that I believe that Nigeria is an autopilot.
A defective autopilot.
I mean, the president walks away, and as he has walked away, he probably go with his chief of staff and a retinue of officers, cabinet. He was in France with the Minister of Finance and the coordinating minister of the economy just to make a presentation about how Nigeria has become an investment haven and all of that in the midst of insecurity. No country ever makes progress like this. We just need to tell ourselves the honest truth. And if we know people who understand this is the problem, how do we solve this problem? I think that is what we should be talking about at this moment.
Now, before we talk about how we solve the problem, we'll know who the leaders will be. So the president, the vice president has submitted the president's form in his absence, submitted it. So that's another headline. You didn't have an opportunity to react to.
No, I've been reacting. I've been reacting.
Earlier in the day. So the headline here, Shatima submits Tinubu's forms to APC. Jonathan, I'll consult widely on 2027 poll. Well, we've reacted to that. APC paves Tinubu's 2027 run as opposition battles INEC timelines lawsuits. And then Jane has a story here that speaks about 55,000 Nigerians expected to gather and pray.
So Lagos hosts prayer rally for Tinubu's re-election. No fewer than 55,000 Nigerians are billed to converge at TBS on Sunday for a special congregational prayer for Nigeria and President Bola Tinubu. This is according to the Director General of Renewed Hope Network, Mohammed Damole.
All right then. So can the TBS take 55,000? I don't think so. I don't think it has that capacity. But anyway, those are the headlines, gentlemen.
Okay, so I would like to start with the submission of the president's form. So if we have the vice president, submitting the president from his absence, that tells you that Shetima's slot is assured.
Is assured, yeah.
I mean, so we are going to run with the Muslim ticket.
Obviously.
When people said, I have a certain analyst who said, well, that 25th December bomb in Sokoto killed Muslim ticket. I said, I disagree with you. You understand? So because he was of the opinion that, well, America would not watch Tinubu choose another Muslim president, another Muslim vice. But we have made some permutations here and there. Who is he going to choose? I mean, Shetima comes from Borno State. In their consideration, it is not about Nigeria surviving, it's about winning the election. And so if you choose a Christian from the north, you are going to sideline the Muslim north, and they won't take any of that. And so if they don't take any of that, how is that going to affect your re-election? So the president has considered all of that. I am of the opinion, and I think that what he's doing by asking Shetima to submit this form is to send the message, you are still my running mate for 2027. That is what I think about that.
Let me correct that impression. That Shetima submitted the form does not mean that it's a done deal. And then when you say because of the votes, I don't think Mr. Tinubu is banking on any votes. If you watch the utterances of the INEC chairman and his antics, he has 31 governors, but he's still trying to destroy all opposition. He's not talking about votes. He's talking about
maybe for the optics,
manipulating the process.
Maybe for the optics.
Yes, and then finally, you see, when we recall what Tinubu said before he got selected as a president, he had said if he does not deliver uninterrupted power supply, and then there will be no estimated billings for light, nobody should vote for him. Nigerians should take him up on his words. I mean, stick to the agreement he made, because that was virtually an agreement. And say, okay, you didn't deliver what you said. We are still paying estimated billing. So, dear Mr. Bola Tinubu, please go back to your house and govern your home. Let's look for another person who will rule Nigeria. That is what should happen in any sane democracy. But of course, this is Nigeria. This is not a democracy.
Did you listen to Daniel Boala when Charles and Agolo asked him that question?
I mean, do we need to listen to serial liars? A serial liar who was exposed locally and international media. We are talking of Daniel Boala on a national television. Please.
Please.
No, but Stacey, I understand, you know, but I'd like for us to be realistic at this moment because Nigeria happens to be an unusual place where unusual things happen. And we unusually go with those things. So we are trying to create a system where we are able to push back diligently. And we're doing all of that. You and I might be enlightened enough to say, well, what this person is talking is trash. But at the end of the day, we see that same trash come to reality. That is the problem we see. And I am thinking too, I mean, you are entitled to your opinion, but I am thinking that it is symbolic and significant for Shetima to say, well, this is the president. If they had disagreed, Shetima will simply tell him, when you come back, or you better come back and, you know, submit the form yourself. Except he has been promised, but I don't know what other promise the president can make to him, you know, apart from saying, you are going to be my running mate. So in all of this, I think realistically, what we should be doing as elites, you know, is to inform the people. But as we are informing the people, you also understand that there is always a pushback. A certain pharaoh in Egypt was asked, why did you turn a tyrant? He said, because no one stopped me.
Yeah, okay.
So I like the fact that, well, the middle class, if there is any, we are trying to stop, you know, this push by the ruling elite to continue to deceive us.
Yes.
To continue to deceive us. But how do we do that?
My final take on this is this.
Okay.
If you watch what happened between Obasanjo and Atiku,
okay,
after it was the end of the first tenure, and Obasanjo still used Atiku as VP for the second tenure, and virtually caged him, made him redundant, useless. Already, Shetima has been made redundant in the first tenure.
Okay.
If he's foolish enough to allow Mr. Tinubu to use him as a spare tire for the second tenure, he may be locked up in somewhere in Maiduguri for the 4 years if, worst case scenario, Tinubu gets in. I don't think Mr. Shetima is that dumb. He's a very wise man. He's playing along. He has submitted the forms. When the push comes to shove, we'll see what happens.
Okay, let's see how it goes.
Pilgrims stranded as Saudi airline shuns Ogun Airport. I think that's the newly...
Shun what?
Ogun Airport.
Ogun Airport.
Local airport.
Ogun
Airport. But that airport was not meant for international flights. It wasn't meant for international flights.
They say it's Ogun International Airport.
Yeah, but
it's an international airport.
It's supposed to be a cargo airport.
It's supposed to be a cargo airport. The fact that it's a cargo airport does not mean that.
No, but for hard purposes, some local airports can be used. All you need is to have an immigration officer.
Until Ibadan Airport was upgraded to international airport.
But the question, the big question here is, why would Saudi Arabia shun the usage of that airport? If Lagos is filled up for whatever reason, why would they decide not to land in Ogun Airport?
Well,
do
we
have
enough facility there?
I can hazard a guess.
Lack of it?
That is the point. So the Saudi authorities probably have done some kind of background check. It's a newly commissioned airport. Yes. They know, they are aware of that. And so does it have the landing facilities to accommodate that kind of aircraft? I don't know the size, maybe it's Boeing or what. Does it have the facility? And so if it doesn't meet up to their standard, they will rather not risk, the life of their airline and their officers, the flight engineer, the pilot.
We should be questioning the relevant agencies for commissioning the airport. And then even listing it as an international airport.
If
an airline cannot land there.
The airport without a tower was commissioned by Fayemi.
Okay.
They landed Akulisi 130 that can land anywhere at their airport, and everybody was clapping.
But the airport is functional now.
When?
There was a day we read news. I didn't fly, but a second star, a female star was stranded. She was shouting because her flight from Ekiti Airport had been delayed for 4 hours. You recall?
Yes.
So it's in news.
Okay.
And so probably if you are going from your home state, Ondo State, to Ekiti State, at the moment, as you are taking off,
30 minutes.
As you are taking off, you are landing.
All right then. So let's touch on a few more headlines here. Sunbeth to launch 70,000 metric tons cocoa, 80,000 metric tons cashew, processing plants in March 2027.
Where would they get 70,000? Why would they get 70,000 tons in Nigeria today? Look, the lifespan of a cocoa tree is 65 years. All those ones you see were planted by our grandfathers in the 60s. Now, they are going to be sterile any moment from now. How many seedlings have they reproduced to have viral one that will produce this 70,000? How many farmers are in the farmstead to tender these cocoa farms? We bring in people from Benue and other places to come and tender this farm. And now they are going back. In fact, majority of them are now involved in Okada trade and keke napep. So where is that 70,000 coming from?
Quite well, the news mentioned only cocoa and cashew.
Cashew.
With regards to palm oil is one of the items that government now has given subsidy for importations for, crippling the local production. So you have
what is the incentive for the local farmers?
Yes, you have a system that simply does not even understand what it's doing. All it wants to do is get loans, disburse the loans among themselves, and let those who are going to pay for it think about it later. So that's the sad spectacle we find ourselves in Nigeria. Very sad.
All right, so reps launch probe into debts owed federal government, rising building materials cost. NESG urges government to boost revenue, sustain reforms, and amid fragile economy. So the story, let me just go a little deeper into the story. The House of Representatives yesterday constituted an ad hoc committee to investigate debts owed to the federal government by state actors, private entities, and ministries, departments, and agencies, appointing the member representing Obokun Oriade Federal Constituency of Osun State. Now, the group the House committee was inaugurated following the adoption of a motion moved at plenary by Salisu Yusuf. Now, the group also called for reforms aimed at easing inflationary pressure and boosting productivity. And the panel is expected to examine outstanding liabilities owed to the federal government, identify debtors, assess recovery efforts by relevant agencies, and recommend measures for recovering these funds.
If you know how the National Assembly works, they have now created a new batch of billionaires. That committee will be the newest crop of billionaires you have in the National Assembly. Because they will reach out to those agencies. You are owing the federal government 5 trillion. Okay, come, let us discuss it. Then he'll speak no more. They go to the next ministry, next agency, and at the end of the day, you have a new crop of billionaires, and absolutely nothing happens. It's so sad. I mean, so whenever these guys act, you begin to think of their end game, and once you realize it,
you sound very
pessimistic.
Very pessimistic.
No, pessimistic. I know a fish rots from the top. When you have as your president a man who made forfeitures of $460,000 for drugs.
Well, let's leave the president out of it. Let's speak to the
Why you cannot live with him? Why you cannot leave him out of it is this: he appoints the FCC, he appoints the police IG, he appoints all the various agencies that are supposed to do their job. And you look at all these agencies, what do? They hack into his. And once you play along with him, your sins are forgiven.
The Constitution gave him that power to appoint.
I keep on saying, the Nigerian Constitution has made the Nigerian president the most powerful president within his territory. The US president can only dream of the power of the Nigerian president. He can only dream of it.
So it's the Constitution that we should.
And that's why I keep on telling you that the Constitution is a fraudulent document. I mean, you trace everything back, everything in Nigeria falls back to that issue. And until we decide to come to ourselves, our senses, say we want to now reevaluate our being, we want to reevaluate this Constitution, the structure of Nigeria, and restart. Otherwise, how will it get better? National Assembly just made this announcement that they want to go and doesn't the EFCC know where these debts are owed? The NNPC has already announced that it's owing trillions. The custom collects revenue and pockets it. Other people they collect revenue and organize hocus pocus jamborees for their staff, and billions are gone. And you are only setting up a National Assembly committee less than some few months to the end of their tenure to go and go after these debts, and you want us to take them serious? Come on. Maybe they will go to the Oshodi market and talk that. but not amongst us here. We know what these guys are.
When you talked about creating a new class of billionaires,
Yes,
you know,
in the National Assembly.
In the National Assembly, I recall when Obasanjo was leaving office, and someone told him, "Well, Mr. President, what have you done? The Chinese government, you know, moved more like 300 million Chinese out of poverty in 30 years." Obasanjo asked him, "Do you know how many billionaires I've created in Nigeria?" So that is a way of creating billionaires. Now, I'm talking about, you see, our problem in Africa is that we have, apart from uneven economic development, we have unequal distribution of income. And so it's our problem. Even in countries that have high GDP, you discover that on the reverse side of it, there are HDI and the SPI and the donut economy. Those things don't actually tally. And so you see a lot of production, but you see people that are poor. Why? Because they don't have access to good roads, they don't have access to electricity, they don't have access to water, sanitation, even advanced education and all of that. So what we need to do is like the recovery of government money. And it's again, as a matter of fiscal irresponsibility. So you see such countries, small countries like Mauritius, small countries like Seychelles, you know, small countries like Dominican Republic that have low GDP, but they have high HDI and high SPI. Why? Because they have what they call fiscal responsibility. They have access to Cuba, low GDP, high HDI. Why? Because of their medicals. The average Cuban, you know, has direct access to medical at any time of the day.
That's right.
And so they live better than people from countries
Americans.
I mean, Americans and Russians and all of that. So it speaks to what we do with the monies that we recover. Our grandfather, our big father that died sometime, has been sending us money from the grave. Talking about Abacha, you know, has been sending us money at every turn, you know, from Switzerland, from US. And so what do we do with these monies? These monies are reluted. And so we have certain Attorney General of the Federation at some point who is undergoing investigations for, he cannot account for monies that were recovered under his watch. And I'm asking, at what point did the account of the Attorney General of the Federation become CBN account, Ministry of Finance Incorporated account, that they had to trace these monies? Oh, these monies were paid into your account. Wow, how come? And when they go after him, they say, oh, it's political persecution and all of that. When he was doing that, he didn't know it would turn out to be political persecution. So it's neither here nor there. The problem in Nigeria is neither here nor there. We have a problem with leadership. We have a problem with followership and all of that. Until we have to come to such a time that, well, we just sit back and say, Nigerians, what do you want? Do you want good governance? Or do you want your brother's governance? That is the question that we should answer.
Constitutional conference. We have to go back to the drawing board. Otherwise, we're just going to be Johnson throughout our stay. I mean, that's...
But Stacey, of course, you know the amount spent by Obasanjo, by Jonathan, you know, and even Abacha to conduct constitutional conference. And at the end of the day, Buhari just opened the drawer, put it inside and locked it.
Yeah, because they didn't have the guts to follow it up. I mean, like Jonathan.
Jonathan had time.
He was terrible. He had all the opportunity, but he still messed it up. And he has the temerity to talk of coming back again. God forbid. God forbid.
Well, you see, for me, no matter how gloomy the outlook is, but I still feel that we can revamp the country. And it behoves you and I. I recall that early in my intervention, when I came around here, I said, our problem is the Constitution.
That's right.
Until we review the 1999 Constitution, regardless of all these amendments, we are not going to get anywhere. It's like you are running a race and blocks are tied to your legs.
Very right.
There's no way you can break the tape. Everywhere you turn to, everybody goes into that constitution like a house to pick what suits him or her. And as long as we continue in that trajectory, we will come here and debate endlessly without moving forward. Like Barrister Elichi said, I have a book written by a lawyer where I think it's about 276 pages, where he spelled out the powers of a president according to the 1999 Constitution. As a matter of fact, no matter how despotic any president is, no president can exercise 10% of that power. No president till date has exercised 3% of that power. is too enormous, too humongous and scary, the power of the president. We are just lucky in this country that we have civil society groups that can still talk, people that can sit in a round table like this and hear their opinion. I doubt if it's going to happen in somewhere like Cameroon, where a 90-year-old is going to contest next election after winning the recent.
He has contested. And won it.
So it's really, really sad. And unfortunately, we have many PhD holders. And I take it back to Vice he's a lawyer. Talk to your MBA people. I mean, the Constitution.
It's not an MBA issue.
Maybe if you are strident in your voice against this Constitution, and they know that the thing rests squarely on your shoulders.
Even in the NBA, they struggle to become the president so that you can also join the fray. Because if you become the president of NBA, you now...
Your people also took 300,000 naira
from Wiki.
From Fubara.
Yes, from Fubara. Is it Fubara or Wiki?
So corruption is just...
It's endemic.
Anywhere you turn, it stares you in the face. You know?
Well, this would be a good place to anchor the conversation. Something to take into the weekend. We can only hope for a better Nigeria. We can only hope for a better Nigeria. Thank you very much, Daily Fanimo, for your thoughts. Big thanks to Mr. Eze Eluche Esquire. And we lost connection to Dr. Moshood Abiola at some point there. But thank you also for your contribution. Jane, thank you very much for staying back. Was basically dragged. Chukwuma Okoro, thank you for your contribution as well. And he makes a comeback later tonight on Political Lens. Promises to be interesting. It's a Friday, so you don't want to miss out on tonight's Political Lens. There'll be a lot of permutations, a lot of analysis that will help you decide on, help you shape your thoughts on how things are being done in the political space. Well, that's it on the show. I am Moses Humphrey. I'll see you next time, God willing.
See you on Monday.
Bye for now. Bye for now.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts.
Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Budapest called, two teams answered, Arsenal and Paris Saint-Germain. Can PSG make it a double in 2 years? Or can Arsenal make a total side do the impossible after their very first Champions League final 20 years ago? It seems like a very good season for Arsenal so far because they are in running for two major championships. The first is the Premier League, which more like look like Arsenal most likely pick it up, or the Champions League that is definitely prime for a very, very huge encounter between the defending champions, PSG, in this particular one that actually knocked out Bayern Munich last night. It's a game a lot of persons have been asking questions. Can this side actually do what the class of 2006 were unable to do, led by Thierry Henry? Can this side hold forth against a Pep Guardiola side that is known to actually come from behind to steal major honors? Can Mikel Arteta and his side live to be remembered as one of the greatest Arsenal side ever? All this and more we'll be exploring on this episode of the Sport Republic this morning, as we'll also be looking at the camp of the Super Eagles as continue to swell as players are trooping in, and of course some players rejecting the call. Players like Taiwo Awoniyi. We'll definitely also look straight into the camp of the Falconets, where they are built to play this Saturday against the Malawians in the last round of the FIFA Under-20 qualifying rounds. I'm Ikechukwu Agwago, and shortly, definitely, Abiodun Akwena will be joining me on the show virtually as we look into all of these matters and more. A lot has definitely happened in African football. Not to also forget the very big one that happened last night, talking about the NNL, Nigerian National League Super 4 Challenge that's going on in Ikene Asra Remo Star Stadium, where it seems like Inter Lagos have found their footing back again in this particular tourney. They won 2-0 against Ranchers Bees. We'll definitely be starting from the camp of the Super Eagles, as coach Eric Shell has submitted Nigeria squad for the upcoming Unity tournament to the Nigerian Football Federation with a mix of returning stars, trained players, and first-time invitees, including the team Ryan Alibiosu, who will be missing competition after being ruled out through injury and is expected to undergo surgery, and record Felix Agu of SB Werder Bremen. Of course, Agu made the Super Eagles debut last year's Unity Cup, but missed the African Cup of Nations due to injury. The defender is now fully fit and returned ahead of the Nigeria semi-final clash against Zimbabwe. The winner of the tie will face either India or Jamaica in the final. Of course, there's a lot of talk about this Unity Cup, game, and it's expected that Nigeria should actually, pick it up and do what they need to do to become champions again. Nigeria actually won the last edition right there in London, and most likely with the quality of team in display, I want to believe that Super Eagles have all it takes to actually go the way to actually pick up, the trophy again. And it's so sad to actually see Ryan Alibiosu because this is a tournament I really want to see more of him. And unfortunately, he's injured at this time. And it's not one of those, experience you want to get as a player who is trying to actually find, your footing in the Super Eagles, highly competitive squad. But unfortunately, we have to actually live with that. And I also wish him speedy recovery because it's not a place you want to be as a player that is trying to actually make a name for yourself. Away from that, let's go straight to Taiwo Owuni, the Nottingham Forest hitman. HL has named Taiwo Owuni in his professional squad for Nigeria's upcoming Unity Cup tournament in London, marking the striker's return to national team, considering after more than 1 year due to injury. And of course, however, sources close to the player say 28-year-old has turned down the invitation. Owuni, who recently scored a brace in Nottingham Forest win over Chelsea, is expected to undergo a minor injury at the end of the Premier League season. The timing of the procedure is set to clash with the tournament schedule, making him available for selection despite his inclusion in Chelsea's plan. It's so sad. Last season, we actually saw Taiwo Owuni, very, very terrible injury. And, he came back this season. He's been struggling with injury. And it's a very good time for him to actually come back against Chelsea in that one. He helped his side actually, pick up 3 vital points away from home right there at the bridge. And another very interesting thing is that Nottingham Forest right now are actually chasing the Europa League. In the semi-final against Aston Villa, they won the very first leg, 1 goal to nothing. The second leg is going to be huge one for them. If they can actually manage to get a draw, they'll definitely be in the finals. And now the Super League is also calling, for him to be part of, the team in London where the Unity Cup will be going on. But unfortunately, the young man also has, surgery planned for the end of the season, and that's exactly why, he's telling, the Nigerian Football Federation that he cannot not actually be part of, the game, the Unity Cup challenge. It's quite an unfortunate space to actually be at this point. But for a player of his caliber, we will not expect him to actually be, going through all of this at this point. But away from the story concerning, Taiwo Owuni, let's go straight to what's happening right there, in Malawi. But before we go straight to what happened or what's going on right there in Malawi, I'm talking about the game between the Super Falcons and Falcons, rather, I beg your pardon, and the Malawian national side. Definitely bring in Abiodun Apono. Abiodun, good morning and welcome to Sport Republic.
How are you doing this morning?
Absolutely. How's everything going with you? It's been a while.
Yeah, thank God. Thank God. Everything is fine.
All right, so let's go straight to what's happening in Malawi, because after the very first leg, they lost 2 goals to nothing right there in Ikene to the Falcons. The coach of Malawian side, talking about Maggie Chombo, has strengthened Malawi's squad ahead of Saturday's decisive second leg clash against Nigeria's women national under-20 football team in the qualifying round for 2026 FIFA Women's World Cup. The young Scotches trailed 2 goals to nothing after losing the first leg in Ikene and have now added foreign-based midfielder Faith Chimsinzu and Rose Kabzere to the squad for the returning fixture. Chimsinzu currently plays for Swedish side BK Häcken and was part of the team that won the 2025-2026 UEFA Women's Europa League title, while Kabzere is on the books of Montpellier in France. The winner on the aggregates will qualify for 2026 FIFA Under-20 Women's World Cup. And away from that, let's go straight to the NNL. Yes, that's a very big one last night. Inter Lagos bounced back from their opening defeat in Nigeria's National League Super 4 with a comfortable 2-0 win over Ranchers Beast in Ikene on Wednesday. After a balanced first half ended goalless, Koyum Akinpelu broke the deadlock 2 minutes after the restart with a powerful finish inside the box. Inter Lagos continued to dominate and double the lead in the 70th minute when Captain Bayo Oyedele converted the penalty after Akinpelu was fouled. The victory revived Inter Lagos' hopes in the competition, while Ranchers Beast were eliminated from the title race. Inter Lagos will now face Sporting Lagos, who defeated Dumas United 4 goals to nothing in a decisive final fixture of the tournament. That game comes up on Saturday and it's going to be very, very big. I mean, a lot of views and noise has been made about that one because it's one of those games where you want to actually see Lagos boys do the business. I mean, 2 Lagos teams, in fact 3 Lagos teams in this particular championship. I'm talking about 2 Lagos teams, Inter Lagos and Sporting Lagos. These 2 teams are actually here to actually do the business. Yes, that's exactly what the scoreline was last night, where Inter Lagos actually did the business. They actually corrected their wrong. They lost their first game in this particular tournament to Doma United. 1-0 they actually suffered, and then Sporting Lagos actually did the magic against Doma United in their own round of the game. They actually won that game 4-0. So this is exactly how the table stands at this point. Inter Lagos, Sporting Lagos stopping the group with 6 points, and then closely followed by Inter Lagos, who scored, they scored 3 goals and then conceded 1. So they've got 3 points and then, plus 1 goal. And now Doma United also, who lost 3-0, and they are third, and now Ranchers B. So if Inter Lagos, finds a way around Sporting Lagos, it's going to be quite interesting to actually see. But then, it's going to be huge cracker right there at the Remo Stars, stadium, talking about, Ikene. That's exactly, in fact, all roads lead to Ikene, come Saturday. And trust me, we'll definitely be bringing you the result of that one. Let me bring in Abiodun here. Abiodun, you actually been following the game, the NNL. I mean, what can you tell us about what you've seen so far in terms of quality of display? Recall that on Monday, when the tournament actually started, the coach of the Super Eagles was on ground to actually witness, firsthand what's going on right there. Perhaps actually scout player. But tell me your assessment of the quality of play, and when it comes to preparation, how far have they gone?
Well, the quality of play has been so impressive. If you recall, I think a few weeks ago, the NNL season came to an end, and there were talks about who is going to actually be the champion of the NNL. So the Super 4 was actually drafted, and the fans have been talking about Inter Lagos, Sporting Lagos, Doma United, and Ranchers View also. But if you look at all of these teams and you look at their performance during the season, they've done really well for themselves. And I think for me, in my opinion, I think it's a disservice to these teams coming together. Let's just have a round robin. Let's see a particular team go on to win the title. But then you now bring them together to play a Super 4. At the end of the day, maybe a team that do not deserve it will go on and win. But then with the latest results we've seen so far, it shows those who started really well in the NNL at the regular season have been able to continue from where they stopped also. So, and I think the Super 4 is justifiable in terms of bringing it together. But yesterday game, it was an improvement from what we saw from match day 1. Doma United losing to the hands of Sporting Lagos 4-0. That was a whitewash. Sporting Lagos actually won their first game 1-0. So there were a little bit of fatigue, and the tiredness was really showing in that game. But then they came back into the second game and they dispatched their opponent 4-0. So it shows the consistency of what sports actually want to do this season. And for Inter Lagos also, I was expecting them to win yesterday, but then I wasn't expecting a 2-0 win for them, because if you look at Ranchers this also, they've been very good this season, and I was expecting some level of competitiveness in terms of what they would bring, but then they were beaten by the Lagos-based side. So good performance from the Lagos, both Sporting Lagos and Inter Lagos. They both won their game, and it's going to be really interesting going forward into match day 3, which is going to be a derby between two Lagos sides, Sporting Lagos and Inter Lagos. And I'm rooting for Sporting Lagos because of their experience in the NNL. They've been in the NPFL before. Recall when they were in the NPFL, they got relegated, and we just love the buzz they brings around the NPFL. The glamour and the glee they bring around the NPFL, and a whole lot of people will definitely want to see them in the NPFL this season. But then, talking about the games that went down yesterday, it was an improvement from what we saw in match day 1, and we are poised to look forward to the match day 3 that will go on Saturday also.
Okay, so Abiodun, tell me, I mean, looking at this particular game now, you said you're actually rooting for Sporting Lagos to actually get the better of Inter Lagos in that particular game. But what do you think Inter Lagos has done from their very first game to actually improve in this particular one? I mean, you recall that first game, they actually lost 1-0 to Doma United that actually fell 4-0. And now they've defeated the same team that, Sporting Lagos defeated 1-0 in their first game, 2-0. What have they done different to actually achieve that kind of result?
I think they learned from their mistake because, like I said, at the conclusion of the NNL season, these players are tired, so they had some couple of time to actually required to get super. And match day one came as a shock for me because I was expecting Inter Lagos to win that game. But unfortunately, they lost. So they had no excuse not to, to bounce back in their second game. They need to, because you have it at the back of your mind that at the end of the day, the goal is to win the NNL title. So it depends on the amount of points you accumulate, and if you fail to get the job done, then you might be behind. So they needed to win their second game, and exactly what they did against Ranchers Bay. So for me, I think they just learned from the mistake in the their first game, and it is very important for them to bounce back in the second game. But going into the third game against Sporting Lagos have been very consistent. They won their first game at 1-0. The second game, they won 4-0. That is a level of consistency. So for Sporting Lagos, they have the momentum going for them into that game. They've got what it takes to actually, get the job done. But they need to have it at the back of their mind that they are playing against who are also well prepared. I think the players now have it at the back of their mind that, see, going into this game, winning is 3 points is non-negotiable. So it's going to be a bit difficult for Sporting Lagos and the fact that Inter Lagos also won their second game. They will also want to capitalize on the fact that, see, we have to get the maximum points against Sporting Lagos. So it's going to be a bit, difficult for both parties. But then it depends on who really wants the 3 points. So at the end of the day, it will boils down to how ready the coaching crew of both parties are. And for me, with what I've seen so far, in terms of goals scored, in terms of performance, in terms of their cohesion, I think I'll be tweeting towards Sporting Lagos going all the way to get the job done in the top game.
Okay, so let's look at these four teams. Now, these four teams will definitely be playing against themselves when the MPFL start proper, next season. Now, tell me from the point of, those, let's say, the point of the tabletop, I was talking about Sporting Lagos and maybe Inter Lagos, they're most likely going to end the top two in this particular championship. And then, the teams that will definitely be the bottom two at this point, talking about Doma United and Ranchers Bees. If it stands like that, comes out today, tell me what exactly is going to be the psychology of both teams going to the MPFL. How would these guys see themselves when they want to actually square up in the championship proper? And what exactly should the winners actually do to maintain the momentum? And what should the losers in this particular MPFL, in this particular NNL Super 4 Challenge do to actually mitigate and then come back stronger to ensure that what happened during the Super 4 doesn't happen in the MPFL proper?
Well, I think the Super 4 and the NNL, it's a different ball game entirely, because the NNL, for some people they call it one of the most competitive league in Africa, and that is a statement of fact. Because if you look at the NNL is so difficult that if you are not careful, you will find yourself in the top tier, which is the NLO. But then these four teams, they've been very, very consistent in terms of, results on the field of play. And that is why they found themselves in where they are right now. They are in the NNL Super 4. Their places in the MPFL is secure. They are going to play top flight football next season. But then the MPFL is a different ball game entirely. You have to be mentally ready, psychologically ready. You have to have the finances, to prosecute games the MPFL. You have to have, the right players to also prosecute the MPFL. So it's going to be a bit, difficult for all of these teams. But then for the likes of Doma United and Sporting Lagos, they've been there before. Of course, they got relegated, but then I want to believe they must have learned one or two, lessons from what happened to them, why they got relegated, and how they were able to, to manage themselves to return to the MPFL. So it's a big challenge for them right now. And you need to put into consideration the kind of player that you want to use to prosecute the MPFL also. So All of these things are what will be going through the minds of the management of all of these four teams. But then, for me, I think in the end, the likes of Sporting Lagos must have learned from their mistake, and they want to make sure they do not fall in that trap anymore. Or in terms of putting them where they are going to finish at the end of next season, honestly, I cannot say right now because it is still still a long time. Of course, the new season will start next season, and the friendly matches will go. Teams going into the transfer market to bring in players also. All of these things are going to be involved. But if you ask me, I think it's going to be a tall order for all of these four teams to remain in the NPFL next season. Or if you look at what the likes of Ikorodu City are currently doing in the NPFL right now, I think they should just take a cue behind what Ikorodu City is doing right now. Ikorodu City will be playing continental football next season because of what they've been able to do in the NPFL this season. They've been very, very consistent in terms of results on the field of play, in terms of management, in terms of how they manage the affair of the club. And I think that is what the likes of Sporting Lagos, Doma United, Inter Lagos, and Ranchers B should be doing. But then you really cannot say what will happen because you cannot project into the future what will happen. We don't know what the management are planning. We don't know what they have in plan for them to sustain the momentum in the NPFL. So I'm just looking forward to the new season. But as far as I'm concerned, I think the likes of Sporting Lagos might remain in the top flight next season because they've been learned one or two lessons to actually sustain their momentum in the NPFL next season.
Absolutely. Let's move away from what's going on right there in Ikene. Definitely will bring you the result of that come Saturday, where the final edition will be holding right there in Ogun State, where these guys will be coming up against themselves. Talking about Sporting Lagos and Inter Lagos. This is exactly what looks like the final of the championship, because whatever happens there, we're definitely going to be getting our winner in that particular side. Hopefully, one of these Lagos side will definitely pick it, and then we'll have this conversation here. And then Biodo, I'll be here to ask you if Sporting Lagos fails to actually get the trophy. I'll ask you why it did happen that way. But let's go straight to the Selhurst Park, where the Nigerian, talking about Chrysanthus Uche, a couple of days ago actually talked about his manager Oliver Glasner as a man who he described as he doesn't like me. And of course, the manager has actually responded and explained why Chrysanthus Uche was left out of the Crystal Palace UEFA Europa Conference League squad earlier this year. Uche, who joined the Eagles on loan from Getafe, had scored twice in the 4 appearances in the competition before being dropped from the squad list. Glasner said the decision was due to squad registration limits and the arrival of new signings, insisting it was not personal. The Palace boss admitted the Nigerian was unhappy with the decision, but explained the club expected Eddie Nketiah to actually return from injury at the time. The Austrian coach also stated that he still values Uche's despite the misunderstanding. And away from that, let's go straight to the big one. Yes, former Chelsea legend. I'll call him, a legend of the bridge. If you know him back in the days where he used to be one of those very difficult players to actually go around in the middle of the park for Chelsea. Talking about Florian Malouda has urged Nigeria's Victor Osimhen to move to the Premier League, insisting the Nigerian striker is ready for English football's demand. Osimhen, who has previously been linked with the clubs such as Chelsea, Manchester United, and Arsenal, joined Galatasaray on a long-term deal last summer after a loan spell at the Turkish side. Malouda, former Chelsea and France winger, said Osimhen's attributes make him ideally suitable for the Premier League and Champions League level, describing him as a player who belongs at the top tier of European football. He suggested that clubs like Chelsea or Liverpool would be better fit for the striker's style and leadership quality, while also questioning whether Manchester United would be ideal destination for him. Osimhen has enjoyed success across Italy, France, and Turkey, and continues to attract interest ahead of future transfer windows. Abiodun, look at this, from Florian Malouda, and tell me exactly, Victor Osimhen, is Chelsea or Liverpool the best, club for him in the Premier League if he has to move?
Looking at the two teams, Chelsea right now, I don't think that is the best destination for Victor Osimhen, honestly. Uh, if I'm to advise Victor Osimhen, I would never advise him to join Chelsea. Not because I hate Chelsea. Chelsea, of course, it's home for a whole lot of African players. Michael Essien, you know, Celestin Babayaro. These are African players who at some point, donned the jersey of Chelsea Football Club. But then if you look at what is currently going on at Chelsea right now, it is not the best destination for any top Nigerian player, honestly. Um, I don't know. I don't even know what the management of the team really wants in terms of success on the field of play. We know Chelsea to be one of the best in terms of winning trophy, and they love to play in the Champions League. They love to be competitive, but right now you don't even know the kind of Chelsea to expect week in, week out. And that is not something palatable for me as a football fan. But then, if they really want to build around achieving success on the field of play, of course, Victor Osimhen is the kind of player you would love to see at Chelsea. But right now, I do not think that is the best destination for Victor Osimhen. We would love him to play uh, at the elite level where you can actually compete for title, go on to win the Champions League, win League Cup and all of that. But at Chelsea, I'm really sorry. This might, actually come as something that a whole lot of their fans do not like. But for me, in my opinion, I do not think, Chelsea is the best destination for Victor Osimhen right now. You look at the kind of player that are Chelsea. These are not experienced players. I'm really sorry. Gone are the days where you had a whole lot of captains of national team playing for Chelsea. You talk about the likes of Michael Ballack, John Terry, Carvalho, Paulo Ferreira. These are top level players. But you look at Chelsea, you don't even know what the identity is like for Chelsea right now. So for me, looking at the situation, I do not think is the best destination. But for Liverpool, I think Liverpool are still on the right track in terms of what they want to do, in terms of the philosophy of the club. They know what they want. If they are gunning for a proper number 9, of course, Victor Osimhen should be the go-to man for them. But if you ask yourself, are they really ready, to sign Victor Osimhen? That is another question we should be asking ourselves. But then, if you ask me, I think the best destination for Victor Osimhen, and a lot of football fans have been talking about it. Maybe you should go to Barca, maybe you should go to Real Madrid, or maybe you should go to Bayern Munich. But then there's a certain hurricane at Bayern Munich, and the only European top club that you can actually say, okay, this is the best destination for Victor Osimhen, is a Barca for me. I think that is the best destination for the Nigerian international, honestly.
Okay, so let's take it back to the Premier League. You said Chelsea doesn't really look like it because they look like a team without a clear-cut identity at this time. They don't have real leaders that can actually really help Osimhen, break the ceiling in his career. But let's talk about, other teams in England at this point. Which team do you look like you see saying this team looks like a team that, will really be suitable for Victor Osimhen? Give me your top 2.
Well, I think it's going to be very hard. You look at Arsenal, they've got Victor Gyökeres. Let's go to Man City. There's a certain Erling Braut Haaland. So it's a bit difficult, except for Liverpool. Yes, Liverpool. And for Liverpool right now, there's a certain Ugo Ekitike who is out injured. Alexander Isak also is there. Is either here or there in terms of his form. United? But then we know. Well, for Manchester United right now, they look like the team who, have found their groove again. They look like a team who actually know what they want to do in terms of what they want to achieve on the small scale and in the future also going forward. With the appointment of a certain Michael Carrick on the interim, but then you don't even know who is going to come in as the permanent manager next season. Maybe it's going to be, a Carrick or a new manager entirely is coming on board. So if you look at all of that, you ask yourself as a top level player that, am I going for a club that is not settled yet? You don't know the kind of manager that is coming on board. If the manager is going to like my, pattern of play, is going to like me as a player. So you have to put all of that into consideration. So before you make those decisions, for me right now, I do not see any club in English football right now that Victor Osimhen would join, except he want to join a Chelsea side that you don't know what to expect from them. Of course, Chelsea would have been the perfect, over their history when it comes to African player. But right now, it is not the best destination because of the lack of identity in terms of leadership, in terms of what they want to achieve in that club. So I wouldn't advise Victor Osimhen to join a club like that. But trust me, all of the clubs remaining right now, I think they've gotten one or two striker, are already signed. Had it been Arsenal are yet to sign a proper number 9, it would have been, another great, destination for Victor Osimhen. But for me, I think it is only Manchester United I can actually, think of right now for Victor Osimhen to join.
Absolutely, only Manchester United for Abiodun. Now let's head straight to Germany, where it happened last night, right there, at the Allianz Arena, where Paris Saint-Germain have booked their place in the UEFA Champions League final after a disciplined 1-1 draw with Bayern Munich right there at the Arena, sealing a 6-5 aggregate victory to set up a showdown with Arsenal on the 30th of May. Ousmane Dembele gave PSG an early lead just 3 minutes into the second leg, converting Vicha Kvaratskhelia cross to extend the advantage in the tie. From there, Luis Enrique's side controlled proceedings with a composed defensive performance that frustrated the Bundesliga champion. Bayern Munich struggled to create clear chances, with Mikel Olise and Leroy Sané offering brief moments of threat, but PSG remained largely in control. Controversial refereeing decision in the first half added tension as Bayern Munich protested potential handball incident involving Nuno Mendes and João Neves, but neither resulted in a red card or a penalty. Hurricane eventually scored a late consolation in the stoppage time with a left-footed finish, but it came too late to change the outcome of the tie. PSG goalkeeper Matvei Stefanov was largely untroubled in the second half as Bayern Munich failed to mount a sustained comeback. They said Dewey and Kvaratskhelia also came close to extending PSG's lead before Kane's late strike. The result ends Bayern's Champions League aspiration despite a spirited effort over both legs, while PSG advanced to the second consecutive final where they will face Arsenal. Abiodun, it's a team that has scored 44 Champions League goals this season and a team that has conceded less than any other person. 6 goals they've conceded. I'm talking about PSG, who has scored 44 goals, and Arsenal that has conceded just 6 goals in this entire tournament, unbeaten so far in this particular championship. Tell me, what does Budapest look like come May the 30th?
Well, it's going to be an interesting conversation, honestly, and we are looking forward to it. 20 years after, playing in the final of the UEFA Champions League back in 2006, now they are back in the final of the UEFA Champions League. Mikel Arteta is done really, really well for the Arsenal faithful, and I'm really happy for them because they've been very consistent. The banter, the bashing is not good enough. They are butlers and all of that. And right now, they are where they are right now because of their consistency. And we need to put that out there. But then they'll be facing, a high-scoring side in Paris Saint-Germain who have got players who can, get you over the line. These are players who are quite experienced. But I'm really, really scared for Arsenal. And you look at their game against Atletico Madrid, I think Arsenal were not, bold enough in terms of, getting more goals. Had it been Atletico Madrid clawed their way back into that game, it would have been a different ball game entirely. But then they stood their ground. They were, solid defensively. They kept their shape. Their cohesion was really top notch. But I think Atletico Madrid were not, solid attacking wise. It would have been a different ball game entirely for us now. But then they are here. They are here right now. They're in the final, so we need to appreciate them. We need to talk about what they've done right. But against a certain Paris Saint-Germain, this is a final. You do not have a return leg to actually correct your mistakes. So for Arsenal going into that final, they need to be very, very bold. You have to think beyond just defending. You have to you take the game to your opponent because this is a final. It doesn't come better than the final. You just go for the jugular. Yes, I'm listening.
Abiodun, let's extray Arsenal so far. You've mentioned the finals, right? So let's look at Arsenal's in two games that look like one was a final, and another about two games that is more like a final this season that they've played. First was against Southampton, a side that, coming from Championship in Wembley, that game was like a final because whoever wins it moves straight, to the next round. And now they're actually playing against, they also played against Manchester City in another Carabao Cup final and they lost. Now, we saw the mentality in those two games. Now, tell me how Arsenal is going to actually step into this particular one. They've done so well in the Champions League, arguably the side that has considered less goals. And now we are looking at the side that, can actually score goals for fun. With the return of Bukayo Saka, who is the man who defined the moment for them against Atletico Madrid, can he actually inspire them to go all the way? Will one goal be enough? Because Arsenal has shown to be a side that, have shown to be a side that scored at most an average of 2 goals. And PSG seems to be a side that scored as most of an average of 3.5 goals. Now, Arsenal also is a side that, rarely concede goals. But PSG doesn't mind conceding a lot of goals, but they don't mind also getting, a lot of goals behind your net. Can Arsenal's defense withstand the attack of, Ousmane Dembele, Desire Doué, and of course, Bakola, and all of these guys, Kvaratskhelia, and also can PSG's attack, right, mount a very, very difficult challenge for the Arsenal defense line. Talking about, Gabriel Magalhaes and, Saliba. That's arguably the best defensive centre-back pairing in Europe at this point. Can they actually, get the better of these guys, in that particular tie? What is going to be the defining moment in these games for them? Alberto, can you hear me? Oh. Well, it seems we're struggling to hear Abiodun in this particular one. But then this particular game, like I said, is built to be one of those games where you don't just want to, go into this particular game with, the hope of, not making an error, because Arsenal so far this season, the way I've seen them so far, when they go into games, most times they go into these games with a lot of caution. Now, it might actually work against the defensive side. It might actually work against a side that really attack. But when you go up against a side that really, really like to attack, then trust me, if you're too cautious, you're definitely bound to make mistakes, because they'll keep coming at you and they'll definitely cost you, some defense, some errors, and then you definitely, put some ball behind your net. And once that happens, you become so uncomfortable, becomes jittery. Your players start, making unforeseen errors, and then, if it's a side like PSG.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you absolutely.
You were speaking about Arsenal,
Yeah,
right?
I was talking about
Like
Arsenal.
I said earlier.
Okay.
For me, I think Arsenal are too cautious in terms of their approach, to games. This is a final. You have to take those bold risks. You have to be courageous. You want to win a Champions League. The last time you were in the Champions League was 20 years ago, and you now have a better opportunity to actually win the first Champions League in the history of the club. So they need to be very, very bold. They need to approach this game deadline. For me, I love the fact that they've been very solid defensively. They've not conceded a whole lot of goals in the Champions League. All of that is good on paper. But then this is a final. You have to attack your opponent as if not going to play in this final anymore. So for Paris Saint-Germain, they've been scoring at plenty. We saw them in the first leg of that game against Bayern Munich. They scored a lot of goals, and they've been very, very consistent in terms of their goals. So it's going to be so unfortunate for Arsenal not to win this particular Champions League. But then for me, I love what Arteta has been doing, but then they need to be very, very courageous. They need to approach the game as if this is the last time they will be playing in the final of the Champions League. So it's going to be really interesting. I think for me, it's a 50-50 approach to who is going to win it. If Arsenal are bold enough, they are definitely going to win. If Paris Saint-Germain are honest enough also, because they want to approach this game with a little bit of cautiousness also, because they know that this Arsenal team, they are really good defensively. So you have to be very careful. You have to respect your opponent also. But at the end of the day, let's see who comes out to really triumphant. But I would love Arsenal to win this title, because the banter is just so crazy, and it will not go well if they fail to win the Champions League this season again.
I mean, the banter will always be there, whether they win it or not. That's exactly what football comes with. But Abiodun, let's look at Arsenal 20 years ago. The caliber of player they were actually, they had in their ranks going into that final against Barcelona. That had the likes of Samuel Eto'o, Ronaldinho, Ludovic Juli, Ed Milson. These guys, in Barcelona at the point, and now they're actually playing against a side, 20 years after. Let's look at the quality of the players that they paraded and what actually cost them in that particular final in 2005, 2006 season. A lot of persons actually said, one of the reasons why they lost that final was, either because of, the fact that they have a man down because of their goalkeeper that was red carded in the first half, and also because of their inexperience in the Champions League at that particular stage. Now let's look at both sides. Now, 20 years after, what has Arsenal learned, from that, journey, from that time to this particular time? Recall that the manager who took them to that particular final, was Arsene Wenger. And then Arsene Wenger is also actually the man who brought Mikel Arteta to Arsenal, when he had signed him on as a player, and he's now, the gaffer of Arsenal. What has the team learned in terms of, this particular 20 years journey and becoming, the powerhouse in Europe that we can actually see now?
Well, a whole lot of things has changed. 20 years ago, a whole lot has happened. A lot of clubs have won the UEFA Champions League. And, like I hinted earlier, Mikel Arteta and Arsenal, they've been very patient. They've been very consistent. I remember when Arsene Wenger was the manager of this particular team, fans of football usually call them Baba Jebu Club, very stingy. As a club, they don't love to sign, top level players. But then Mikel Arteta came in. The owners started investing in the team, and you look at the kind of player they've been able to, sign over the last, 3 or 4 seasons. These are top level players, and you have to, appreciate what the owners have been doing in terms of making sure they are also part of the team who compete for the big title. So a whole lot has changed. But then it looks similar also in terms of the kind of approach that the Arsenal of 20 years ago and the Arsenal of this season, the kind of style of play. The Arsenal can play direct football. They can play the tiki-taka kind of football, to enjoy the game, enjoy the flow of the game. And if they want to lock shop, they know how to play defensively. So they've been able to put all of this together and achieve something that will give them, a glory at the end of the day. So that is why they are in the final right now. That is why we are talking about them going on to win the EPL title. So if you look at all of that, it looks similar to that Arsene Wenger team 20 years ago, and what Mikel Arteta is doing with this Arsenal team right now. They look at the Barcelona of that season. Of course, the manager then wasn't a Spanish manager, but then you would never change the style of play of a Barcelona side. They will always play their style of play, the tiki-taka kind of play, the direct football, and they kept to their gun until they won the UEFA Champions League. So back to your question, I think what failed Arsenal back then, for me, I wouldn't say because they were inexperienced. Those guys were top level players, the French national team players. Thierry Henry was there, Roberto Pires, Patrick Vieira. These are World Cup players. You wouldn't want to say, oh, they are inexperienced. They are quite experienced on the highest level. So
Patrick Vieira was not in that particular team. It was Cesc Fabregas, quite very young at the time.
Sorry, Cesc Fabregas, I meant to say. And if you look at all of the players, they are quite experienced. So Campbell was there. So these are players who are also experienced. But then, for me, in my opinion, I think they were profligating in front of goal. You remember Thierry Henry, who happened to be one of the the biggest player in that team, missed a whole lot of chances. If you remember, So Adebini converted those chances. Maybe now Arsenal going all the way to win their second UEFA Champions League, but then that's happened. Now they are in the final, so I think Mikel Arteta need to look back at that final, and you have to tell the boys that, see, you have to take your chances, because a game of football, you also need to have it at the back of your mind that you need to take your chances, because if you are profligating in front of goal, at the end of the day, it could come back to haunt you. Certain Borussia Dortmund, they lost the UEFA Champions League to Real Madrid because they were also profligating in front of goal. So Arsenal need to be very lethal in front.
Okay, so Abiodun, let me ask you. Let's create a scenario, hypothetical scenario now. Should Arsenal win the Premier League and the Champions League come the end of this month, will Mikel Arteta be regarded, or should he be regarded as Arsenal's greatest manager?
Absolutely, because those he succeeded failed to win the Champions League. Arsene Wenger tried, got to the final, couldn't win the Champions League. And he's a Mikel Arteta who came in as an apprentice or other a certain Pep Guardiola. He came into the club consistently. He's finished second in the English Premier League. That is some level of class. Although you want to bash him for not winning the EPL when he had the opportunity to actually win the EPL. There's a certain Manchester City who has been dominating the English Premier League for God knows when, and you want to fault a manager who hasn't been able to win the EPL. I think that is not fair enough. But then, should they go on to win the EPL and the Champions League? Trust me, Mikel Arteta should be regarded as the best manager in the history of Arsenal Football Club by the virtue of what he's been able to achieve. He's been very, very consistent. You look at the kind of player he's been able to sign for this Arsenal team, and you ask yourself, has this guy been able to do well? It's a yes. So for me, I will regard Mikel Arteta as the greatest manager in the history of Arsenal Football Club.
But Abiodun, a lot of persons who have questions, because looking at what this man talking about Arsene Wenger did for over 20 years right there at the club, it says a lot about the quality and how he actually helped shape the team to become one of the most respected club side. Recall that Arsenal actually had issues with spending at the time, and when they were actually trying to set up their Emirates Stadium, and then this man was able to actually mind the budget to actually bring in players consistently for 17 years. It kept Arsenal in Europe. They didn't miss out on the Champions League for one season. I mean, trust me, it's huge debate when it comes to who is going to be the greatest manager ever. Should Arteta win the Champions League? Trust me, it's a big one. But I understand what you're saying. And of course, Arteta will definitely have a very, very good say, because the Champions League is actually the only trophy that is eluding Arsenal at this point to actually complete the banter when people actually throw it at them. Have you won the European Championship before? So that's the big question. Is actually able to actually do that. But we'll still wait. If it happens come May 30th, and then this conversation will definitely have life for us to actually really, really explore. But away from that, let's go straight to non-football stories and head straight to golf, where Rory McIlroy says he's more motivated than ever as he returns to PGA Tour action at the Trust Championship. Weeks after making history with a successful Masters title defense at Augusta National, the world number 2 became only the 4th player ever to win back-to-back Masters titles and secured the 6th major overall with one-shot victory over Scotty Scheffler. After taking a break, he now resumes competition at Quail Hollow, a course where he has already won 4 times. McIlroy admitted the latest Masters triumph felt different, describing it as a validation for years of work rather than a life-changing moment. And he said he's focused on maintaining momentum across a busy run and includes the PGA Championship, US Open, and the Open. He also reflected on a more relaxed period off the course, spending time with family and attending events before returning to training ahead of what he called an exciting stretch of the season. The Northern Irishman is the pre-tournament favorite this week as he bids for 5th Trust Championship title. And with that, we'll head straight to Formula One, where Ferrari's disappointing performance at the Miami Grand Prix has raised fresh doubts over their 2026 title ambition, with pundits warning the team may already be falling behind rivals McLaren and Mercedes. Despite bringing a major upgrade package after a 5-week break, Ferrari struggled to pace as Lewis Hamilton finished 6th and Charles Leclerc 8th in the race, dominated by McLaren in the sprint and Mercedes Kimi Antonelli in the Grand Prix. Leclerc's race unraveled after a late spin that cost him a high finish, while Hamilton was also compromised after early contact with damage his car. Both incidents added to already difficult weekend for Italian team. Of course, on Sky Sports 1 F Show podcast, Karun Chandak said Ferrari's upgrade had not delivered the expected progress, warning that the team could be in trouble if further performance gains are not found soon. Concerns has also been raised about Ferrari's power unit setup, with suggestions that the smaller turbo may be helping their start but costing them pace over race distance. With McLaren expected to bring further upgrades in Canada and Mercedes also preparing improvement, analysts fear Ferraris risk slipping further behind unless they respond quickly. And of course, Abiodun, it's good to actually have you join me right there in Sport Republic this morning.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure.
Absolutely. And of course, with that, we'll definitely be wrapping up today's edition of the Sport Republic show this morning. Of course, do well to join the guys later this evening as Afis and Jerry will be bringing it home, breaking down all of the football stories, particularly what happened last night and what's definitely happened also right there in Ikene, talking about, the NNL Super 4 Challenge. Of course, do not also forget to be part of Sport Republic tomorrow, as Kizzy will be here to take us through the journey. Up next is the midday news, as David Edwin takes us, across the globe to know what exactly is happening. I'm Ike Chuku Agu. Have a sporty day ahead.
ezigbo nwa afọ Naịjirịa ka ihe m ga-eme pụrụ iche
nwanne m nwoke
Adanne
m ga-akwụ chi n'eziokwu kwanyere ndị ọzọ ugwu ma lekọta obodo anyị anya
gbam
ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa ga-aga n'iru ma ọ bụrụ na anyị jikọta aka kwado ndị na-achị anyị ka ha mee nke ha, anyị ga-emekwa nke anyị.
N'ezie ọganihu ga-adị ma ọ bụrụ na anyị na ndị na-achị anyị jikọta aka rụọ ọrụ.
Asaa bụ
onye ndị na-achị anyị kwekọtara ha ga-eme ka obodo wee dị mma.
Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwezuenu o! Ọ bụrụ na bụ ezigbo onye Naịjirịa aga m eme na-edozi ụzọ anyị ụcha oge niile na-akwụtụsi n'ụzọ eziokwu na-emere ndị agbata obi anyị ebere. Ndị ọchịchị ga-arụ ụzọ ọma na-abịa, wuo ụlọ ọgwụ ọma na Anambra, mee Enugu ka ọ dị nchebe ehihie n'abalị. Nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo, ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu. Nkwekọrịta ndị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza, ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya. Ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma. nchebe gburugburu mebe obibi onye niile. Ndị ọchịchị ga-eweta ahụike ọ bụrụ na nrọ ọrụ ike mụta aka ọrụ. Ndị ọchịchị ga-emepe ụzọ ọrụ n'Ebonyi Imo ọ bụrụ na nkwanye ugwu nye agbụrụ niile n'otu ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị. Ndị ọchịchị ga-ekpe ikpe ziri ezi nye onye ọbụla. Nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo. Ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naijiria elu. Nkwekọrịta dị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya. Ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naijiria gaa nke ọma. Naijiria amaala mma o. Naijiria obodo mmanụ aṅụ na mmiri ara ehi na-asọ. Ụzọ ọma o, ụlọ ọgwụ ọma o, ebe obibi ọma o. Igbo ndị ọma pụtanụ ka anyị yọleba onye agbakwala nke nwanne ya gbara. Let's go!
Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu na Imo. Anyị ga-ekwe nkwa na anyị ga-eso ụzọ asaa na asaa ndị na-achị anyị wepụtara.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching VOP TV.
What up? My name is Usumachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV. And, just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi, guys. It's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelehon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, how are you? That's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelehon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
Hello, my name is Inedo. Keep watching VOP TV.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi everyone, I hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV and just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi guys, it's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
That are some people's voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hey guys, it's your girl Larry Kel the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Boma Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, how are you? Somebody that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Boma Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I
Well, hello and welcome to the Midday News and Voice of the People television. I am David Edwin. First, the headlines. DG denies reports of Uzodima's removal as chairman. Awoyale cautions APC Kwara South against automatic tickets for lawmakers. Hayatuddin picks ADC presidential nomination forms, vows to tackle insecurity, cost of living. ADC alleges pressure on George to step aside from Nephew Gombe case. Nigerian Army rescues 9 abducted orphanage victims, false logistic operations in Kogi State. NIMET warns of flash flooding risk in 19 states. And in business, Naira holds steady against the dollar on Friday as forex liquidity improves. In sports, Crystal Palace reaches first European final after beating Shakhtar Donetsk 5-2 on aggregate. And in entertainment, Instagram ends end-to-end encryption for direct messages. And now the news in full. The Director General of the Progressive Governors Forum, Folorunsho Aluko, has denied a report claiming that Imo State Governor Hope Uzodinma was removed as chairman of the forum. In a statement issued on Friday morning, Aluko said no such decision was taken and that no meeting of the forum was held for that purpose. He affirmed that Uzodinma remains in charge of the forum and said the group remains united, focused, and committed to its responsibilities. The statement was issued in response to a report on Thursday night alleging that about 20 governors met at the Ogun State Governor's Lodge in Abuja and agreed to remove Uzodinma. Moving on, the president of Orisun Igbomina and a chieftain of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, Benga Awoyale, has urged stakeholders of the party in Kwara South Senatorial District to avoid granting automatic tickets to serving members of the National Assembly ahead of the 2027 general elections. In a statement issued on Friday, Awoyale said democracy should be guided by competition, accountability, and the free choice of party members. He stated that no elected official should be considered entitled to a return ticket without passing through the party's democratic nomination process. Awoyale warned that the perception that some serving lawmakers could secure automatic tickets through political influence or internal arrangements was harmful to party unity and discouraging the other aspirants. Elsewhere, the Social Democratic Party, that's the SDP, says it will proceed with its scheduled May 9th National Convention in Bauchi State after a police operation at its Abuja National Secretariat. Heavily armed police officers entered the party headquarters alongside other former national chairman Shehu Musa Gabam, whose removal by the party leadership remains disputed. The incident marked the latest development in an ongoing leadership involving conflicting claims over the party's legitimate leadership after recent court ruling and actions by the Independent National Electoral Commission. SDP National Chairman Farouk Sadiq Gombe confirmed that he called what he called interference by INEC in the party's internal affairs and said the convention would go ahead as planned, despite efforts to prevent its successful conduct. Moving on, presidential aspirant Mohammed Hayatuddin has collected the African Democratic Congress expression of interest and nomination forms ahead of the 2027 elections. Hayatuddin, an economist, is the first aspirant to obtain the ADC presidential nomination form, receiving it from the party's national organizing secretary, Prince Chinedu Idigo, according to a statement from his media unit on Friday. In the statement, Hayatuddin said the 2027 election should focus on restoring economic stability and strengthening security. He pledged to address insecurity, create jobs, and reduce the high cost of living affecting millions of Nigerians. Meanwhile, the Federal High Court sitting in Abuja has scheduled a hearing for today in a suit seeking to prevent former President Goodluck Jonathan from contesting the 2027 presidential election. This was filed by lawyer John Mary Jidobi, who is asking the court to declare Jonathan constitutionally ineligible to run for president again. Justice Peter Lifu ordered on May the 28th that hearing notices be issued and served after the defendants failed to file responses. Jonathan is named as the first defendant, with the Independent National Electoral Commission and the Attorney General of the Federation listed as the second and third defendants. The plaintiff is seeking an order to restrain Jonathan from presenting himself as a presidential candidate to any political party and to bar INEC from accepting or publishing his name for the 2027 polls. The originating summons seek the court to determine whether the combined provision of Section 1, subsection 1, 2, and 3, and Section 137, subsection 3 of the 1999 Constitution bars Jonathan from contesting the presidency under any circumstances. Meanwhile, the African Democratic Congress, ADC, has alleged that there were attempts to pressure Justice Emeka Nwite of the Federal High Court sitting in Abuja to step aside from the Nafiu Gombe case. The party said the move could lead to the matter being reassigned to judges perceived to be politically pliable, and described it as an effort to influence the judicial process in a political sensitive matter. ADC National Publicity Secretary Bolaji Abdullahi stated that forces within government were trying to frustrate the cause of justice by pushing for the judge's recusal. Moving on, the Senate has reversed its recent amendments to the standing orders, reopening the contest for key leadership positions in the 11th National Assembly and potentially paving the way for fresh contenders in the 2027 Senate presidency race. The decision followed a motion by Senate leader Akpayemi Bamidele, who said the amendments could create constitutional inconsistencies and unintended tensions after further review. With the reversal, all duly elected senators can now participate in the election of presiding officers without first taking the oath of office and allegiance. The resolution was adopted during plenary presided over by Deputy Senate President Jibril Barrow. Before the reversal, the Senate had amended its rules to allow only senators elect who had taken the constitutional oath to participate in proceedings, including voting for the Senate President and Deputy Senate President. The development caused mild tension in the chamber after Senator Adams Oshiomhole raised a point of order to clarify remarks that sparked a disagreement with the Senate President on Wednesday over lawmakers' freedom to express their views during proceedings. Earlier, a political analyst and lawyer, Eyediame Eromosele, said the Senate's reported new rules restricting first-time or returning lawmakers from participating in the election of physical officers may be politically motivated ahead of 2027. Our correspondent has the details.
There's a growing debate over the new Senate rules reportedly aimed at restricting first-time senators or returning lawmakers from participating in the election of principal officers. The development has sparked political reactions, with some describing it as a move to consolidate power ahead of the future leadership contest.
Every jurisdiction has its own tradition, and Nigeria is no different. I agree on one hand that yes, there's need for institutional memory, but at the same time, I think this is presumptive and a bit too early and should not be a priority. The priority is that they should make legislation for the good and the betterment of Nigeria and its citizens.
The analyst notes that similar power struggles have occurred in the past assemblies, recalling the dynamics of the Senate since 1999. He argues that internal party interest often shapes leadership outcomes in the upper chamber.
The Constitution allows the Senate to make its own rules for the effective legislature of the country, and that comes even under the scope that we are discussing right now. But in reality as well, there has been allegation that the move done by the Senate is calculated in barring new entrants, possible new entrants in 2027 11th Senate. Contestants like Hope Uzodinma, His Excellency, former Deputy Senate President Ovi Omo-Agege as well. To be honest, in as much as the Senate has its own rules to, help build what you call institutional memory, that doesn't stop the very fundamental rights by Senate to elect their leaders. That's on a constitutional note.
On the legality of the new rule, the analysts say any provision that contradicts the Constitution can be challenged in court. However, he adds that political actors may still find ways around the restriction. He further notes Senate leadership battles are often influenced by party strength, zoning arrangements, and shifting political alliance ahead of elections.
Of course, an argument can be had with respect to how it undermines possible democratic norms, principles, because at the end of the day, what you do is that you try to limit the scope of people who can bring about fresh ideas, leadership, better administrative skills, and other factors that may align with what the party wants or even align with the executive as well. As you know, after this hierarchy debacle, or during his after his own tenure, most party, especially the ruling party, prefers to work with a Senate president that can be a bit a calming influence, one who can set about compromises, one who can drive and pilot the affairs. So that is there, and but then if you now try to close the door to new entrants, you restrict the pool of people, and there's no way to tell how much this can also affect even those who seek to champion it, because first they need to win their own election.
For VOP TV, I am Monica Ogolo.
Thank you so very much, Onyeka, for that report. Moving on to other stories. Troops of the 12th Brigade of the Nigerian Army have rescued 9 victims abducted from the Dauru Kitab Islamic Orphanage in Zariaga, local government of Kogi State, and followed an alleged terrorist logistic operation in separate coordinated operations. The Army said the operation were carried out as part of ongoing security efforts under Operation Tiger Paw 2. The update was given on Thursday in a statement by Acting Assistant Director of Army Public Relations for the 12th Brigade, Hassan Abdullahi. You're still watching the midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. We go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more, in the studio with us is Mr. Dele Fanimo. Mr. Fanimo is a seasoned reporter and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Fanimo, and thank you for joining the conversation.
Good afternoon, David.
All right, then. Also joined us virtually is Mr. Sunday Oladapo. He is a political commentator as well as a public and political affairs analyst. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Sunday, and thank you for joining the conversation as well.
Yeah, good afternoon, and am I audible? Thank you for having me.
Yes, you're very audible. Thank you so very much for being here as well. Also, we have joining us virtually Mr. Kwame Obulami, a public affairs analyst as well, joining us virtually to make sense of this story. Mr. Kwame, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, and thanks for having me.
All right, then. Well, let me start off with you, Mr. Kwame. The situation surrounding the rescuing of 9 victims abducted from the Dauru Kitab Islamic Orphanage in Zariagi local government area in Lokoja, Kogi State, is one that has made it to the news table today. First off, what do you make of the fact that these young people have been rescued, plus the fact that the army is presently saying that they also followed an alleged terrorist logistic operation in separate coordinated operations? How much of these should we be celebrating, owing to the fact that right now insecurity seems to be at the high across the country? Mr. Kwame.
Can you hear me clearly now?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
All right. Okay. This situation is so pathetic as it becomes a rampant situation in the country. Nigeria is now a den for kidnapping. However, as it persists, before now we have an idea that the persistence of this is political, as we've heard from Sheikh Gumi before this time. And we look forward to a government that should be responsive to saving our own people from the den of kidnapping. But unfortunately, it's for me, from my own perspective, it has become a norm in our society, and not just a norm, it has become more political, that one party is using it against the other, or one individual using it against the other. So Nigeria has really gone down, and we need a way out of this. And with the gesture of the government that we have today, it seems there's no hope this has come to stay. So that's unfortunate fact that we found ourselves now.
Okay, I'm still going to stay with you, Mr. Kwemi. The body language of the political elites in the country is quite a very disturbing one. And I dare say at this point, the statement accredited to the Senate president saying that after election, weeks after election, you will stop hearing kidnapping, you will stop hearing banditry. Does this show a sign of the fact that this is the lived reality that we're facing in Nigeria? Plus, is the political elites doing very much more jobs when it comes to securing the lives and properties of her people at a time like this, with that kind of language?
A government that cannot provide a solution to its own people at this period of time shows that there is no hope, there is no solution in such administration, even after being re-elected. That statement is so light in the eye of people like us that understand the nitty-gritty of what governance, good governance should be. They may tell that statement to a pepper seller on the road that, oh, don't worry, after election, what are you doing now? If it means that after election, you are still the owner of the office, then why don't you act responsibly now to the situation? So these people have nothing to offer Nigeria. Nigeria need a total overhauling of the current political administrators. We need better people that can serve Nigerians and defend its people.
All right, then. Let me take this conversation to Mr. Sunday Oladapo. Looking at the situation that we found ourselves presently, and we're still talking insecurity, the presidency in the new appropriation bill for 2026 marks quite a number figure for the security. Again, that's according to the presidency now is going to truly give a bit of respite when it comes to insecurity in the land. But then concerns are being raised also about the fact that from these operations, just like the Army's public relation for the 12th Brigade, Hassan Abdullah did say that they did repel some of they foiled some of the alleged terrorist logistic operations. With these kind of foiling, how much of intelligence does the Army have presently to bring to book, maybe to a barest minimum, the level of insecurity that we found in the country?
Well, sincerely speaking, number one, we have to give it to this administration. There had been an administration in Nigeria where people were kidnapped and the presidency or the government thought it was a joke. I remember the Chibok saga many, many years back. Now we are talking of a government that has been proactive. I want to believe even since there have been a U.S. noise, the security operatives have been proactive. Every day you get news of foiling attacks. And then if you also look at like the first respondent says, governance is not a tea party. That people believe that you can just go there and put a magic wand and security issues disappear. I think that is the major point that make people look at it from outside. Then when they got inside, they see that it is looking bigger than what they could resolve immediately. So I believe the government is doing well, is as regards security presently. And my only hope is that we have that courage to completely complete the state police issue. Because coming back to terrorism or insecurity that we have here, which is why many people will keep telling you that they are politically motivated. And like the Senate president has said, after election, it will goes off, which is normally true. But the truth of the matter is this: most of these terrorism or terrorist acts are local. The same Kogi state that happened, I had been in Kogi recently, and I can tell you in that terrain, no foreigners will come there without the connivance of the local to attack anybody. So it has the ingredients of our people being dishonest. So if we keep on blaming government and our people are dishonest, and now I just hope that state police will be enacted, implemented, so that now if your people kidnap your people and your people are the police, let us see your reaction. So that is what I just hope the government will have that strength. Because if you look at governance for many decades, I want to believe that this is one of the only presidents that have that courage to even push that out. Because it takes an unselfish leader, a good leader, to know that, because many complain had been state government will hijack state police. These people will hijack state police. But this president has come out to tell you that, okay, I can commit it into their hands. So that at the end of the day, let us police ourselves. So that once my own criminal will be handled by myself, I believe at that time I won't allow him to dent my image or to attack my people. Thank you.
Oh, well, some would want to have a bit of argument with you there, particularly part of state policing, because by the model presented by the IGP Tunji himself, it stated that it was going to have a planning of 5 years. And again, one would say with the security situation in Nigeria, how much of a time does the Nigerian police have to want to stay to a model of 5 years? But then again, let's put it up there. Some also did say that the attacks in some parts of the West right now clearly are understood to be local, just like you mentioned. But how much of an intelligence do you think the Nigerian army is having to fight insecurity right now? Now, I'm not even talking state police, I'm talking intelligence, Mr. Sunday.
Yeah, thank you. I believe that the Nigerian army, this SS, which is supposed to be the intelligence base of the security architecture, is not doing enough now to work with the community. Because until the military and then the DSS and others will mix up and let the people have confidence in them, that is when those information can really flow. Because nobody is a spirit in this world. Nobody is a spirit. For you to gather intelligence, you need the people. Now, these same people knows a stranger that comes into their community. They know a stranger that entered their farms. They know how all these things are carried out. But because the people don't have so much confidence that, okay, if I come to the military, to the DSS, and give them an information, I don't even know if the person I'm passing that information to is compromised. So there is a need to build a trust between the people, the community, and this and the intelligence officer, especially DSS and the military. There is a very good need to ensure that there is a trust built in between both parties.
The fact that some Nigerians now are losing faith on this administration and even the previous one when it comes to insecurity. I did show you some headline this morning, and I would like our producers to have that particular paper on Nigeria News Direct, where the headline clearly states a governor saying communities that negotiate with bandits now enjoying peace. That is in the Nigerian News Direct front page. If we have it, I just wanted to put that up. Now, Mr. Fanimo, looking at these particular statements from a sitting governor, what do you expect the followership to think at this point with the level of insecurity in the country?
Well, in a nutshell, if you find yourself in Katsina today, the only plausible reason for you to stay is to accept your fate, that anytime it could be your turn. Because I don't imagine a governor, even if you are doing it, you don't show it, coming to the media to claim that the momentary respite in his state is a result of inducement of your traducers. What that technically
More like negotiating with terrorists.
Is this not even negotiation? He had settled at this point. Because for him to say that the respite you see is just not free, it was bought. And how long? You see, those days when I was in my secondary school days, between Form 1 in 1976 and Form 2 in 77, I had already read about 123 available James Hadley Chase then. And what came true, there are three things that came true. If anybody who has read James Hadley Chase well enough will understand. It's a crime fiction by one Briton. It's late now. There is nowhere in those stories that if you kill a policeman, that you can ever go scot-free. You'll be arrested. 2, there is none among the series that you are pampered as an enemy of the state or enemy of your community. It is either that person goes to jail, or if it requires death sentence, so be it. I also recall that even Sidney Sheldon, who is also a fiction author, also gave this, because it was teaching us morals at that time. And so that residual knowledge of how crimes and criminals play out and how the law catches up. In all those series, criminals avoid the police, not even the army. But today, criminals confront and dominate the military right in their base.
Even the NSA admitted to the fact that there are some people within the army who also have a negotiation with this.
What do you expect? You see, it takes one killing to become a serial killer. Somebody who is used to killing for the fun of it. Have you forgotten early last year, during Ramadan, Tauji went to Sokoto, and to crown his Ramadan feast, he killed 12 people. What would you call that? And that's the kind of people they are saying they are rehabilitating and reintegrating into our armed forces.
You took those words out of my mouth, Mr. Fanimo. Looking at the reintegration of these individuals who have been captured by the Nigerian army, how much of a morale booster, I dare say those words loosely, is this development going to be having on the Nigerian army?
Are you not scared that there was this statistics that says 152,000 had either been captured or they have surrendered and all that, and they have been rehabilitated, or some of them are still in the process of rehabilitation? What does that tell you? The total armed forces, the three, Air Force, Navy, Air Force is about 15,000, Navy is about 25, and Nigerian Army is about 180 put together. And you have 152. So almost half of the total of our armed forces were captured among them, which means that cannot be 50% of those marauders that are still tormenting us in this country. So which means the total population of the people that are killing, maiming, raping, and injuring people, they're likely to be in the neighborhood of 400,000.
But Mr. Fanimo, before we jump to another conversation, do you also would subscribe to the sentiments that the state policing might do a lot when it comes to quelling down insecurity in Nigeria?
It will. If the locals in Plateau can tell you that they have lost confidence in the Nigerian army, the soldiers that were deployed to their communities. That they, rather than protecting them, they were using the firearm bought from your tax by the state against the taxpayer. A policeman who probably is from Barkinladi will not even, he will even defy his superior's order if he's ordered to turn his rifle against his people. Because if the mother or father is not in that community at that time, he will have cousins among the people in Barkinladi. So he will not do that.
All right, then. I would ask this question, and I will let these questions go around before, maybe let me just ask the question. From what you have just said, looking at the fact that the Nigerian government is still radicalizing these people and, of course, trying to bring them back into the society, plus the creation of Nigerian police, these two situations, bringing them together, is there a political will to stamp out insecurity with these two developments, Mr. Fani?
If there is any, I've not seen. Rather, I'm pessimistic about this situation coming under control.
All right, then. Your take in 30 seconds on the reversing of the standing orders of the Senate yesterday. Your take in maybe 30 seconds.
Well, it's a game between them, and that shouldn't be our border as Nigerians. They are just doing that, and that's why it comes up, and it will be easily resolved because it's a game of thrones.
All right, then. Let me go to Mr. Sunday. I don't know if he's still staying with us. The same question. Using these two developing situations, just opposing them together, and I'm talking about the de-radicalization of these bandits and terrorists, plus the creation of state police. Is there in any way the political will by the political elites to stamp out insecurity, judging by these two developments in all of this?
Well, on de-radicalization, let me quote the new Minister of Defense. He said, anybody that de-radicalize or forgive terrorists should be treated as one. And I stand with that notion that people that have been killing and acting against the state should have no pardon for the state or from the state. But like I said earlier on, and according to one of the governors that you quoted, that said that people that negotiated with terrorists have peace. So the people, we the people still come to play the most games, because I can tell you the sentiment that runs in Nigerians people, in Nigerians are funny. If a thief, an armed robber now attack a house and destroy a lot of things, and people take that armed robbers and try to attack the robbers, a lot of people will have that sentiment that, no, they should not have attacked him. So I'm saying the same thing to say that, to me, I believe they should not be radicalized. They should serve their punishment. Then also, I now believe that if government think that that is the way out, then they should serve the punishment first, so that other people don't see that as a short route to making it out of terrorism. Because when everybody see that when you are terrorists and you spoil, you destroy, then they will come back and accept you, rehabilitate you up. Then it's not going to end terrorism at all in Nigeria.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Mr. Sunday. Mr. Kwame, your take as well, maybe in 30 seconds, please.
And I will use Lagos as an instance because I don't want to limit terrorism to the north or some side in the east. Terrorism is also in Lagos, but I want us to check, how did our politicians emerge as governors, as senators? How did they emerge as House of Representative members? They use thugs. So a government that employs thuggery into power cannot curb terrorism.
All right, then.
Election is here. Go and check all the aspirants. Go and check all the aspirants and APC roaming around Lagos with thugs. They are the voice that we use at election to disrupt ballot, polling units.
Oh, well.
Once they emerge and they get into office, they will use this voice.
All
So
right.
such governments cannot curb terrorism. And that's exactly that will happen with state policing. They will employ their boys into it. So my position is this government cannot curb terrorism.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Mr. Kwame Ogunlami, a public and political affairs analyst, for joining the conversation this afternoon. Thank you so very much. Also, big thank you to you, Mr. Sunday Oladapo, a political and public affairs commentator and analyst. Thank you so very much for joining the conversation as well. And in the studio with us.
Thank you for having me, and have a nice day.
You too, you too. And in the studio here, we had with us Mr. Daly Fanimo, who is a seasoned reporter and also public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much for being here. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, Nimet warns 19 states of flooding. These and more after we return from the break. Please stay with us.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender, and Jackson.
Glad to have you back. And it's still the media news right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to other stories. The Nigerian Meteorological Agency has warned that 19 states faces risk of flash flooding in the coming days due to expected heavy early rains. In an advisory released Thursday, NIMET said dry and hardened soils would limit water absorption and increase surface runoff. The states listed as likely to be affected includes Zamfara, Nasarawa, Kwara, Oyo, Lagos, Ogun, Ekiti, Delta, Imo, Anambra, Enugu, Ebonyi, Oka, Akwa Ibom, Cross River, Rivers, Edo, Ondo, and Bayelsa. The agency said possible impacts include flooded roads, traffic disruptions, damage to homes, farmlands and infrastructure, blocked drainage, power and telecommunication outages, and heightened risk of injury and waterborne diseases. Residents are advised to clear blocked drains, avoid flooded areas, and monitor official weather and flood alerts. NIMET also called on authorities to strengthen coordination and emergency responses. The warning follows a recent federal government alert that 14,118 communities in 33 states and the Federal Capital Territory are at the risk of severe flooding in 2026. Elsewhere, Edo State government has joined the global community to mark this year's World Hand Hygiene Day with a renewed call for better hygiene practices in hospitals and homes. The event, held at Central Hospital Benin City, brought together health officials, workers, and stakeholders to highlight the importance of regular hand washing in preventing infections and improving healthcare deliveries. Our correspondent in Benin City, Rhoda Johnny, has more in this report.
In collaboration with the Edo State Ministry of Health, has commemorated this year's World Hand Hygiene Day at the Central Hospital in Benin City. Speaking during a press briefing, the Commissioner for Health, Dr. Cyril Oshomole, sensitized health workers on the importance of proper hand hygiene in preventing infections and promoting safer healthcare delivery.
Responsibility to ensure that safety begins with clean hands. A simple act, washing hands at the right time, can prevent complications, reduce hospital stays, and ultimately save lives. Here in Edo State, under the visionary leadership of our excellent Senator Monday Okpebolo, we are committed to strengthening infection prevention and control across all health facilities. We continue to emphasize training, providing of high hygiene materials, and accountability system to ensure that hand hygiene is not just encouraged, but practiced consistently. But beyond our hospitals, this message is for everyone. Hand hygiene is not only for the health workers, it is for mothers, fathers, children, traders, teachers, and for all of us. Clean hands reduce the spread of diseases such as diarrhea, respiratory infection, and even emerging outbreaks.
He noted that this year's theme, Action Save Lives, Safer Care starts with clean hands, highlights the need for constant hand-washing practices among health workers and members of the public.
Today, I urge our health workers, let hand hygiene be your culture, not just your duty. To our citizens, make hand washing with soap a daily habit before eating, after using the restroom, and after contact with
Nigerians to make regular hand washing a daily habit. High point of the event was the demonstration of proper hand washing techniques by health workers. Rhoda Johnny, Vop TV News.
Thank you so very much, Rhoda, for that report. Moving on, a media expert and director of special programs at the Nigerian University of Journalists, G.D. Johnson, says the court ruling restraining the National Broadcasting Commission from sanctioning broadcasters over express opinions is only a temporary relief pending a final judgment. Our correspondent has more in this report.
The High Court in Lagos recently restrained the National Broadcasting Commission (NBC) from sanctioning broadcasters for expressing opinions on issues of public interest. The ruling followed a suit filed by SEREP and the Nigerian Guild of Editors, challenging parts of the NBC code. A media expert said the judiciary should not be seen as an ally of journalists alone, but also part of the democratic process.
We shouldn't be celebrating judgment or interlocutory injunction granted by the Lagos High Court, because that's the norm. Is like people celebrating journalists reporting stories or covering or carrying out investigative journalism. As far as I'm concerned, every institution of the state must perform their function, and so we shouldn't see the judiciary as an ally of journalists alone. We should see the judiciary as part and parcel of the democratic process in the dispensation of justice to whoever deserves justice. So as far as I'm concerned, this is a temporary reprieve because the substantive case will soon be heard. The court just granted the injunction, the relief sought by the SERAP and the Nigerian Guild of Editors, and so it's a welcome development.
The expert says the court only granted an interim injunction and the final outcome of the case could reshape the media regulations in Nigeria. He adds that the matter may eventually get to the Supreme Court for a final interpretation.
When the substantive case is heard, everybody will come forward with their argument and the judge will rule over the matter. And once this particular case gets to the Supreme Court and there's a final ruling by the Supreme Court, I hope the stranglehold that NBC is trying to impose on journalists and journalism practice in Nigeria will come to an end.
Speaking on neutrality in journalism, the media practitioner says complete objectivity is difficult because of the
that expression of opinion away, then you have taken away what makes human being to be human being, because the anchor of a fundamental human right is on the freedom of expression, freedom of association, to express and publish your own view. Is the first right that actually God even gave to man, because God gave man the right of choice to make a choice, and choice among competing alternatives.
For Voice of the People TV, I am Monica Ogolo.
Well, thank you so very much, Monica, for that report. From there, let's move straight to talking business. The Nigerian Naira traded within a relatively stable range against the US dollar on Friday, May 8, 2026, in both the official Nigerian foreign exchange market and the parallel markets as traders monitored forex liquidity and central bank interventions. Data from the Central Bank of Nigeria's exchange rate portal showed the official rate remained around 1,366 naira per dollar in recent sessions, Rates fluctuated between approximately 1,362 naira and 1,370 naira per dollar as supply and demand shaped trading. In the parallel markets, currency dealers in Lagos and Abuja exchanged the dollar at about 1,385 naira for buying, and 1,395 naira and 1,400 naira for selling, depending on transaction size and location. Market analysts said the narrowing gap between the official and parallel rates reflected improved liquidity in the formal forex market and sustained efforts by the central bank to stabilize the naira. Traders noted that demand pressure from importers, travelers, and businesses continue to influence market sentiment despite recent gains recorded by the naira. And for business, we'll move straight to talking sports, where Crystal Palace advanced to their first ever European final on Thursday, defeating Shakhtar Donetsk 5-2 on aggregate in the UEFA Conference League semi-final. The English side entered the second leg, at Selhurst Park with a 3-1 lead from the first leg. An own goal from Pedro Henrique extended Palace advantage in the first half before Eguinaldo equalized for Shakhtar. Ismail Assar scored early in the second half to make it 2-1 on the night and secure Palace's place in the final. Crystal Palace will face rival Lecano in Leipzig later this month after the Spanish club beat Strasbourg 2-0 on aggregate. And to wrap up the midday news, we'll go straight talking entertainment. Instagram ended support for end-to-end encrypted direct messages on Friday, May the 8th, 2026. The platform said in an update on its help page that encrypted messaging would no longer be available on the app. Instagram stated that users with affected chats would receive instructions on downloading messaging or media they wish to keep, and noted that some users may need to update the app to access the download feature. End-to-end encryption prevents third parties, including the platform owners, from reading messages or listening to calls by ensuring only the sender and recipient can access the content. And with that entertainment story, we've come to the end of the midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do want to subscribe to our YouTube channel on YouTube. We're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. You have a good afternoon.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight, On Voice of the People Television, let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Spotlight on VOP TV, the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And people we are talking about are people who are shaping the world around us. And guess what? Today is really special. You know, it's a new week and every vibe and all the enjoyment and all the for people that actually, enjoyed themselves during the weekend. Wow. Some people are also already finding themselves. But yes, why is this special is because my darling Angel is joining me today on my show. And she has always, been giving me all the vibes. Oh, Indamola.
I refuse to be used because
I'm not using
some
you.
People are very, very conversant with using and dumping fellow human
Please,
beings.
even when she comes to my aid,
Today is not special because I'm joining her. Today is special because she got a baby girl pampered treatment. And now she's glowing and has been tormenting me. Well, I'm not left out because I also had an amazing weekend.
Okay.
Remember I went for GT Co-Fashion Week.
Yes.
Food and drink fair day and
No,
people did not tell me that these things are going on. See, we are blessed in Nigeria.
Actually, that's true.
Because tell me the reason why a part in Italy, the northern Italy, they don't have access to a lot of things. Fish is luxury to them.
Wow.
Meat is luxury. So they literally live more on roots and herbs. That they were able to invent a certain root that because the root is flexible and soft inside, they chop it up like pasta and you to make like a pasta meal. But Iggy now. You know when
and they imagine they chop leaf.
No, I'm being honest, and I'm like,
leaf,
and
you gonna chop leaf.
The way the guy is saying it, and when you finally finish making the meal, and our Nigerians have to taste it.
Yeah.
And you need to hear comments. And everybody was giving comments. Somebody say they like African salad. Someone say they like abacha. Another one. Someone say when we now finished the whole session and we left, it was the last class.
Yeah.
So I went outside and I met with one of those that tested me. I say, okay, off camera now. Not that one you tested. Not that one you gave them for the showbiz. How was it? Said, oh my, like say now now roots and herb and the I see they bring me to the fact that no matter how we feel like things are expensive in Nigeria, Nigeria is that one place where even the poorest of the poorest is living in luxury. And I'm being honest because I can't imagine me having to be eating tree.
Make I no lie give you. Going to I actually took a trip during
she left me in Nigeria. She left the country. I never thought where she go.
Calm down.
Now me go tell now. You know why? Because I told her off camera that where are the souvenirs she brought from where she went to? You know I can be in my house. No cap. I can be in my house and use AI to change my background. True or false? True or false?
True.
What would be my proof if I say I went to let me say I went to United States of America and I came back? What would be my proof? No be souvenir.
Na souvenir.
Calm
down now. Your blood
is hot.
One thing with Nigeria, one thing with Oyin particularly. She's too person never lands. You don't they drag. Sure. Relax.
It's not easy to be
Actually, I was trying to say something. And the thing is my sister, man, no lie you. I miss my Nigerian food.
Hey, Okoya. You don't carry pepper for everybody. You don't carry pepper for everybody.
Pepper.
No, I'm gonna give us one tip one time. You say you won't come up for Nigeria as a Nigerian person.
Yeah.
Just do atagungun. And pepper, put her inside your bag.
Now die with that.
In case.
No, I cannot do. I cannot do without my soup. Cannot do without my food.
Okay, so now I get to your point.
Because why?
But no, you can have both African meals there, but I heard it's very expensive.
Please, I don't know if they don't prepare it the way we Nigerians.
Okay, so now, in all fairness, I know that for a very known fact, Nigeria is one of those countries that prepares other countries' meal, and they still try to get as close as to the original. It has been tested, and a lot of people around the world have said the same thing. When you hear Nigeria try to make, like foreign meals, you see them making, and people are like, actually, it's a Nigerian that made this meal. But when anybody outside Nigeria makes our meal, not even within our own country, I'm from the West, she's from the East.
Yes.
If I make an Eastern food now, they might still be you go still say, no be the person come from East make this soup.
Yes.
It's just like I love to make afang. But no matter how much people tasted my afang and they say, oh, it's very sweet. When I see a correct Akwa Ibom person make afang, I know the difference.
Maybe the Lord is saying something. Maybe now Akwa Ibom, because I actually love afang too. Why you they look me like that?
Remember, the Lord is watching you. Remember,
I beg.
Because I don't understand how you have to take my meal to what God is saying.
You don't know the Lord
is saying. God speaks to us through the scripture, through vision, through dreams. I come through food.
I question this scene. This one not be prophet with you. I beg, come back. All right, everyone. Yes, get ready, everyone, because we're about to write together true stories that inspire, music that matter, and we're talking about a lot of things today. And yes, what I said today is really special because we've already started getting good news, hearing testimonies, and it's really beautiful to see. So yes, first on our list today, we're talking about Nollywood actor Lateef Adedimeji and his wife, actress Adebimpe
Oyebade. No, not Bade. Please don't use phonetic to pronounce her name. I don't do phonetic.
I try.
Please excuse me. You use Nigerian English. It's Adebimpe Oyebade. Not Oyebade.
So what I was trying to say is that actually, guess what? After so many years, this beautiful, lovely couple welcomed
Not
be one.
Now two. Three. Who did this? Jesus. Oh my God. Wow. This is so amazing.
You know that song? This is where they sing that song. The Lord has done it finally.
Hey. Finally.
See, for people who don't they laugh at. Continue. The Lord has come back. Never go continue the dance better. You know, as online
in-laws.
No be in-laws.
No, we were in-laws before we
godmother.
I don't understand. I'm not the godmother for the baby because I'm happy for them, but I'm not the godmother for that baby.
Oh my God, this is so beautiful.
But this is actually a very good news.
And come to think of it, the way they just kept this thing,
Okay, so they kept it, but they didn't really kept it. We knew she was pregnant.
Wow.
Yes, there was a video before they left the country where they had like a mini party.
Yeah.
Okay, so when I was discussing with someone, the person then mentioned and said, I don't know how to recognize a pregnant person. I said, me, I recognize you. I saw and I knew she was pregnant.
Yeah.
And there was a video afterwards when they were in the UK that they did something. I can't remember what they did now that they posted. And I could tell, oh, she's bigger. The only prayer I had for her all through was, God that has started this should perfect it. Knowing fully well this is not the first time we've noticed her being pregnant. And, they come out to talk about losing a child or something. But this is actually very good news. And she didn't just carry the pregnancy.
Yes, so
we've had not one, not two, but 3 bouncing babies.
You see, that is the reason why.
And it's like it's raining miracles in the Nollywood industry.
Oh my God!
Vicky,
Somebody
like Moby, like
please.
God has finally visited Nollywood actors, and it's a good thing.
See, where I want to talk, we say the people where don't come out, they talk plenty things. Oh, why she never born? Say we get plenty people where they watch womb watchers.
Okay. So I think ours comes from a very deeper story of the fact that when she got married, it was allegedly that she was pregnant, and she tried to use tried to cover it up, that she was pregnant. Some had a lot of speculation that probably she used a gadu, maybe she did this, maybe she did that. But regardless, I could tell for a fact that there is no woman out there that carries a pregnancy that does not wish to deliver a baby. It's painful for you not just to see yourself through how many months of carrying a child and not get to carry that baby.
But that doesn't make them to talk.
It was the fact that there was a speculation I saw on Facebook where it was mentioned that she used that womb to do rituals for Latif to have money.
You don't
and
get
I'm
what
like, they were not even poor before they got married. They were not poor. And the big baby was a prince. She is not worse. She's still a princess.
Like
her father is a king. And Latif was doing very fantastically well for himself, even before the coming together of both parties.
Yeah.
So where did the speculation about she using womb for?
This is just an example of God just shuts the enemy's mouth.
With 3.
With Jesus.
You know that portion of the
3 boys.
We have never know about gender review. I never go too far.
I've seen the wonders of God. Like, this is an example.
Ironically, I think people tend to forget the fact that the scripture says that when the Lord returned the captivity of Zion,
dreams.
This is like a dream. Even if you felt like she's been pregnant once or twice, and God gave her 3, compensating her for the entire years of her loss. And now she has a testimony to prove that. And it's a good thing that she married a man that is understanding. It's a beautiful thing to see that she married a man that loves her genuinely.
And he married a woman that is also understanding.
No.
See,
I have where I'm coming from that angle.
Yeah.
If you've watched this couple's interviews before
together,
now, you realize without question, even she has said, she says it bold and clear that Latif was the one who fell in love with her. And that brings me to the point that if you tell me man love you.
Yes. Oh, you louder.
If man love you, will able to do anything and stand by you. I remember when people try to drag her, shade her, it's her husband that is always standing so strong.
Of course.
Let's not forget that Adebimpe used to run away from social media when they start dragging her. But Latif will just come out in an angle that you will have no option than to reckon with the fact that she's happy in her home. And it's a good thing that he didn't lose hope, because he could have also been like, I'm waiting on the happen now. Should I try out the normal Yoruba people mentality? But he didn't do that. He waited patiently with the love of his life, and God, in his infinite mercy, made them to stand tall and victorious. I'm so happy for them. Congratulations to the Adejimeji's family on the welcoming of their 3 bouncing babies.
Actually, so to all those people where they wait for their own spouse, may they born.
Why do you have to start from spouse?
Wait,
Talk
they
to
wait
me
for
directly. I wait for their own spouse. And they wait for my spouse. Yes, I'm single,
yourself.
but I don't know why you're bringing it up on her.
Calm down. Your blood. I don't think your
Because
blood.
somebody's not here to save me doesn't mean I cannot save myself.
Please, nobody's saving me anymore. I'm on my own. I don't need saving. It's only Jesus that can. Even the Bible. Only Jesus can save. You know that song? It's only Jesus that can save me right now.
Now you go sing them.
Now you know.
Alone.
Wait first, make I land. So to all those my sweet angels that want to get married, Onyi said something, I just want to let you know.
You want to restate it?
Actually, marry the person that loves you.
Honestly.
Hey. Oh, you are going to be Koromoto's sister. It's Koromoto that is called.
Please, somebody wake me. Are they sleep?
I no.
I don't know what that means.
It means Kurukere brother and Kurukere sister.
It's beautiful to watch love. And I think
Actually, I
that's
love love.
one of the few things that happened over the weekend, especially in the month of May, being a special month. You know, I remember seeing an interview the very first day of May that has to do with the Wellington and, you know, the love, the fact that, you know, they unconsciously hold each other's hands.
I just want to say
their legs tapping each
just
other.
one thing. I just want to say
love
one
is
thing.
good.
See waiting dream they feel. Imagination don't wound you from
Love
back
is
center.
Like, I'm imagining my future.
God, I beg.
You see why I don't want to settle for less?
Yeah.
Because I know my kind of person.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm a one-person person. I don't know if that makes sense. But I'm a kind of woman that feels that every experiment in my head is one man that deserves it. I don't want to be in the marriage and be thinking I want to go. No. If I want to be naughty, let me be naughty. If I want to be nasty, let me be nasty. If I want to be petty, let me be petty with. If I want to be like, I don't want to marry someone that, you know, after you've gone out, face the whole battle, and you come back and it's like it's a weapon fashion against you. I don't want such home. I want a home where my husband is owning his car outside.
Yes.
Like, even if I'm so tired, like my spirit is jumping up, it doesn't mean we'll not fight. Don't worry. If you are not for the battle, where are we? We are soldiers, so battles has to always be.
Of course.
But I know that this is my person. Like, this man is in my corner.
That's
my
just the
safe
conviction
heaven.
you need.
You know when you fight with man where you love, you go fight and so you go kiss him.
Hey!
Have you experienced such? I imagined it.
You there go?
This is my imagination now. I don't see where I'm fighting my husband and I'm running away.
Please, to all
I'm going to hug you, they fight.
all the potential admirers, or I don't know how I want to call them.
I'm not
sure. I don't see why you
I
know. I don't understand. I don't talk true now.
I don't trust this girl.
She don't tell you what she need though. In case you come and turn the day anyhow.
No, I'm even done vetting now. I'm not a veterinary doctor, but I vet a lot.
What we're trying to say is that Sha fall in love with the right person.
Honestly, you deserve it. Your soul deserve it.
You don't deserve basketball, so you deserve peace.
Honestly.
And this is a big congratulations to Actor Latif. This is really beautiful seeing that.
Latif,
you know,
being paid.
you guys have welcomed 3 beautiful babies.
Now the journey just
began.
People want to see how you want to train your child. People want to have opinions, speculations.
Actually, and this is where we go back to the comment section, because trust me, comment section people don't talk tire.
Some people say na surrogacy.
God, I beg. You know, people
Like,
talk any. Like, I don't know how
They
people
deserve
now
to be
dream.
shaken.
When I go there, they think
shake
they
into
think
the
plenty
fire.
things.
Their
This
minds are
shaking
so
it.
dirty.
Actually. So let's go back to the comment section and see what our comment section people have for us. And yes, somebody said after 3 years wait, 3 boys. God
Not
is
even
good.
they count down.
Who is he that saith a thing? And it's coming to pass. So when the Lord has come. Oh, somebody said power. And yes, Blinkfit said, wow, congratulations to the family. And Gorgeous Beth said, what God cannot do does not exist. Who can speak and have it happen if the Lord has not commanded it? It can only be God. Thank you, Jesus. And that's a beautiful one. And Yomi D said, what God cannot do does not truly exist.
Let me help your life on this part. He said, Jesu o ṣé o, Jesu o ṣé o, Jesu alágbára, o ṣeun, ìbà rẹ. God knows how to show off. Thank you, Jesus. Typically just saying, God, we thank you, and saying thank you to Jesus and congratulating the latest parents in town.
Oh, that's so
And
pretty.
Ifeduni Ola said, congratulations to you, boys.
Oh, and that's beautiful. See, I would like to ask this question. How do you people, when a mother has given birth and, you call the villagers, the women in the compound, I don't know how there's this significance that somebody has actually given birth. Where I come from, normally when a mother has given birth, there's something they call oro. like we start to scream and say, "Oh, welcome!" It's like praising the it's like praising the mother. Oh, you have strength.
Like God has helped you.
Yes, exactly. So how do you guys, how do we know that you people, women in your place, has actually given birth?
Okay, so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry. I was born and raised in Lagos.
Okay.
So I never had such
experience.
The only one I could tell is the fact that when you give birth,
you
announce, and the announcement keeps going viral.
Oh wow.
See, just need to tell one person.
Everywhere, everybody don't hear.
And if care is not taken, you're also to be bombarded. So in the community where I grew up, even while it was in Lagos, we have this kind of close-knitted relationship in my neighborhood. That when somebody give birth, I've seen reasons why I never knew why they took me along. We can't be somebody that give birth as far as when I was still a child. But we were happy to go because you collect biscuits when you're coming back home. But the one I think I witnessed from the eastern people in Lagos, but the fact that they will use powder, they will splash powder all over our body. So, but for Yoruba, nothing. No.
You guys normally use this wild chalk. Is it?
They done it for my place.
Wow.
The least they can do is that people that are now close knitted to you will now bring food for you. That's when somebody in house number 5 will give birth. My mommy will tell me, "Yeah, go quickly go and buy pap. Yeah, quickly buy ready. Let's make soup and amala. And we'll carry food to the person." That's the one I know between them. So I don't know if there's anything they do. So I don't want to speak for the Yorubas, but where I grew up, Lagos, Nigeria. That's what we do.
So yeah, among the Gen Z.
I'm not a Gen Z. Excuse me, I'm a millennial.
I don't understand.
Yes, I'm a millennial, but I'm born and raised in Lagos. That's not a big deal.
Okay. So please.
I don't understand.
You don't understand.
Want me to be born and raised in the village to prove that I'm what?
So the day where you go, in case that time when you go don't reach, when you go don't born, then by God's grace, yes. That time we can't do the party as we do, and we can't shout,
No,
I just they tell you as I go take.
Because none of you come from that your time.
All right.
I don't have any other friend that almost all my friends. Okay, I think Precious is the first person that I met and I connected with that is not my childhood friend.
Yes.
Aside those that I connected with as a child, that I can't even call them friends.
Yeah.
We grew up together.
Okay.
Then the very first person that captivated my heart with her smile was Chisom Einaya. Then I met Precious. Precious was the kind of person that when you want to push somebody away and the person is shoving herself in your face. That was Precious. And Precious' love was so contagious that I could not even deny knowing that the fact that not be say Precious is a good person.
Yay!
Precious asked, but she not to give me anything. She's always dragging me. I asked for a ring.
Actually, when somebody talks like this, you actually know that the love is massive. So thank you so much. I understand you, baby girl. I actually understand. That's how we roll. Big bass and big goes. So no, you don't reason that. All right, thank God. And I'm so happy for Actor Lateef. And we are all saying congratulations to the family and, the welcoming of their beautiful babies. And, more to come. We don't know whether they go born like...
I don't understand. There should be more to come. Because he just born. I don't wish how many more than.
No. So that the mouth of the evil one, this one it has short, but it's short
in case they wish to have more babies, congratulations to them in advance. At least now, nobody can call her barren.
Actually.
Because I remember the last interview they had, and it was one of the things that really hurt the husband. He said he was really surprised that people could look at her and call her barren. That what makes sense. I could imagine a lot of emotions running through his
mind,
streams saying those words. So no one can come out to say any of such one. And those are speculating, is this surrogacy, is it this? Some people say, hey, is it not IVF? Hello, how are you? How did your mother get your home belly? You never can tell.
It's funny. All right, congratulations to them once again. And yes, that takes us to our next guest. And guess what? This one is really special. So Big Brother Nigeria winner Ijoma Otabo, popularly known as Fina, has stirred conversations online after revealing that she sometimes wishes she were a man. So the reality TV star made the statement during a recent discussion where she explained that her comment was not meant to be taken literally, but rather as the reflection of pressures women face in the society. So according to Fina, men appear to have fewer societal restrictions and expectations, making life seem easier compared to women. So who often deal with judgments and limitations. So she remarks have since sparked, mixed reactions online, and a lot of people have been commenting concerning her statement. Person they talk say she wished to be man. Wish can come, wishes can wishes can actually come to. But I understand what she's trying to say.
No, I don't understand.
But I don't feel.
Me, I don't understand. You know why? She wishes to be a man.
Yeah.
And she's working on her body to attract more men.
Because
why didn't you do surgery to remove the parts where identifies you as a woman?
She's talking on the aspect.
She should not have started from that angle. It's not coming from somebody that did bomb
and every
touch her body.
Hello.
Like,
so, see,
and moreover, ideology that men have it easy. I feel that's a very wrong notion.
Actually, that's where I was coming from.
Knowing fully well that men are subjected to bondings and expected to smile. It takes a lot of courage. For example, as someone like me, when I talk to my niece, when I talk to my cousins, I tell them, I'm like, right boy, boys don't cry. I tell them as a word, not because I want to, but because I know how society can be upon them. And when they show too much emotions, how we use their emotions against them. Knowing fully well that they're humans, they deserve to express their emotions.
Of course.
So I think until recently, I was speaking to my sister and I was talking about her baby, and I said, sometimes I wish, not like I don't like your boy to cry, but the fact that I know that if he's too weak, if you don't train him to be strong and manly from this age, when he gets out there, it's a problem. My sister was like, she understood the woman, it's not easy on them. We make men sole provider, we tell them you are the decision maker, but a woman they make the decision.
Yeah.
Our agenda is very terrible. Sure, you know.
Very actually. Sometimes I see what women do these days, and I'm like asking. I sometimes ask myself a question. I said, God, my agenda they do this kind of thing.
No, I don't be saying on my agenda. They just say, God, now the person who creates they do this stuff. Because I don't relate to those that are evil. Because if you're a man or
sometimes I'm so disheartened. Like
honestly,
I see things that scare me, and I'm like crying out like you're a woman. And you do things that
they give their conscience to the dog. So they don't bear conscience. That they have the opinion that whatever they do, people are so when that scripture just keeps ringing bell today. The Bible said looks at human, he said his heart was fair because you look at like humans are desperately
seriously.
The heart of man is so unpredictable that you can't even determine. Sometimes people tend to smile to your face, actually, but then behind you, you feel like God has made you. It's best for you not to be my friend. Okay, so I don't even attribute everybody as my friend.
Yeah.
Pardon my manners. But it's not everybody that call themselves my friend that isn't my friend. I can smile with you. I can talk with you. Some people feel like they were my friends in school, but it was until yesterday they realized that they were just my classmates.
Something happened. I feel like I have a lot of people that don't like a lot of friends. I don't know. Women always have issues with themselves, but when it comes to men,
now because you be woman, you're not in the man's party.
Let me land. You see, men normally have issues, man to man. They go quarrel, they go reconcile. But have you noticed that if women have issues, it takes them a while. Even if it's that small, if it's Pepe that made them quarrel, they will not talk to each other for 1 year. I'm serious.
I
will not
agree
talk
and
to
I
each
don't
other
agree.
for 1
So
year.
I think it has to be.
It's crazy. Women are the ones doing themselves. Now women, they do you know, ladies now, they dress, not for men to see them. They are dressing for their fellow women to see them. Do you know why? Because they want to make them jealous. Oh, if I put on this shoe, I think this one will be. Do you get what I'm trying to say? It's the way we view it, maybe the way you view it is it's not as what those people have in their hearts. Because women, I'm not speaking based on let women come and start saying, oh, Precious, you're trying to shade the women, and no, it's the fact. I've seen things like this. That's why I'm saying.
Okay, so I think this boils down to your associates, people you associate with. Yes, people can be so dynamic and have different views, perception, orientation,
Yeah.
different upbringings, X, Y, Z. But I'm of the opinion that there's what we call energy magnets. You attract who you are. So, peradventure, somebody is trying to get close to me that you're not of the same ideology as I am. I cut you off smoothly. It won't take long. So, I have seen my fellow gender who accommodates people even when they knew that they are. I don't want to use the word. They can't. Their minds are so, they are thinking towards the negative than the positive.
Positive.
Okay, somebody did something to me today. I posted a video on my WhatsApp status talking about Mayborn, how we are,
Yeah.
what we do, how we try to seclude ourselves, how we really call. And somebody shared that video with me.
Yeah.
And I smiled. I'm like, almost like a certain percentage about who I am as a person. I've never even had to checkmate with the other Mayborns to find out if we are alike or not. No concern me. I'm living my life. So I felt like, okay, this video resonates with a lot of things happening around me presently. And I posted that video. And someone who called herself that we your childhood friend. She's not my friend. I'm not weak to say that. She's not my friend. She then replied me and said, you have a lot of rules, blah, 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 when you don't have money. The natural me. I wish you can see my hand. I would have responded. But then I decided to just be much. I just said, that's not for you to tell. At that point, I think even the blind can see, right? She said, shift job. I wanted to block her. But then, for the love of Christ in my heart.
Yeah.
And the fact that, recently I realized that as a leader in the society and in church, I preach more about, being kind to others,
Yeah.
accommodating people's excesses and all. I said, I cannot even practice it with this person. Yeah, this particular bit, I've been giving her a very long group for a very long time.
Yeah.
But I think she feels she's special. Because what I wanted to do to her was to block her today. After I've sent her a link and tell her that, like, you wreck of so much negativity. But I said that, okay, I will just let, and that's a trait of Mayborns. We can forgive you in silence and still stay away from it. Instantly, I archived that. The only reason why I didn't block her is for the love of Christ. So I don't want to say by something might happen to her in the future and she wants to contact me and she can't. But in my heart, come on, the last rope I give her is shredded. Because I see no reason why you feel my personality. I don't know why. Precious is not me. Your traits are so different.
Yeah.
And from the very first 3 days I met you, I could tell all your traits. I know, oh, Precious is this, Precious is that. And I've never in any day or any time come to you and try to talk down your person. Have I?
No.
It doesn't mean that Precious never offended me. Honestly. No, on the most sincere note, no.
Oh, really?
Now I'm being very honest. Honestly, she has never offended me. I tell people you don't want to see me get angry. Even me, my anger scares me. Because my anger is total silence. And when I'm still talking with you, I'm not angry. When I'm still telling you, see what you do, I love you. My anger is just like it's like something extracting me entirely from you.
Yeah.
So I don't see a reason why you feel like as a person you have opinion of others, why you don't even checkmate yourself. Fina is a woman. What makes her think men have it easy?
Have it easy, yeah.
And she feels like I want to be a man. Does that mean that you shouldn't have worked in your body? You could have become a transgender and tell them to remove this thing and change you.
And change.
And by now you should be married to a fellow man. I can't call her a fellow woman. Because any woman that gets acquainted with another of that same gender, I question both identities.
But I need to say this. I think people should start defining people who they call friends. Because it's a lot. No, seriously, people should start defining who they call friends. Because I don't see someone saying, oh, you're my friend, you're this, and you go at my back, I'm just saying, basically, people you call friends should be defined. If this person has hurt you multiple times, then you should tell the person, see, if you need to be my friend, stop doing this to me. Make everybody know.
I don't even need to tell you need to be my friend.
Or you cut off.
If I love you enough to tell you your first time, the second time, the third time, I don't need to tell you again.
Because seriously,
I'm walking away from all negativity.
I'm telling you, that's
like,
just the best thing.
Me that I really sleep, because I suffer insomnia from childhood till now. Like anybody who knows me can count the number of hours I sleep in a day.
Yeah.
Think I have the energy to invest in you? Like, are you God?
That's
the
how
only person that gets my energy is God. Even my parents don't get it. I'm being serious. My mom is late now, and before she passed, she used to say something. She said, "It's not like you don't have credit too, but you rarely call." And I say,
because damn, what? Sometimes I do that. Not even sometimes, I do that. Because
I don't know when I used to do. Sometimes there was a day a friend of mine reached out to me and said, it is been long I heard from you. I said, hey. I said, I didn't remember you. No. That day I remember that I was typing a message and I didn't send it. And I went to go and check the text message. It was like 8 weeks.
Seriously, people need to start keeping those kind of friends close to them. People that even remember you. Like, for even me to even call you, that means that person will really love you.
I don't even get credit to call like that. So you have to be very, very, very. You must have shown me beyond reasonable doubt that you're very intentional about our friendship for me to put you on my call list. And that doesn't mean I call you every day or every week.
Yeah.
That means a call once in a year or twice in a year or max 4 or 5 times in a year. Even the guy, my ex, I didn't call him. Okay, so I didn't have an ex.
Actually.
I don't
Seriously. But trust me, I understand the fact that Fina is trying to say, that men find it easier. Seriously, men don't find
Nobody
it
told it men find it easier.
Men don't find
even experiment to come out with that
Flavor
ideology.
said to be a man is not a day's job. He's a man. He has actually. I'm just saying. You know, this song we always talk about it.
I agree with Flavor said
to be a man.
To be a woman is easy.
Easy too. Because see,
to be human
let's
being
balance
is
this
easy.
thing. Let's balance it. It's to be a man and also to be a woman.
That's why I say human being.
To be a human being is not easy.
Exactly.
That's the right word, actually.
Yes, I would love to explore this word, but sometimes they ask God, why did you even bring me to this word?
Because Fina.
I'm in heaven and saying, Zana in white. I'm eating manna. Maybe I will not pay for data.
Please.
Have you seen what data is this was recently?
This is from sister to sister. Stop wishing that you are to be a man.
Fellow sister? She said she wants to be a man.
No, say sometimes person they talk something out.
She has not come out to say that she's still a woman. You're not saying sister to sister.
You know that she talking with. No, we just assume say she talking with mistake.
No, now you ask me. I don't know anything.
You don't already hit the name, but it's well. But the truth is that we all have our roles to play. Even as a man, you have your role to play.
Yes.
As a woman, you have your role to play. Nobody has it easier. Nobody has it simple. Everybody they carry
you want to talk about promiscuity level. Men have it easy because men made the rules.
Oh wow.
That one I agree. Because if a man has 5 women, they'll call him Odogu. But if a woman has those, they'll call her anything. I don't know again.
So those that understand me.
No, if you said that, if you spell out for
now me why you don't use your hand explain now?
No, they don't carry me go away. I don't know.
All right, guys, this takes us to our next gist. And we saw a post that has been circulating online talking about a man that has actually come out to say that he's not going to have it if his wife gives birth through CS. And actually the post has really been the way he actually stated that has really been much for our comment section people, because a lot of people have come out to say, why won't you allow your wife to go through CS during childbirth without, he was even saying without his consent, that he will not allow his wife go through CS, that is the cesarean section without his wife's consent. So the statement has really triggered a lot of heated discussion online, and people are saying, why would this man say such a thing? So I would love to say this. Basically, when it amounts to your wife giving birth through cesarean sections, it's basically medical related. You can't just come out and say, because she's your wife, you will not allow her to go through. So what if it's because of her health and it's a 50-50 thing for her to give birth? So you will not allow your wife to give birth through CS? Wow, that's very interesting. All right, this is what the glorious God said.
Having the glorious God, no.
Because I don't know the God when they serve, whether not the God will me at the serve.
Okay,
it's
so
very, and it's even wrong for him to use the same G from the God where they serve to the type this thing when they type. All right, he said, I don't care how you people see this, but just so you know, my wife cannot on her own decide to deliver by cesarean section. And I have heard that some women no longer want to deliver vaginally and are opting for CS even when a vaginal birth is perfectly safe. That is unacceptable to me, unless the doctor advises or recommends CS due to CS due to medical reason. The way a woman
she must
should
deliver.
Yeah.
Like the Hebrew woman, fear of pushing is not an excuse.
Please. I don't I want to say something, but at some point I just
hello, sir. I'm very sorry. Pardon my manners. I didn't eat breakfast, so anything I serve you, take it away. To start with, I know that some women took this on an extreme, trying to have CS because they don't want to go through the labor of giving birth to a child. But excuse you, sir, it is still the woman's opinion. And my reasons are this thing. And I don't think it's something you will not know before you marry that woman. There are some women that from time they will tell you. I know a woman that said she had her first child through CS.
Yeah.
And when she had her second baby, was natural birth.
Okay.
And she said she wished she had gone with cesarean section. Then she was talking about the aftermath. Because before she had the cesarean section, she didn't know that anything could happen to her private part. Until she had true natural birth. Said even after exercises, stitches and all, she didn't like the way her private part feels anymore. I even know when the husband tries to console her, she feels so off. She has done a lot of things, gone for a lot of therapy. She just can't get it out of her head. This is one of many cases of what women go through.
Yeah.
Now, on a more sincere note, in as much as you might want to say you are the husband, and it's both of you that decide on such important things. And ironically, the way and manner medical line is being structured, when a woman is in the hospital and needs to go through cesarean section, the husband needs to sign. Except if it's a woman without a husband.
Yeah.
Then we need a family member or a representative to sign. But in all fairness, after birth, I've seen women who went blind. I've seen women who had mental disorder. I've seen women who had tears and never healed afterwards.
Yeah.
I've seen women who had a lot of problems after giving birth to child. Partial blindness, partial deafness, name it. I have a sister. She had her first baby, nothing happened.
Yeah.
She had the second one, nothing happened.
Even the
she
people
had the third one. Until now, they use goggles.
Actually, a lot of people have even gone through heart stroke because of.
No, I don't want to take it to the extreme now.
Yeah.
Some people lost their life not because of. You know a lot of things that happen to women after childbirth. So if a woman checkmates herself and feeling her sane, instead of her going through the long hours of having to push, the doctor had to be checking your centimeters with the pain, and they are still dipping their just to check if you have dilated to 10 centimeters.
Yeah.
And she feels, okay, let me not go through this stress. Let me pick a date between my open window of giving birth and I go through delivering my baby. She's still the one who bears the scars, not you.
Not you, actually.
So if you want to be an adamant husband, daddy, in case you are not aware, men too get pregnant. Men too can give birth. So please, on behalf of your wife,
please go and get pregnant.
Let you be the one that carries the pregnancy, go through all the 9 months struggles, and have the child without CS. Because
even thinking about this, basically, it's somehow.
It's
I want to even say President General among the nations, because that's the name we're going to call him.
In the Boski Bahuza.
Actually. So tell me, do you know the pain that comes with childbirth?
No, the pain is one.
In your entire life, you've never witnessed it.
No, sir. Let's start. Come and experience.
Maybe.
Come and experience menstrual cycle.
Actually.
Then you can come back to have this conversation.
Maybe if they start saying, maybe God, or will I say God can just
there are equipment
do
out for men
something
to test how the women feel.
No, that testing does not give them that much pain.
No, Nigeria may never test now. I remember a guy said he tested and since then he has been literally carrying his wife like.
No, seriously, because why I said they've not tested it is because I can't imagine someone like this saying such a thing. Maybe because he has not experienced.
A man fainted in the
delivery
room.
Now you need to understand.
Why they push now, the man faint.
That one carry belly. Because we know they talk this thing, say to be a man is not a day's job. The thing don't they enter their head. Maybe they never see.
It's not a day's job. Don't take that away
from them. No, we are not taking it away. They should understand that to be a woman too, is not easy. If God can just switch people now, the men turn to woman.
Okay, so the thing I think I'd like to ask, go to me that can Gigi is if it was to be your sister and her husband said the same thing you said, what would you do? You know, it's not far-fetched. There is a certain section in the Christian body that they of the opinion that they don't do blood transfusion, they don't do this, they don't do that.
The one for blood transfusion is crazy.
A lot of women have lost their life.
Yeah.
And it hurts me so much to think that people still dogmatically walk into such visible traps. Okay, so it's not a cause. You cannot even be from that line of belief and you toast me. You touch me, say, I'll not give it to look. My reason is your artism is not something I want to deal with.
Actually.
Because I don't feel you are humanly enough for me to want to live my life at your mercy.
Please.
Because at the point where I can no longer talk,
yes,
I can no longer defend myself as your partner, and you are called as my spouse to decide if they should give me a blood transfusion, you say no because your faith. Hello, sir.
Please, to all my ladies, please, this is from such men.
All the single ladies.
To all my single ladies,
run! Such men, sorry.
Run and don't look back.
I'm very sorry for you.
Because I can't imagine for someone to say this. Imagine what will not happen in the marriage for him to say such a thing.
No, this man now. I think I forgot. I only think I check his picture and save it in case I meet him on the road. I already know this kind of stuff.
Because if actually he's married, Auntie,
President General,
God will help you. Because tell me how you will marry such a man. He will not even, he will even leave you there and go and be doing his.
You know, we used to watch it in Korean movies.
This one is life.
But now, Nigerian man.
Now the Nigerian one will they see because tell me.
It's disheartening.
As how?
That in this century, there is someone who still thinks out there that giving your wife a choice to give birth to.
That shows you don't even love her.
Wow. I remember the guy asked me out in 2013, 2014.
Yeah.
And when he asked me out, I said, I'm not interested. Then after a while, he called me and said, why should you say you don't see this? I said, because I realized you don't have a heart. And then he looked at me and he said, it took a very long time. And he said, what did you see for you to say that statement? He didn't deny. He did not deny that statement. He asked me to my face, said, what did you see that made you know that part of me? I said, I realized that you have this hollow look of looking at people. Like someone whose feeling cannot be moved. And I realized that's danger for me as a woman. Because when shovels comes to shove, and you are there, you cannot save me. I say, actually, I'm just of the opinion that I should get married because I'm older and everybody's saying let me get married.
Wow.
I don't think what's that to feel? This is somebody that he said, he's a good guy.
What is there to feel?
Yeah, and he told me to my face, he said he has witnessed people being slaughtered. So he feels like human life is not anything.
Hey, blood of Jesus.
So when the guy finally got married and the wife, somebody now gave the wife this that that would have been your husband's wife, but she didn't date the husband. She was not giving her come. Mama realize I don't go meet her single, but I leave her for you. I don't tell her that part. She said, I leave her for you. Enjoy the marriage. So sometimes when she tell me some things happen in my I'm like, sister, take heart. I cannot say like anything because me I ran for my life. You think I don't know what I'm doing?
See, to all the single ladies, may you not marry
a weapon fashioned against.
And to all the men, may you not marry a weapon fashioned
against. Not true.
Because the men too they see things.
But man always sitting. Now you go carry the thing. Now you don't look well.
It is well. So this is where we draw the curtains to all my viewers. Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. Remember, if you're going viral or going global, please tell your story with heart. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at Vop TV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting updates and episodes. Until next time, I am Precious Agumanu, aka call me Prezi. And you know I didn't do this alone. I was here with my darling.
Oyidamola Oluketa.
All right. Thank you for staying with us. See you next time. Bye for now.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Padapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King. Hi
guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's Vop TV. Keep watching Vop TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mind but last, more than No Mind more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching Vop TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. At Vop TV.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Taro Familoni, and here's to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices,
untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Would love to know. This is the movie Michael. So what is it? What does this movie mean to you? Tell me.
It means a lot.
Let's hear it.
Michael is an icon, living legend. And one day I know one day the world will celebrate me like this. I guarantee you. The kind of hard work I put in the industry, trust me, it's gonna happen.
So do you know we know you are building this Michael. They do. And do you know any of his songs? Would you love to share with us?
Oh my God.
All of them.
All of them.
So let's hear one of them.
I can name the one I love is baby, with the high heels.
Please make sure
where you making me feel. You knock me out of my feet now, baby.
Alright guys, we have the energetic, we have the beautiful, we have the amazing Inieto with us. Come on, somebody shout, yeah. Oh my God, Ini, how do you feel this evening?
I feel great. I feel blessed to be alive, to be here.
Oh my God, this is amazing. Meanwhile, you look beautiful. Come on. Who styled you?
I self-styled.
Somebody say clock it.
Okay.
All right, we are here at the movie premiere of Michael. So what are your anticipations for this movie?
Something electric. I mean, with Michael, it has to be electric. It has to be eccentric. It has to be electrifying in all dimensions. So I just want to be blown away.
My God! Come on, tell me, how do you feel this evening?
Pretty tired, but let's hope the movie wakes me up.
Wow! Meanwhile, you look amazing.
Thank you.
Oh,
Michael Jackson, you have to shine.
So tell me, we are here at the movie premiere of Michael. What are your anticipations for this movie?
I want to feel nostalgic because, I mean, whether you're a millennial or Gen X, right? A fundamental part of your childhood memories, especially when it has to do with partying and any social activities, is Michael Jackson. That is one of the biggest celebrities till date.
Oh my God, this is really amazing. By the way, you look beautiful and amazing. Who styled you?
I styled myself. Like, these are just old outfit that we did. I'm an entertainer. I work with legendary P Square.
Yeah.
I'm their choreographer. I performed on stage with them.
Yeah.
And everybody that knows P Square know that they're influenced by Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
So they have a whole bunch of costumes that looks like Michael. So I just had to take one, improvise, add a little bit of my style. Michael Jackson has been known for glitz, so I just applied the glitz, then I added my style, being armless, so yeah.
Nice. So tell me, what are your anticipations for this movie?
Oh my God, you don't want to know, man. You don't want to see. Let me just summarize it like this. Aside from knowing him as a great entertainer, a musician, and a great dancer, I'm looking out for his childhood background. What went behind the scenes, because my guest has always clamored that he never had a childhood. He became a superstar from 5 years, and he has been working to then, touring the world. So I want to see behind the scenes what happened, the storyline between his relationship between him and his dad, his brothers, to the level he became a beacon to the world. So I'm looking out for that.
From the top.
Sounded good.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
More Yoka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bomakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a brother shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know where you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi,
Well, hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It is www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African news from the story where several African countries, including Kenya, Malawi, Lesotho, and Zimbabwe, have warned their citizens in South Africa to remain cautious and stay indoors following reported attacks targeting foreigners. Ghana has called on the African Union to intervene. However, the South African government says recent incidents are unfairly being labeled xenophobic. The country has recently seen protests over illegal immigration, particularly involving migrants from other sub-Saharan African nations. Ghana says it has helped evacuate one of its citizens seen being attacked in a viral video. While Nigeria says it is repatriating at least 130 citizens following the death of 2 Nigerians. Meanwhile, Daniel Chapo met with Cyril Ramaphosa, president of South Africa, on Tuesday, calling for calm amid growing tensions. The South African government has condemned the violence while also acknowledging public frustration over illegal migration. And in West Africa, Chad has declared a 20-day state of emergency in the violence-hit Lake Chad region following a wave of deadly attacks blamed on jihadist group Boko Haram. The move comes after at least 26 soldiers, including 2 senior generals, were killed in ambush this week, prompting nationwide mourning and intensified military operations. Government spokesperson Gassim Sharif said authorities review the worsening security and humanitarian situation, citing renewed attacks, displacement of civilians, and growing threats to lives and properties. The latest violence followed a raid on the Baka Tolorum military base along Lake Chad, where at least 24 Chadian soldiers were killed and several others injured, according to military sources. Sharif said President Mohamed Idris Deby thanked Nigeria for its support in ongoing counterterrorism operations. Bordering Cameroon, Chad, Nigeria, and Niger, Lake Chad's remote island have long served as strongholds for Boko Haram and Islamic State West African province fighters. Still in West Africa, Malian Foreign Minister Abdoulaye Diop says the coordinated attacks carried out in Mali on April the 25th were part of a wider effort to destabilize the country and overthrow its transitional leadership. Speaking at a news conference with diplomats in Bamako, Diop accused unnamed foreign-backed sponsors of supporting armed groups operating in northern Mali. He said the attacks targeted key state institutions and figures, including the residence of transitional President Assimi Goïta in Kati and the home of late Defense Minister Sadio Kamara. Diop also accused Ukraine of publicly supporting terrorism in the Sahel, describing the conflict as a proxy war against Mali and the alliance of Sahel states, which includes Burkina Faso and Niger Republic. He said Mali would not negotiate with armed groups linked to the Front de Liberation del Azawad, but added that authorities remain open to accepting repentant fighters. Diop also confirmed that additional security measures have been deployed nationwide, including around diplomatic missions, while investigations into the attacks continue. In another development, Liberia's delegation to the ECOWAS Parliament is facing criticism after a member of the regional body accused its representatives of failing to address key national issues during recent deliberations. The dispute emerged after Liberia's report to the ECOWAS Parliament reportedly omitted major concerns, including the alleged expulsion of Representative Yeke Kaluba and the ongoing Liberia-Guinea border disputes. Nigerian parliamentarian Awaji Imombek Dagomie Ambiate criticized Liberian's delegates Samuel Endes, Tazi Wongbe, and Moima Deba Briggs Mensa, saying they failed to present two of the country's most pressing issues. Abiante said the omission amounted to a dereliction of duty and denied the regional body's important context on Liberia's governance and security challenges. The ECOWAS Parliament, he noted, is meant to address regional stability and accountability. The Liberia-Guinea border dispute has raised concerns in recent months, with reports of Guinean soldiers raising a flag in contested areas of Lofa County. Moving on, and still in Liberia, the Liberian government, through the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, in consultation with the Liberian Petroleum Refining Company, has announced a new monthly price structure for petroleum products. The ministry says the US dollar price for gasoline and fuel oil remains unchanged, but adjustments have been made to the Liberian dollar component in line with the current exchange rate. Under the new pricing, gasoline will sell at a wholesale price of $4.81 US with a retail pump price of $5.09 or 935 Liberian dollars. Fuel oil will be sold at a wholesale price of $6.27 and a retail pump price of $6.55 or an equivalent of 1,205 Liberian dollars. The ministry said the update is aimed at reflecting exchange rates realities while maintaining stability in dollar-based pricing in the local fuel market. Moving on, long queues are forming at fuel stations across Benin Republic as motorists feel the impact of rising global oil prices and new government fuel rates introduced at the start of May. The government says the increase is necessary to stabilize fuel supplies amid international market pressures linked to ongoing global conflicts. Under the revised pricing, gasoline now sells at 725 CFA francs per dollar, diesel at 750 CFA francs, and kerosene at 1,040 CFA francs, all higher than earlier this year. In cities including Cotonou, Port Novo, and Paracao, most formal stations are complying with the official prices following stricter government enforcement. However, prices in the informal markets continue to fluctuate depending on supply and location, particularly in remote areas. Many motorists and transport operators say the increases are worsening already difficult living conditions. And in East Africa, Kenya says 19 of its citizens have died fighting on the Ukrainian front line, with 32 others remaining missing, amid growing concerns over reports of forced recruitment into the Russian army. Speaking before a Senate committee, Musalia Mudavadi said the number of Kenyans enlisted in the Russian military has risen to 291, up from an earlier figure of 250. Kenyan intelligence services, however, estimated that more than 1,000 citizens may have been recruited after being lured with promises of lucrative jobs. A foreign ministry spokesperson confirmed the deaths occurred on the front line, while Mudavadi also disclosed that 2 Kenyans are being held as prisoners of war in Ukraine. Mudavadi visited Moscow in March for talks with senior officials aimed at stopping the recruitment of Kenyans into the Russian-Ukraine war. Still in Kenya, the National Police Service has expelled 54 recruits from the National Police College in Kiganjo, following a training assessment that uncovered major violations of eligibility and discipline. Commandant Muga Nyale announced the dismissal during a review session led by Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen. Nyale said the move was necessary to protect the integrity of the police service and ensure only qualified and disciplined recruits graduate. Among these dismissed were 18 female trainees found pregnant in violation of training regulations. Another 18 recruits were expelled for presenting forged academic certificates, while 10 were disqualified over criminal convictions uncovered during background checks. 2 trainees were also dismissed for using fake identification documents, 2 on medical grounds, and 3 for disciplinary misconduct. 1 recruit voluntarily withdrew due to serious illness. Nyale added that some of those dismissed may not be eligible to reapply in future recruitment exercises. Away from Kenyan stories and to South Africa, South Africa's Constitutional Court has revived impeachment proceedings against President Cyril Ramaphosa over the Farmgate scandal, during that Parliament acted unlawfully when it blocked the process in 2022. The scandal stems from allegation that Ramaphosa attempted to conceal the theft of millions of dollars in foreign currency hidden in the Hala game farm in 2020. A former intelligence official claimed about $4 million was stolen, although Ramaphosa said the thieves took only $580,000 from the sale of buffaloes. The president denied any wrongdoing and was never charged, but an independent panel later found evidence suggesting he may have committed misconduct. In its ruling, the Constitutional Court said Parliament's December 2022 vote to block the panel's report from going before an impeachment committee was unconstitutional. The court ordered that the report now be referred to an impeachment committee. The case was brought by the opposition Economic Freedom Fighters Party, which was later joined by another opposition group. Elsewhere, and now in Uganda, a court in northern Uganda has sentenced a couple to prison for forcing a 15-year-old girl to eat human feces during a violent assault. Chief Magistrate Joe Adoko of Lira convicted Walter Otten and his wife, Colin Otten, over the incidents, which he described as cruel, degrading, and inhumane. Court heard that the teenager had gone to a nearby saloon on July the 29th, 2025, and was directed to use the toilet area behind the building near the couple's home. Prosecutors, I beg your pardon, said Colin Otten intercepted the girl as she returned and forced her behind the building where she assaulted her. Walter Otten later joined in and allegedly threatened the girl to kill the teenager if she refused to eat feces found at the scene. Fearing for her life, the girl complied. In his ruling, the magistrate said the offense was grave and carried a maximum sentence of life imprisonment under Ugandan law. Walter Otten was sentenced to 10 years in prison, while Colin Otten received a 3-year jail term. The court also ordered that the 9 months they spent on remand be deducted from their sentences. You're still watching the African news right here on Voice of the People television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more, in the studio with us is Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Peter is an author right here in Nigeria, an economist, and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Doctor, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation.
Thank you for having me.
Also joined us virtually all the way from Uganda is Barrister Edward Okwaro Matakinye. Barrister Edward is a legal practitioner right there in Uganda, and also a business associate. He's also a human rights activist. A very good afternoon to you, Barrister, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
A very good afternoon to you, David. Thank you.
All right, and thank you so very much for joining. Also joining the conversation virtually, all the way from Nairobi, Kenya, is Mr. Martins Irere Njoy. Mr. Martins is a financial advisor, public and political affairs analyst and commentator, and also the CEO and founder of Wellsgate Insurance Agency. Mr. Martins, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Edwin.
Thank you so very much for joining. Also joining us virtually all the way from Liberia is media and communication professional Hansen Blayan. Well, I understand Hansen hasn't joined the conversation, but we're hoping that he joins in the course of the conversation. All right, then let me start off this conversation from the situation coming from Uganda. Barrister, I know you are aware of this story and so many conversations emanating from your country, but let me start from this inhumane act by this couple, and I'm talking about your teams, particularly on the forceful action that the teenager take in the feces that was found around their apartment. The court has decided 3 years as it stands. I mean, some would say that seemed to be a lenient judgment, but Walter Otten was sentenced 10 years in prison, while the wife, Colin Otten, received a 3-year jail sentence. Now, of course, the court also ordered that the 9 months they spent already in remand be deducted from their sentences. What do you make of this story, Barrister Edward?
Thank you, David. I don't know whether you get me well.
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Getting to the story, which is actually in the social media and the physical, for us who are on the ground, looking at the situation and the way the courts have pronounced themselves, it may not be by surprise that there are some things before you actually make any kind of a decision. You need to go deep into the reports of investigations of the case. So in this matter we are talking about, there are a lot of things which have actually emanated out of it, which in also part of it is investigation. You know, on criminal matters, the evidence presented to court matters a lot. And if the admission is actually has been given by the victim, and the court needs also to be careful why this admission, because that is the part where normally in the criminal matters that somebody has to go for a psychological checkup, medical, and that is probably you get that this boy, this person needed Kwanzaa to be taken through all that process. So I believe the judgment or the pronouncement of the court might have come out of such issues.
All right, then. Let me take this conversation to Nairobi. Mr. Martins, what do you make of the story when you saw and heard it? Because as it stands in the ruling, the magistrate did say that the offense was grave and did, of course, mention that it carried a maximum sentence of life imprisonment under the Ugandan law. But in its judgment, it gave 10 years to Mr. Walter Otim and 3 years to Colin Otim. But from your perspective, how much of inhumane are we seeing in this particular story?
Thank you, Mr. David. This is one of the incidents that is not only Uganda, it is in the international law, it is a criminal act against humanity. And I think in the aspect whereby one violated the human law, that is one of an act that can make you face a jail term of not less than 10 years and above. Because in such kind of an incident, that shows that the culprits have no the heart of human in such occurrence. And in most cases, as the law depicts, there are incidents when the bandits are laid bare. They are not need more of actions like investigations and what have you. It needs witness and being caught at the act of violation of human act. So in that incident, I think the Ugandan judiciary or judicial process has made the right ruling over this act of inhuman. Victim, I think that was a such kind of encounter, and I think justice has taken its place.
All right then.
So, and moreover, it goes to history of what will be ruled on such kind of cases when they occur in the judicial process.
All right then. Let me bring this conversation to the studio, Doctor. The story you are very aware of. I mean, this is a young 15-year-old teenager who was directed to use the toilet area behind the building of the salon she went for. I mean, she did go to make her hair and she was directed to go somewhere, but maybe she was so pressed and possibly, eased herself at that particular spot. But let's talk about the judgment. Mr. Martins, he say judgment has taken its course, but some would say, looking at the act itself, is this judgment truly fair in the very end?
Well, what I've observed is that African judges do give preferential treatments to Europeans, understand? To Europeans, to the people of the Western world. Okay. Understand? In Nigeria here, Nigeria police respect Chinese more than they respect me. Understand me? In Nigeria here, Nigeria police treat foreigners better than they treat me. Why in China I cannot even speak? Understand me? So for me...
Why do you think that is so?
It's slave mentality. It is slave mentality coupled with poverty mentality.
Okay.
Understand me? Now, for me, I don't really believe that justice has been served.
With this judgment?
To me, those guys, after serving their sentences, should face deportation. After serving, because what they did, I've never, in all the books I've read, in all the stories I have heard, I've not heard such a thing that is totally insane. If it's in their country, worse things will have happened.
Oh, well.
If it's in their country, worse things should have happened. So for me, after serving their sentences, they should be deported from the prison right to where they come from.
Oh, well, we definitely...
and that will serve as a deterrent to other people who might want to do that same thing.
You think this judgment is not serving as deterrent enough?
It's not enough. They should be deported.
All right, then. Let's move to another conversation. And at this point, we'll be going to South Africa. We will be taking South Africa holistically. But let me start off from the impeachment proceedings that is again revived against President Cyril Ramaphosa of South Africa over the Farmgates scandal. Some have said this is a scandal that have stemmed for the longest of time. I mean, it started in 2022, but somehow it was blocked. Now, this scandal clearly is about the concealing of the theft of millions of dollars in currency, foreign currency, hidden in the Fala Fala Games farm in 2020. So the investigation started 2022. Should these impeachment proceedings see the light of the day, you think the person of Cyril Ramaphosa, who have been very vocal, even with the Western world, might just get impeached from all of this?
Well, for me, if judiciary is working in South Africa, Cyril is supposed to be impeached, not just because of this, but for allowing the killing of fellow Africans. So today, I don't think that he is in control of his country. If his people respect him enough, if they have enough respect for him, they will not have been disobeying him.
It's interesting you mentioned the xenophobic attack, which again, I was going to take my time before getting into, but we don't have all of the time. You think as it stands, President Ramaphosa does not have full authority of both his military
He's not in
and
control of his country.
What makes you say so, Doctor?
When a leader talks, the people naturally should obey. If a leader says, don't do that, if they have respect for him, they will not do it. But from all we have been seeing in South Africa, he's not really in control of his country.
Now, I had a conversation, Doctor, and I'm still staying with you, with the head of the Nigerian Union in South Africa, Barrister Unwoke, Mobi something. And he did say that the death toll has increased to 3 persons, 3 Nigerians, but over hundreds of thousands of dollars have been lost from the Nigerian businessmen and women in South Africa. He also did say instinctively that this is opposition figures trying to stir up the polity with the people who are, at the time as well, unemployed, to stir up this xenophobic attack. Do you share this sentiment as well?
Well, there's a point to understand, because the youth are being incited, and it is incitement that is causing this killing, this unrest in South Africa. But the government is not in control. That's what I'm saying. Understand? The government is not in control. You know, their election is coming very soon.
Right.
And anywhere election is near, there's always tension.
Okay.
So those in the opposition and this guy that is running against, that wants to run against him, he also needs psychiatric attention, because the way he speaks, understand? I don't really think if they should emulate Mandela.
Oh, well,
Understand me?
some would say Mandela is just one man that cannot be reincarnated
They should
in
emulate
an individual.
him. Understand me?
All right, then. Let me take this conversation to Nairobi. Mr. Martins, on the path of investor confidence, that's where I am going to right now. Should the president, again, let's also put this out there, the president also denied any wrongdoing whatsoever with this particular charge. But again, an independent panel later found evidence suggesting he may have committed some level of misconduct in that particular scandal. And I'm talking about the millions of dollars from the Fowler Game Farm of 2020. When we talk of investor confidence, with these developments going on in South Africa, just supposing it as well with the xenophobic situation, do you think that South Africa, that again is trying to rebuild and rejig her economy, would have more of investor confidence as a result of these situations?
Thank you, Mr. David. To start with, let me comment one thing about South Africa governance is the independence of the institutions. I have seen the recent case of this gentleman by name who was sentenced for firing in public.
Right.
Yes, in this case, I can see if it was a country like here in Kenya, you will find that since that person is of interest in the area of politics, he could be defended by the reigning regime. So you find the prison is like it has been set aside for poor people, but not for everyone, including the elite in the country. So in this case, seeing what is happening in the judicial process of South Africa, it is commendable. And if Ramaphosa is found culpable of offense of whereby he has squanderized public funds, he should face the judicial process and yet again to be banned from public office. So in this case, that's how the democracy should have power in matters of governance. Secondly, on what is happening in South Africa, it is sad that this case of xenophobic is taking wave across. It is the picture that is on the stage of the social media, whereby there is segregation, racial segregation. I think what will happen is that if the entire world say, if we found South Africa in our country, they should face such kind of act. It is unfair. It is inhuman. This kind of violation of human rights should be ready to sanction. I think if government is not gonna take control of the incident that is taking wave in South Africa, every country in the world should sanction South Africa to ensure government is capable of what is happening. You know, everything that is operating in every jurisdiction or every country, the governing regime is answerable to such kind of inhuman act. Secondly, coming to the investor confidence. Right now, majority of investors will exit the economic stage of South Africa because of what is happening. If that is when such kind of inhumanity act are taking wave, it means that the business are being closed, fear is running across the city, and the investor confidence is not at the place. So government has to come and ensure that kind of act is fought tooth and nail.
All right,
anyone found in such kind of an act, we should see people getting to jail, people being imprisoned for such kind of violation of human rights.
All right, let me stay with you, and maybe in 30 seconds, do you also share the sentiment stating the fact that some Africans in South Africa clearly are not, some, I did not say all, some are not respecting the culture of the African people. Now, this was the sentence of President Cyril Ramaphosa when he was asked about the situation. And then he said that a lot of the media are misinterpreting this thing, that is not xenophobic. It is just some political tensions around South Africa. It's not xenophobic attack. Do you also share the sentiment that the president is not hands-on on the situation of what is happening in this country?
Thank you, Mr. David. I think no, I will criticize such kind of pronouncement. I think this issue, if government is working or institutions, the institution of immigration are working, this kind of an act should not come into the social media. I think the legal way and respecting the human affair is, if you are in a country illegally, you should be imprisoned or be or taken back to your country. That is how the law should. That is an engine of following the law instead of seeing individual overpowering one of individual. And we have seen even some who have died on the coast. So that is unfair, and it should be out.
Well, thank you so very much, Mr. Martins. Let me take this conversation to Uganda. Barrister, looking at the situation of things right now, do you also share the sentiment that very strong sanctions should be placed on South Africa should these xenophobic attacks continue on African nationals living in South Africa? Because this is one of the conversations that the foreign minister from Ghana, I'm talking about Akwedo, clearly was talking about. Do you think that this should be the next line of action when it comes to this situation in South Africa? Barrister Edward. Oh dear, I hear Barrister Edward has left the conversation because I think the network is a bit foggy. Let me bring it to you now, Doctor. Do you also share the sentiment that more stronger sanctions should be placed on South Africa? Now, some have also called for retaliatory attacks, which might just give a quiet sentence to all of these xenophobic attacks in South Africa. Which of these do you also share sentiments on, retaliatory or more sanctions on the part of African Union?
I want to go back a bit. I want to commend the judiciary in South Africa. Their judiciary is more advanced than most of the other African countries.
You think they are much more independent than every other one?
Let me use that word, advanced, because in most countries in Africa, the institutions are under the president. So for an institution to indict a president means there's element of independence.
Okay.
So that's a good one. Then for Sere himself, nomenclature is not the issue. Whether xenophobia or any other name that you choose to call it, most important thing is that people are dying, properties are being destroyed, and should be stopped.
Okay.
Then on the issue of sanctions, I like what the president of Tanzania did or said, even though she's not a Democrat. Understand?
Right.
Even though she's not a Democrat, I'm calling her the Indira Gandhi of Africa. Understand? Even though she's not a Democrat, but the way she responded by giving South Africans in Tanzania 48 hours to exit her country. Understand me?
Okay.
So, because that is the way to go. People need to talk sense into this youth.
Now, do you think, because what you just said now is more like you're endorsing the retaliatory act by some African states. You would recall Adams Oshiomhole, Senator Adams Oshiomhole, also did say that we should shut down companies owned by South Africa in Nigeria. Such retaliatory move, would that even quell this xenophobic attack in any way?
One, this is a rampage. are not sponsored there by government anyway. They are not sponsored there by government, but I can accuse government of negligence.
Okay.
Because they are not doing enough to quell this. Understand? That's to send these youths back to their houses. But I know that if enough sanctions, if enough actions is taken against the government of South Africa, they will be forced to do more than they are doing now.
What do you make of the statements coming from the new Foreign Affairs Minister of Nigeria, Biako Ojukwu, actually calling the diplomats of South Africa to a dialogue and a conversation to letting them know the position of Nigeria? What do you make of that decision?
For me, we have gone beyond the rhetorics. This is action. Understand me? Action should be taken against the South African government so that they will be forced to go out to the streets and stop what is going on. Because these rampaging youths don't understand bilateral the discussions.
This situation doesn't understand it at all.
The youth, they don't. So it is when you force the government of South Africa, they will march out to the street and send these youths back to their houses.
All right, then. Now, from there on, let's move to another conversation, Doctor. In Kenya, we understand now that 19 of Kenyan citizens, and of course, I'm going to return it back to Nairobi, have died fighting for Ukraine's front line, while 32 others remain missing. In all of this, over 1,000 are found in Russia being registered. From your perspective, we've been having this conversation over time. And of course, I know your position saying that it is the weakness of government, particularly part of making sure the economy is right. That's the reason why these people have to find their way to these countries to fighting in the front line. But looking at the fact that the numbers keep increasing, Doctor, how do you think this can be mitigated?
Well, for me, I am sure that some of them signed to go and fight. Understand? I am sure some of them signed to go and fight, but not to die. Understand? Because that's as a greener pasture, because their government is unable to provide for them. If their governments are providing for them, if they are busy, that if they are productive, they will not have gone to other countries.
Okay.
Understand?
Okay.
So this is a failure of government. And in this case, diplomatic measures could be exploited. That's to bring them home. But you should know that most of them are adults above the age of 18 and can take their own decisions. But to me, it is a failure of government. The report I'm getting that there are about 2,400 Africans fighting there.
But unfortunately, it seems more like Kenya has the highest figure with over 1,200.
We don't really know. We don't really know.
This is coming from the Kenyan Intelligence Service, Doctor.
But the other countries are not exposing
their figures.
Their own figures.
All right.
So Kenya is doing enough in exposing their own people. I'm sure a lot of Nigerians are there.
I was going to ask you that, Doctor. Do you have any idea that...
A lot of Nigerians are there, but it takes a government that is concerning, understand, to know where their people are. In Nigeria, we don't even have accurate data of our citizens.
Oh, well. Let's take this conversation to Nairobi, where the entire news is coming from. Mr. Martins, looking at this estimated figure from the Kenyan Intelligence Service, over 1,000 citizens are being recruited, in the name of lucrative jobs abroad. And of course, they find themselves in the front line. Doctor here did say that some of them, he's certain, are fully aware that they're going to fight, but of course, not thinking that they're going to die. As it stands, 19 declared dead, 32 missing. What do you make of this story? And then how can it be mitigated to the barest minimum? I would like you to unmute your mic so we can hear you, Mr. Martins. Oh dear. Well, I understand that the network has taken him out of the conversation. But before I jump off this particular situation, Doctor, the US-Iran war, the fallout of it is becoming quite visible all across Africa. In Mali, we understand that there is increase in fuel. In Niger Republic, we understand that there is present increase in fuel. And of course, Nigeria, where you are. Looking at these situations, let's start off with Nigeria. Should we be having diverse increase in pump price as a result of this situation?
Well, we read that Nigeria has made 5 trillion from this war because our estimation, that's our budget, was put on 71 barrels per dollar.
Yes.
But we have crossed 100. Even as of yesterday, she was about 96 dollar per barrel. While our budget is 71, which means Nigerians are benefiting on one hand, but suffering on the other hand. So we are an OPEC member. And as an OPEC member, none of the OPEC members that are experiencing what Nigeria is experiencing. Because many of them are thinking of tomorrow, while we are not. United States has a reservoir that can last for more than 100 years. Understand?
Okay.
But in Nigeria, we eat both the seed and the fruit.
A reservoir of crude oil.
Crude oil.
Okay.
Reservoir of crude oil. We can last for more than 100 years. But in Nigeria, we eat both the seed and the fruit. And when you eat the seed, there will be nothing again that you put in the soil. So assuming that we are refining in Nigeria, since we are producing and we are refining, this is our time of enjoyment. But the former president sold our crude in advance till 2030.
Oh, well.
So Dangote is not having enough to refine. He needs about 19 cargoes. What NNPC is giving him is only 10. The other one is being imported at the current international price, which is expensive. That is why we are suffering instead of enjoying.
Oh, well, this analysis clearly indicates so much for African countries as well. But this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the African News. I want to say a big thank you to Barrister Edward Okwaramatakinye, lawyer, business associate, and also human rights activist all the way from Uganda for joining the conversation. Thank you so very much for joining. Also, Mr. Martins Njue, thank you so very much for joining. Mr. Martins is a public and political affairs analyst, financial advisor, CEO, founder, WealthGate Insurance Agency. And in the studio with us, we had Dr. Peter Anosike, author, economist, and also public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Doctor, thank you so very much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, Ethiopian woman gives birth to 5 babies after 12 years of wait. These and more after this break. Please just stay with us. We're glad to have you back. It is still the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to other stories. A woman has given birth to rare quadruplets in Ethiopia's Harare regional state after 12 years of trying to conceive. The mother of Bedria Adem says she and her husband were overjoyed to be blessed with 5 children at once. The 35-year-old delivered 4 boys and a girl, all reported to be in good health at the Hiwot Fana Specialist Hospital. Hospital Medical Director Dr. Mohammed Noor Abdullahi said both the mother and babies remain under close medical care. He added that the pregnancy occurred naturally without a vitro fertilization, which the hospital does not offer. Medical experts say the chances of conceiving quadruplets naturally are about 1 in 55 million. And from that story, we move straight to talking African business. Liberia and Panama have held high-level diplomatic talks focused on maritime security and global trade disruption linked to tensions in the Middle East. Liberia's ambassador to the United States, Alassane Couture, met with Ana Irene Delgado to discuss strengthening bilateral cooperation, particularly in maritime affairs, trade, and multilateral diplomacy. The meeting comes amid heightened concerns over global shipping routes affected by instability involving Iran and continued threats to commercial vessels in key waterways, including the Straits of Hormuz and the Red Sea. Both Liberia and Panama operate the world's largest open shipping registries, making them key players in global maritime commerce, with their flags carried by thousands of commercial vessels worldwide. According to a joint statement, discussions followed on strengthening trade ties, improving maritime safety and security, and exploring strategic economic cooperation. And to wrap up the African news, go straight talking sports. CAF Confederation Cup glory and a record $4 million first prize will be at stake when USM Algiers hosts Zamalek SC in the first leg of the 2025-2026 finals in Algiers on Saturday. The opening match will be played at the Stade 5 Juliet 1962, with the return leg scheduled for May the 16th at the Cairo International Stadium. Both clubs are chasing another continental title after recent success in the competition. USM Algiers lifted the trophy in 2023, edging Tanzania's Young Africans on away goals after a 2-2 aggregate draw. Zamalek won their first Confederation Cup in 2019, beating Morocco's RS Berkane on penalties after a 1-1 aggregate tie, and secured the title again in 2024 with another win over Berkane on away goals following a 2-2 aggregate draw. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of African news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at Vop TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. You have a good afternoon.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Vop TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Across several regions of Nigeria, communities continue to grapple with insurgency, banditry, and kidnappings, raising fresh concerns over whether increased defense spending is truly translating into improved safety for citizens. The security crisis shows no clear signs of abating in 2026. Reports indicate that no fewer than 1,091 lives have been lost to violent attacks. Additionally, about 3.7 million Nigerians have been displaced, now scattered across nearly 3,900 camps nationwide. In recent developments, at least 23 people were killed and 108 others injured following a series of suspected suicide bombings in Maiduguri, one of the deadliest attacks in the Borno state capital in recent times. These troubling figures continue to raise a critical question: what can be done to end insecurity in Nigeria? Responding, Nigeria's Vice President Senator Kashim Shettima restated the federal government's resolve to defeat terrorism, declaring that those behind recent attacks in the country will be decisively confronted. As Voice of the People TV, we sought the opinion of Nigerians on this growing concern.
The federal government, that's one of their major role in keeping the safety of Nigerians, as in they have to be very, very, very active in keeping the safety of Nigerians, because that's one of their major priority. So, and again, as we individual, you have to be very, very vigilant. If you see someone that is not familiar with in your area or in your environment, you have to alert the security operations, because you can see if sometimes you might be in your street and you see some new strange faces around you. So when you see such thing, at least you can call the security or maybe the vigilantes in your area. So with this, we can be able to curb the insecurity in our area.
The government should step up its action against it. Especially, I believe that the government has the capacity to do that. There was a time they were talking about state police. They need to hurry up in this issue of state police to equip them effectively, because the state police are people that will be taken from the indigenes, people that are familiar with the terrain. So this kind of people can easily understand what's going on around them. They can easily arrest the situation, because it has gone to the level that the insecurity issue cannot be downplayed.
Everybody is feeling the pains here and there. The security is, in fact, is a major issue that I pray that our president and his men will be able to tackle, so that Nigeria be more safer. Because without insecurity, the economy cannot really move. And without insecurities, nobody can be at peace. Without insecurity, even government itself will not be at rest. So we pray that sincerely this government will have the courage to tackle the insecurity aspect. Once that is settled, I know Nigeria will be better.
As the nation continues to seek lasting solutions, many hope that decisive actions will be taken to restore peace and safeguard lives across the country. Matthew Okunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello there, welcome to Health Check. I am Praise Peters, and it is always a delight to bring you sound conversations where we bring in experts to enlighten you on basic health matters. It's another wonderful episode, and trust that you're going to learn a lot today. So let us start with something that sounds almost unbelievable. Many of the illnesses we used to associate with parents and our grandparents are now showing up in people in their 20s and 30s. And it is quite appalling, would I call it absurd? But according to the World Health Organization, over 1.2 billion adults live with hypertension, and almost half don't even know they have it. And the global data shows that deaths linked to high blood pressure among younger adults have risen significantly in recent years. And to make it even more sobering, the Pan American Health Organization reports that the pandemic wiped out nearly a decade of progress in global life expectancy. But let's tailor it down to Nigeria. Life expectancy in Nigeria is currently around 56 years, far below the global average of about 73 years. And that is literally highlighting the urgent need for better health awareness, prevention, and lifestyle changes. So today, we're asking a very serious question. Are young people taking their health seriously enough? And I will not be doing this alone. Dr. Charles Adeogun will be joining in to open up this conversation from the standpoint of an expert. And he is a wellness physician and public health advocate with several years of practice in the health sector and counting. Doctor, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon.
All right, good afternoon. I feel like this conversation will make a lot of viewers start to rethink their lifestyle, because I think this is really the norm now. Most people in their 20s and their 30s are already having sicknesses that should be for older people. And I don't know, you would be in the best position to tell us how accurate that is. Okay, so let's just start briefly. There's a growing feeling that young adults are dealing with more health problems, and it is more than the previous generation. So it's more like as we even advance, it gets worse. So from your experience, is this truly happening, or are we simply just diagnosing earlier and talking about it more?
Well, I think there's a lot of change in trends that affects health outcomes. So in the previous generation, there were less prevalence of some of these illnesses that we see now, because people were leading healthier lives through good, proper nutrition. They had of course, there's always stress in every generation, but the kind of chronic stress that people
Go through
face
now.
now cannot be compared to what it was then.
Exactly.
And then because of westernization of the diets, because of industrialization, because of the gaseous emissions and the pollutants we have in our environment,
Right.
because of the things we get exposed to.
They're no longer green trees.
Exactly. We have, everything is all about construction. Everybody is just trying
Civilization.
to just urbanize everywhere,
Yeah.
So we do pay less attention to the environment. We pay less attention to water resources. We pay less attention to nutrition. And because people need quick fixes here and there, people are always working very hard, almost round the clock.
Yeah.
And people leave their houses so early and return late, so they don't even have time to prepare healthy, nourishing meals for their bodies. So most people eat just what they see, what they can find, what is accessible to them, not necessarily what will nourish
What
their
they
bodies.
need.
And you are typically what you eat. We know that nutrition.
We need to emphasize that you're typically what you eat.
Yes, because your nutrition goes a large extent to determine your well-being and your quality of life. So
Right.
basically, for a lot of people who are not intentional about their diet, either because of their work routines or circumstances around them, then you find out that, of course, you're going to have nutritional deficiencies. You actually see people who are more obese now in this generation than it was in the previous generation because of westernized diet and because of food fads. A lot of people want to be woke.
Okay, I think I'm talking to a Gen Z doctor here. Be woke, clock it.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. So a lot
Yeah.
of them,
Very
they
correct.
want to actually be seen as people who are following trends and knowing what is in vogue and all that. So
Yeah.
you change your diet to something that you think makes you, like
Gen Z. I don't even
I
know.
don't want to use the word Gen Z. You just want to show yourself that, look, I am current. I know what people around eat. I know what is
Right.
expected of me at this point in my
Right.
life. And then some of the things we do, the cosmetics, the skincare products, the chemicals we ingest. We spoke about hormone disruptors, not too long ago
Yeah.
in one of the previous editions. All these things are, major gateways to major illnesses. Some of these things are carcinogenic. Some of these things are hormone disruptors. Some of these things make people add weight unnecessarily. And then this social media and influencer generation,
They can literally even influence your choice of diet.
Of course, influences your choice of diet, influences your choice of appearance. You are more concerned about how you look, and you want to modify your body. You want to look like your model or the ideal person or that you have idealized in your mind. You admire people so much that you just want to just be like them, regardless of the cost or what you are putting yourself into in order to achieve that fit. So you find out a lot of people, go into things that normally they wouldn't have been pressured into if not for social media craze and this influencer situation. So basically, all these factors, they all interplay to actually determine the choices that people make. And then chronic stress. We've talked about it before. A lot of people, think working harder or longer equals productivity. And we keep saying it all the time. It's
So
not
the fact that you are busy does not mean you are productive.
the fact that you can be
Can be
busy,
busy
you can
doing
do nothing. Yes, you can be busy achieving nothing. You can
Wow,
be busy.
that reality hits.
Yes, you can be busy stressing out. You can be busy, aging faster.
Honestly.
Where you can actually delegate duties or find easier ways or more productive
Work
ways.
smart.
Yeah, exactly. That's just the summary of it. Or working smart. Finding ways to achieve your goals, meet your objective, meet your targets, but you are not completely drained out. I'm still making out time for proper relaxation and recreation. A lot of people think recreation is being lazy, or recreation or you relaxing means that time. Do you know this time you are using to lie down or to rest?
can
People
use
are
it to
making
do other-
money. People are making money. People are making
Yeah.
money every day. And at the end of the day, yes, people may indeed be making money, but when they lose their health, they would spend all that money to try to get
And
their
more.
health back, which may not even be possible. Because we keep saying it that it is only one good illness, good in quotes, one solid illness can bankrupt
capable
you.
of, yes.
So whatever savings you think you have, whatever amount of money you think you have in the bank, or whatever business you think you're doing that is thriving, that is draining you, and you're not paying attention to your body, and you're still making demands on that body that you have not refreshed, that you have not nourished to keep performing, you get to your breaking point. And when you arrive at that breaking point, you'll find out that the money you've stacked up, you're going to do away with it to get your health back. That is even if you can do anything to get it back.
Exactly. One thing that holds true to what you've said so far is diet. You are what you eat. And most of the time, we just eat to fill our bellies. I'm hungry, and so they just go pick up something and just eat. Just anything. Not knowing that whatever you're picking to eat is actually defining how your system is going to be like. And I feel like some of us are really guilty of this. I don't want to talk about myself.
Many of
Most
us
of
are
the times,
guilty.
I'm so lazy, I'm so tired, and I just go grab noodles. I can eat noodles every day.
Yeah.
And I know that that's not even very healthy.
Yeah, correct.
Right. So, but you are a doctor, right? And I want us to be more practical about this. So when young people come to your clinic, what are the things you see, the health concerns that you know that is not actually normal for this kind of age group that you constantly see? So what are young adults currently facing now that shouldn't be the norms?
Well, we're seeing increased number of young people coming in with obesity. We're seeing increased number of young people coming in with elevated blood pressure. We're seeing young people coming in with elevated blood sugar, high cholesterol levels, and we're seeing some of them ultimately developing kidney issues. Because apparently in our environment, for most people that come down with kidney failure, it's usually from uncontrolled hypertension or uncontrolled diabetes. And like we know, hypertension is usually very silent. It's silent killers, they call it. You know, so basically you may not have any symptoms. You go about your normal activities, you're still functional, but something is really off. Something is amiss. And a lot of people miss this point because they rarely come for wellness checks. And if you don't check for these things, there's no way you would know that these things are there. So when you find people who are obese, when you find people who are, you know, gaining weight, and they just say, well, I don't know, it's just been that way. I don't know where this fat is coming from. And
some
they
even think it's a sign of healthy living.
Yes, and they trivialize it. It's a sign of good living. Or I think it's because I changed job. And some make excuses like it's because I now work remotely. And it's because, you know, I just moved from this part of the country to this part of the country. I think that shift has, you know. But the important thing is
making excuses.
But the truth of the matter is that your body doesn't work by excuses. If something is off, you would see the consequences. So if you are obese, you know that you're at risk of cardiovascular events, you're at risk of hypertension, you're at risk of type 2 diabetes, you're at risk of high cholesterol, you're at risk of certain types of cancers, you're at risk of certain hormone disturbances, hormonal disturbances. So it's very important that we have a high index of suspicions for these things. And a lot of young people, when they come in, treatment compliance is also a problem. When you start educating them and telling them, okay, your blood pressure has been elevated, you don't know for how long this has been going on. Let's have a kidney function done. Let's check your organs. And by the time more results are coming out, it's unfolding a more you know, serious underlying condition that was apparently unidentifiable on the surface. And when you tell them these are the treatment modalities, or these are treatment plans that you have to undergo, why would I have to go through them? I'm too young for this.
Exactly. I feel like there is this certain level of confidence that comes with being young, being youthful. You feel like nothing can really happen to you at this point in time.
Time is on your side. You can get away with many things. You can get away with what you eat and what you drink. Well, fair enough.
And that level of negligence?
Well, fair enough. Youthfulness is a plus to you, but only to an extent, because at the end of the day, your body can only serve you as much as how you nourish it and how you provide it with all the essential nutrients too. But if you're already obese, you're going to have visceral fats. We talked about visceral fats before on the show. Visceral fats are fat infiltration into your major organs that may ultimately affect the function of the organs. You are prone to fatty liver, you're prone to having arthritis of your knee joints, you're prone to sleep apnea. You know, you can have all sorts of health complications that would jeopardize your health in the long run.
Sure.
So basically, a lot of young people would now say, why would I be on drugs for this and that? How old am I that I'm starting all these multiple medications? But the truth is, you're already on that path. Your body is not looking at your age anymore. Your body is dealing with the facts. facts. The facts are that you are obese. The facts are that you are already having major complications that come with chronic illnesses, especially when you do have a positive family history. So family history is very, very key. A lot of young people don't pay attention to trends, health trends in their families.
Patterns.
Yeah, patterns in their families, what their parents have, what their siblings have, and rather than having that knowledge and that's being something dictating how they live their lives and their lifestyle choices and dietary choices, they just leave everything to chance and still, they just enjoy this youthfulness.
Yeah,
And
so
then
it's
this
not
youthful
100% what you do.
It's not 100% what you do. Genetics play a role, certainly. Genetics are very, very powerful. Your genes are powerful. You share genetic material with the people that give birth to you. And there are true family trends in health-related conditions. So there are some conditions that, belonging to a particular family line predisposes you to those conditions. So you better know those trends and know the lifestyle changes you need to start making, which includes things that require commitment, require discipline. That's another part that young people have issues with. The commitment and discipline to do the right thing. A lot of them, I just have cravings for this, I just have cravings for that. And
you can only live once.
Exactly, and they normalize these things. But the truth is, these cravings, if not checked, if not properly checked, and you're very, very diligent and disciplined about it, they can actually ruin your health. And you can imagine you dealing with a chronic illness, which is almost lifelong or long-term treatment, and you're already in your 20s and you're beginning such treatment.
That's early.
It's too early to begin that. So you can see why our health decisions, our lifestyle and diet has a long way. It goes a long way in dictating our health outcomes.
Now that I think about it, I really feel like all of these are tied to lifestyle. Really.
Of course.
Because we now have long work hours. We have fast foods that we are not even sure how they are prepared. Most of the time, they are usually processed already. All of these canned drinks and all of that. We have constant screen exposures. And, when you were talking about arthritis, that took me back to one of our episodes where it was even, exposed to us that looking at your phone constantly can even do something to your neck.
Absolutely correct. Because you're like that for long hours. You're like that for long hours, even in front of your desktop. You're there for long hours. Your sitting posture, all these matter a lot. That's sedentary lifestyle.
Every youth literally are. I don't want to say every youth, but most people are addicted to the screen.
Yes, they are.
Already, they almost cannot do without it. It's either they are sleeping or they're on their phone.
And it affects us in so many ways. It affects us physically, it affects us emotionally, and it also affects our connection in real life to people around us. Because you can find out that some people don't even realize they're alone. Because once they are lost in the screen or with whatever they are doing, it's completely very engaging and they're completely engrossed in what they're doing.
And it's even like if you don't stay on your phone, or if you can just stay quiet, then you're a boring person.
Yes. So, you just think something is missing when you're not with your phone or with your laptop or your computer.
It's slowly becoming an addiction.
Yes. And then you don't have true connections with people around you. And that's why even in a family setting, it's possible that everybody is just fixated on their own individual screens and they never even communicate with one another. They never even connect with one another, though they are in close proximity, but there is no connection. They are rather connected to something that is virtual. So it's very necessary that we see how this is affecting us socially, emotionally, even affecting the family bond. So it's very important that everything is done in moderation and we prioritize our health first. And like WHO would say, your health is not only physical well-being. It's physical, mental, emotional, and social well-being.
Let's take that again.
Physical, mental, emotional, and social well-being.
Wow.
All
Physical, mental, emotional, and social well-being.
So if one of them is missing, you cannot be regarded as a healthy person.
Wow. So if you're physically fit, emotionally fit, but you're not socially fit, then something is wrong.
You're not a completely healthy
person. I love that analogy. Absolutely love it.
So that is very, very key. You really need true human connection. You really need to have good family support or whatever support, a support system in quotes, because being humans, we're emotional, we have feelings, we go through circumstances that are distressing sometimes, and you need real people who can empathize with you. You need real people who can surround you and who can support you during your trying times. Because your virtual screen and whatever is happening virtually cannot be there for you when you truly need that support. So it's very essential for you to have a true human connection. And it's also very important for you to make sure that your mental state is healthy, very stable and healthy. That means that you are able to think clearly, you are able to make decisions clearly, you are able to connect with people clearly, you are able to manage and cope with stress, daily life stress, all the stressors around us. You are able to adapt, you are able to cope appropriately. So because because the truth of the matter is, a lot of people, they get stretched, they get to their limits and they snap off, because you just find out that the stress gets to a certain level that if you keep bottling it up and you're not allowing it,
you just declare depression on yourself.
You declare depression on yourself, or you just see somebody who just dies slowly and nobody around is even noticing that anything is already out of place.
Funny how, concerning what you said earlier about the whole screen thing, I was having a conversation with someone and this person said, you can lock me up in my room for a week as long as there's internet connection, there is light.
Exactly.
And I'm like, are you serious?
Yeah.
Like, you can literally not do life alone. Nobody should live in isolation, for God's sake. And concerning the mental health that you talked about, I hear this a lot. My mental states, and this is not even common between news. Don't stress me. My mental health is stressed and all of that. And I feel like as much as we are saying this jokingly, I feel like it really holds true to some people. They're really going through a loss. They don't know how to even, cope with stress anymore. Everything, they have gone to ChatGPT to look for the solution and all of that. And we've forgotten that there is a place of nature. There's a place of just shutting down your screen and going up to probably take a vacation or something and just be quiet.
Absolutely. We cut out that part of our lives and we see it as part of being lazy, as part of being unproductive. The time you are using, to just stay laid back. A lot of people are making money. You don't know how much people made over the weekend, and you just deceive yourself that you're on a vacation. You sleep for 8 hours per night. You're wasting your life away. That translates to how many hours or how many years of sleep since you were, all sorts of calculations and all that, really, really in reality are not, they are not true and they are not practicable. And in reality, when it comes to your health, judging your overall well-being, there are going to be detrimental consequences, to your health and well-being. So basically, if you want a stable mental health, your sleep and your rest must be adequate. You need to get enough sleep. You need to be able to detach from the norm, from your routines, to be able to get a clear mind, to rejuvenate yourself, to refresh yourself. That's the only way that you can be at your best and you can be productive.
I love that we're talking about this now, because I still had a conversation with someone yesterday and this person was telling that he thinks he has insomnia. And I feel like that is, for people that don't know what insomnia means, that's chronic sleep deprivation, right? Yeah, so how do they really, some people honestly deal with this and they don't know how to cope with it. And I feel like I used to think that it's all about the screen. No, the screen has a way of making your mind think that it is daytime, even at night. So when they're going through stuff like this, what do you advise that they do? People going through insomnia and all that.
Well, insomnia is actually a condition that we're seeing amongst different age brackets now, and you find out that a lot of people just tell you, it wasn't like this before, I just noticed I can't sleep well. And when you start asking them about their routines, you hear that, they work for long hours, they leave their houses so early, they come back late. When they get back home, they still have a lot of work to complete before going to bed. And they've put themselves in an overdrive mode. Everything is just working. No
Always
time
busy.
to shut down, always busy. And at the end of the day, they say they can't understand why they can't sleep. But first and foremost, I would say chronic anxiety is also part of the problem. People have deadlines to meet up. They have objectives and targets to meet up. They have fears. They have
So even when they
worries.
sleep, they think about
They
this.
still keep thinking about those things. They picture in their minds all the things that are left undone, all the targets, all the deadlines. And ultimately, some of them are even thinking of finances. Some of them are thinking of trips they want to make. Some of them are thinking of degrees they need to earn. Some of them are thinking of bills to pay, and all these things trigger anxiety in people. And now we find out that people come to the hospital, they are just seated like you're seated, and we check their pulse rate, and it's like somebody running a race.
Wow.
and they're just seated and they appear calm outwardly, but their minds are just firing.
Wow.
And when you ask them, are you afraid of something? Are you anxious about anything? And they'll say, is there anybody that is not worried about something? Something is happening to something is happening to everybody.
Especially in the country.
Exactly. So you see, there are different factors that trigger anxiety in people, and it can play out as insomnia. And like you rightly mentioned, depression is also a very huge condition that affects people's mental health and ultimately can deprive you of your sleep. So people with depression can either present with poor sleep or oversleeping. So it could be both ends, you know. So if anybody is dealing with sleep-related issues, you want to find out if they're dealing with anxiety, you want to find out if they're having any mental health challenges, you want to find out about their drug history, are they on any medications that can have a side effect of potentially giving you trouble sleeping. Then you also want to find out how their routines are. Do they do the night shifts where they have altered their sleep-wake cycle, where they have to where they have to stay awake during the night? Then when others are sleeping, they are awake and alert. And when others are, you know, at work, they are trying to sleep. But your body has a normal circadian rhythm, has a sleep-wake clock that you have altered from prolonged night shifts. So people who have been doing the night shift for a very long time may actually develop this alteration, and they may actually have trouble sleeping. Then, of course, insomnia can also be from environmental factors, the illumination, of course, sound or noise. And then heat, extremes of temperature, also can also influence the quality of your sleep. And ultimately, a lot of people too can develop sleep issues simply because when things go wrong, they cannot, you know, there's this serenity prayer. I don't know, I'm sure you've heard of the serenity prayer that they will tell you, God, please help me be able to change the things I can change, and the things I cannot change, help me to accept them, and the wisdom to know the difference. So the wisdom to know the difference between what you can do something about and what you cannot do something about. So for people who worry about things they can't change or worry about things they have no control over, sleep problems will be an issue for them. So definitely the advice to everybody is if something is beyond you. I was talking to somebody today, and this conversation emerged. The person said, look, for me, one of my coping mechanisms is if I look at a problem, I see it's beyond me, I see it's beyond my abilities, I see it's beyond my influence, I can't do anything about it, I dump it and I don't worry about it.
That's a high level of self-awareness.
Yes, and the person said, once I do that, I'm good. I go to bed, I shut my eyes, I sleep. Anxiety is zero because I've convinced myself I do my best about things I can control. I do my best about things that I can influence the outcome. But if this is beyond me, I just leave it to a higher power, which is God, in prayers. Or if I can't do anything about it, then I don't let myself.
I feel like everyone should have this mindset.
We should, because it's a very good coping mechanism. Most people that come down with mental health challenges because of chronic stress or emotional stress, it's due to the ability to cope with stressors, the stressors they encounter in daily life. And this adaptation or the ability to cope is peculiar to individuals. You can't say one size fits all for everybody. So certain people have ways of coping. Some people, like that lady I said, her own coping mechanism is not troubling herself over what she can't control. For some other people, it may be prayers. For some other people, it is music. It relaxes you and makes you throw away your problems, you know. Or for some other people, it's you sharing with a confidant, somebody that you trust, a trusted person, a trusted friend, a trusted relative, or a mentor that you respect, you know, that you believe has years of wisdom and experience, life experiences, that's probably gone through what you're going through, who is in a position to give you the right advice or the right counsel or guidance, you know, to your problem. That goes a long way, because when you're unburdening your heart to another person who is able to help you, and the person gives you sound counsel, to a very large extent, you'll find out that you feel relieved.
Yeah,
And then
more
you are
at
more,
ease.
and you're more likely to get solutions to your problem.
Exactly. Nobody has to do life alone, really.
Absolutely.
So when you were talking, you said something about stress. And most of the time, it is now normalized, like very, very normal. Like if you're not busy, if you're not stressed, I mean, some people literally tie productivity to I'm stressed. You know, they just feel like the fact that you say you are stressed, it means that you are doing something with your life. But we really do not have to normalize this, really. So what I think we need to emphasize on the effect of stress, constant stress in our bodies. So what happens when there is constant stress over time in the youth, in the health of the youth?
When you're constantly stressed, then you're pro-inflammatory. When you're constantly stressed, you have stress hormones. Cortisol will be at an all-time high. You have those spikes of cortisol, which can also spike your blood sugar, spike your blood pressure, cause some sleep deprivation or sleep problems. And then when you're chronically stressed too, you may also have anxiety issues because your body is just in a state of flight or fright. You are always just on the edge. Once you are stressed, even your ability to concentrate, your ability to even connect well with people is hindered. You may be a little irritable towards people around you, may be easily angered, you're short-tempered when you're stressed. And when you're stressed, the ability to make good decisions, quality decisions are also, altered. And you may find out that you are even making more errors than making the right moves you're supposed to make. So your level of productivity and overall creativity drops drastically. And you find out that people who are chronically stressed are more prone to certain illnesses, hypertension, diabetes, mental health challenges. And then you also notice panic attacks too, because when you remember all the problems you have, suddenly you remember problem 1, problem 2, problem 3, problem 4, and then you just go into that panic attack mode. And panic attack presents differently for different people. You find people suddenly palpitating, suddenly people become breathless, and you may even think that they are passing out, it looks like a big emergency. And it's just because of something that is going through their minds that they are not managing well and they're not coping with well. So we advise that everybody should have a confidence. Professionals are there. You have clinical psychologists, you have the psychiatrists, you have people possibly in your family or people, best friends that we call besties, Gen Zs we call besties, a trusted person that you can always share your burdens with, that I'm going through this or that. What do you think of this? What do you think of that? I'm going through this. Can you advise me? What are the steps I can take? All those go a long way to unburden your heart and take the stress off you, so that somebody else can listen to you and give you some unbiased, counsel or advice that can help you to get out of the problems you are in. Because truly, actually, what some people call problems, when it is shared with people who are well experienced in life,
who have gone through what they are going through now.
They'll tell you this is your problem, then you don't have any problem at all. Because they'll tell you, because this is not really a big deal.
And that is why it is really, really important that we have people we are accountable to.
Absolutely.
And we have people that mentors us, because those people have been there before. I don't think there's anything that anybody is going through now that someone has not gone through
under
before.
The sun. Nothing is new under the sun. Every problem that everybody encounters, it's not peculiar to you. It has happened to somebody before. It's probably still happening to somebody somewhere. So it is
and
not
it will
really,
still happen to someone else.
Somebody, exactly.
Right.
So it is not peculiar to you, and it is not a new thing. So it's very important that you know that whatever it is you're dealing with, don't see it as, oh, I don't think this has ever happened to anybody. It's a problem we've never seen this kind before. There is no such thing. So you can always get professional help. And it's always very important for us to mention that when we're talking about youth, because most of the youth we have now in this generation, the ability to cope with stress is very, very
low.
Very, very thin.
I can't come and kill myself.
And then they tell you, oh no, I'm going through so much. You don't understand. I'm overwhelmed. This thing is overwhelming. And, each time they tell you it's overwhelming, they mean it. Some of them are having an outburst already. Some of them are already shedding tears because they can't cope with the stress. And ultimately, some of them resort to things like alcohol, smoking, recreational drugs, just to distract themselves, which ultimately we know is also detrimental to their well-being. So ultimately,
so your coping mechanism is even very important.
Yes, your coping mechanism. In fact,
don't use the wrong thing to cope.
Exactly. So most people that deal with addiction comes from a place of trying to move from a certain issue they're experiencing that seems overwhelming to them, and they're looking for some outlets or quick fixes, and then they resort to things that distract them temporarily from their problems, not realizing that what you're using to distract yourself
it's even the problem itself.
Yes, gets you stuck, gets you addicted. You think you are in control at the first instance. You think you can control how much of it you are getting, but Before you know it, you build tolerance to it quickly. You need to increase the dose of what you're taking to get the same effect each time, and you're addicted. And there you are, you can't come out of it. Even when you desire to come out of it, you can't come out of it. Then you would need help to come out of it, which would involve possibly months or years of rehabilitation if the person is not already having psychiatric issues.
Most times you hear it's my life, my rules. My life, my rules. Okay, so I'm moving on to fast lane. We're about wrapping up this conversation. But before we wrap up this conversation, I want us to talk about the main thing, which is the prevention and what to do. So what are the signs we should look out for as youths when our health are beginning to deteriorate, and what should we do about them?
So as a young person, if you're beginning to see that you're gaining weight, unintentional weight gain, and it seems uncontrollable, and you're trying your best to lose weight and it's not happening, please seek help. Secondly, you may need to be very disciplined about your diet and your physical activities. Then thirdly, do not joke with your sleep. If you know that you're beginning to have sleep deprivation, or you're having problems initiating sleep or problem maintaining sleep, please get professional help. If you notice you're beginning to have some mental health issues, you're beginning to be overly anxious, you're beginning to have palpitations you can't explain, you're beginning to feel low without any reason, you're lethargic, you're not motivated to do anything, there's apathy towards things you normally do, and then all the activities you enjoy, your hobbies, are not appealing to you anymore, you seek professional help. That may be pointing towards depression. And if you're dealing with addiction issues already in terms of recreational drugs or binging on alcohol or smoking, you should seek professional help, because it's only a matter of time before it takes a toll on your health. So seeking professional help early is one of the best ways to curb the trend of what we're seeing in the youth now. So please don't live in ignorance, don't live in denial. If you see that you're having a health challenge, seek help from the right professionals. And whatever guidelines they give you, whatever counsel they give you, be sure to do your part. Do your due diligence to follow the right counsel, and your path to recovery will be assured.
Amazing. That's really, really beautiful. I think with all of this, we don't really have any problems anymore. But lastly, we youths, we are very, very obedient people. So for emphasis purposes, what daily habits should we stop, and what daily habits should we pick in order to improve our health and well-being?
So daily habits, nutrition comes first. What you put into your body, you must be very intentional about it, ensuring balanced diet, ensuring good amounts of vegetables and fruits in your diet, adequate hydration, cutting out on junk foods, cutting out on excess sugar, and then making sure that your physical activities, regular exercises, are in place. If you know you are drinking alcohol or you're smoking, you may need to actually seek help if you're trying to break off from such. But if you're not so addicted to it, you may start restricting the amount and the frequency of consumption of this. And then it's also important for you to prioritize rest. You can't be working around the clock. Make out time for vacations, make out time for recreation, get on the sport, get on some games, and then connect with people, have true human connections, and then seek counsel where applicable. And then ultimately, if you notice that probably you went for a wellness check and something was off, please don't discard it. Don't say, I'm young, my health will fix it, it's still too early to do this, and you just disappear. Yes, and you just disappear. Please, things don't happen that way. If your doctor has placed you on a medication, please be sure to go through the complete regimen of treatment. Make sure that you go for your follow-up visits as necessary, and make sure that you follow up all your doctor's recommendations. That's the only way that you can be sure that your well-being is well taken care of.
Thank you so much, Doctor. I feel like this has been a very, very amazing conversation. Say a lot for youth. So, this conversation really puts things into perspective, really. The youthful age gives us time, but it doesn't always guarantee health. So the decisions we make early quietly shapes our future. I mean, we have to be very, very intentional. I think that should be a take home for us. Thank you so much, Dr. Charles Adeogun. This has been a very, very enlightening conversation.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, and so everyone watching, the best time to protect your health isn't later, it is now. I am Praise Peters, and this has been Health Check. Until next time, stay well and stay healthy.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
Don Jazzy is a name synonymous with music, talent discovery, and production in Nigerian music industry. Born Michael Collins Ajere on November 26, 1982, Don Jazzy grew up in Ajegule in Lagos State, where he honed his skills in music, playing drums for churches. Co-founding Mo Hits Records in 2005. Don Jazzy's production skills and collaborations with artists like D'banj catapulted him to fame. His unique blend of Afrobeat, hip-hop, and pop created timeless hits like Dorobuchi and Chop My Money. A recipient of numerous awards, including several BET Award nominations, Don Jazzy's impact on Nigerian music is undeniable, having impacted on the careers of Tiwa Savage, Ricardo Banks, Crayon, Corey Bello, and others. Today, Don Jazzy's Marvin Records empire is solidifying his position as a music mogul. Don Jazzy also focuses on giving back, supporting education and music initiatives. Don Jazzy is a true maestro who is shaping Nigerian music landscape with his unique sound and vision.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room of Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not continue to talk, please discuss.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Food remains one of the most powerful tools in maintaining health and preventing disease. As the commemoration of World Registered Dietitian Nutritionist Day, nutrition experts and healthcare professionals are drawing attention to the role of proper nutrition in improving the quality of life. The event, themed Discover the Power of Nutrition, highlights how food choices can influence lifespan, productivity, and overall well-being. Speakers note that balanced diets that include fruits, vegetables, adequate water intake, and controlled portions can help reduce the risk of several health conditions. They warn that unhealthy eating habits and excessive consumption of processed foods continue to contribute to a growing number of non-communicable diseases, including obesity, cardiovascular disease, and hypertension.
Is when you get your diet right, you are physically and mentally alert, which you know that eating healthy is one of the master key of good health. Down to the hospital setting, they come in as clients. We have those on admission across board, from cradle to geriatric, which is the elderly people. So from the pregnant woman, for your child, for you to be healthy and the child to be healthy, and you come out having a bouncing and beautiful or handsome baby, you need the touch of a dietitian. That is in terms of a promotion of good health.
Experts also emphasize the important role dietitians play within the healthcare system, particularly in providing specialized nutritional care for patients who are unable to feed normally.
We need to improve on our policy. We need to improve on our policy. We need to make sure that food is one of the highest allocation is given to food in the policy. 1, 2, during the policy for nutritionists, dietitians should be included in this policy making table, because we are the ones that actually knows where the feet is pinching. We are with the grassroots. We know them. We see them. They come to us. Some of them, we know the reasons why some of this thing is happening. So with this, we can actually tackle this thing. The second thing is that we need to train more of nutritionists and dietitians in Nigeria.
Beyond hospitals, nutrition advocates say that raising awareness about healthy eating habits remains key to building a healthier population. They add that schools, institutions, and communities must work together to promote better nutrition practices.
And the message we have out there is that nutrition is the bedrock of healthy living. If we talk about people being healthy to go about their businesses and being away from disease, out of disease, you have to make your nutrition a top priority in your life. So when you get the nutrition right, it takes care of every health condition as well as healthy living.
For organizers of the event, the goal is to encourage greater recognition of the role institution and nutrition plays in everyday health and national development.
Just like the way they normally say that information is power. So we want to empower people all on the aspect of malnutrition. When I say malnutrition, we have undernutrition, we have overnutrition. And when we talk about malnutrition too, some can resort to health challenges. You understand? And even excessive to overnutrition resort to health challenges. When we talk about malnutrition, many of us, our understanding is about the children, it's about the toddlers. Fine, they have it on the side. We have that challenges, and we want them to get information. If they are rightfully fed, if they are adequately fed, they will see every child is not expected to sleep in an hospital. If it is not a kind of a epidemic kind of situation that is happening, every child should stay at home, come for hospital for just checkup or immunization, and go back home and live healthy. So, but for the adults too, you discover a lot of adult-related health challenges. They are diet-related challenges. We want to talk about hypertension. We want to talk about diabetes. We want to talk about obesity. We want to talk about renal-related. Renal-related condition. When we say renal, we have acute, chronic till you get to the end stage. Depending, it's about liver cirrhosis or fatty liver or disease, or even alcoholic fatty liver. So a lot of health challenges that people are having. If we want to talk about the common in our client, which is malaria, it is hemolysis that the red blood cell is being destroyed, and we have a nutritional anemia, and we have anemia on its own too. And one of the things you see many people after treating malaria, they say they need a blood tonic too. So a lot of things that this program we address. If Nigeria embrace this profession, if Nigeria put this profession in the appropriate place, put us where we belong, to encourage us, we are ready to give out our best. And we have people, we have professors, we have doctors, we have professionals that are practicing day in and day out, that have current knowledge about what is happening. But if the environment does not encourage, then you are unnecessarily overworked, you are unnecessarily short-staffed, then you become weary, because how will you? Knowledge is not static. You need to be improving in knowledge every now and then. So what this program is the message trying to pass across is that individual can actually live healthy, and those that are having health challenges too can also maintain it. If it is uncurable one, if it is the one that they need to manage, they can also live healthy with the knowledge of nutrition gotten from the appropriate quarters, from the expert, because it is like a medicine. You need to review, you need to come for follow-up, we need to make assessment. It is not a one-time thing. So, and it's not surgery. And if it's not surgery too, you have to come for follow-up for the site, for the operation that has been carried out, for the surgeon to ensure that everything is working out fine. And for it to working out fine too, nutrition is needed, because the wound will still need to be healed. Then you need a vitamin C, you understand. You need a protein, replenishment of tissues, and then you need adequate iron supply, so that everything will go. You need a vitamin A for the epithelial tissue, for everything to work effectively. So that is what we are here, and that is the message we are passing out. And on the topic, discover the power of nutrition. I'm so much interested in this year program because it has a very powerful theme, and we want the world to know about it.
Participants were also taken through simple physical exercises, highlighting the importance of combining good nutrition with active living for improved health outcomes.
All over the world, every nutritionist dietitian is celebrating this month as our month where we create more awareness about the goodness of nutrition, right? The goodness of food. Everyone you see here, majority of people you see here are professionals of nutrition and dietetics, where the group that have been equipped with the knowledge of passing right nutrition information to the people of the world, right? So here today, we want people to know that there's power in nutrition. We want people to know that with good food, you can prevent illness. It's not just about eating, it's about eating smart, eating right, and eating well, so that you can be able to achieve the maximum nutrients benefits from the foods that you are consuming. 7, 8, 9, and 10.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Patapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin. Hi
guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say they call me Enjoy Med Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me? My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. Or more. Not be also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP.
AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, how is everybody that's checking the man back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of.
Yeah, guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hello there and welcome on board. Yes, thank God it is Friday. Thank God it is Friday. Of course, we're always excited. And for some people that don't like showing it, but of course, almost everyone is always excited when it gets to the tail end of a particular working, week where we know that we're about to slide into the weekends to enjoy ourselves. I'm just saying, it doesn't mean that we don't enjoy ourselves at work, but regardless of that, we all understand what I mean by that. So welcome on board. It is People's Voice on Voice of Television, where stories shape the narrative. And of course, today we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. Yes, we're talking about something very, very serious. I think we all saw it in the news, I think 24 hours ago, and it's been brewing ever since then. Remi Tinubu blast rubber stamp a Senate. All eyes on Senate as we speak, Oshimole saga with that of the president of the Senate, and the whole situation has been ongoing. And it gives us the reason for us to actually talk about it this wonderful, Friday. So join the conversation with expert insight and citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Xavier Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. Tegbe denies pledge to fix power grid in 3 months. Power Minister designate Joseph Tegbe has denied reports that he promised to fix Nigerians' power grid within 3 months. A spokesperson said Tegbe made no such comment and such commitment also, during his Senate screening on May 6th, and that the timelines for reforms are still being worked out. Tegbe said visible improvement would start within 100 days, with broader reforms taking about a year. He pledged to stabilize the grid, tackle gas supply issues, expand metering, and also protect vulnerable consumers while ensuring investors' confidence and telling them why they should actually continue to do investment and business with Nigeria. And of course, the sector. Tegbe was nominated by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu after Adebayo Adelabu left the ministry in the recent cabinet reshuffle. And away from that particular one, article rejects NNPCL deal with Chinese firm on refineries. Atiku Abubakar has called for an immediate halt to NNPCL's deals with the two Chinese firms to restart Port Harcourt and Warri refineries. He said the companies lack refinery experience and accused the Tinubu administration of secrecy and repeating past failures. Atiku demanded full disclosure of the agreement and a probe into billions spent on previous refinery projects. All right. This particular one, in as much as I want to rush off the news stories so I can, bring in my guest analyst, but for this particular one, we were also told that so many refinery workers are just, waking up and sleeping and waking up and sleeping, yet they keep getting a payment. I love what Atiku Abubakar said here, and I'll just pick that particular statement where he said that he doesn't want the present administration to make the past mistakes. So this is not about criticizing the present administration. He is only saying that the past, administrations or other administrations, including the one he was, yes, it talked about past failure. So it's not just about, a new thing now. It is not a APC thing or PDP thing, but we've had several leaders come in and go, and they've made several mistakes. So ease of, let's come to the drawing board and let's actually look into this particular thing holistically instead of just, bringing in firms who have, zero knowledge as regards to these particular sectors. But in the coming days, we'll actually get to hear more of that particular, situation, and hopefully we get to, get to hear from, the federal government what their stance would be as regards to that. Now, the tragic situation that caught my attention when I saw this particular one was the windstorm that destroyed houses in Kebbi communities and displaced families. The reason why this was quite tragic for me is because I've been in that particular place and I know what it feels like. Usually you would hear a word that says that whatsoever that happens in the north is always to the extreme. If it's to rain, you would get enough rain. If it's about Hamatan, you get Hamatan. If it's going to be a sunny day, you would feel the harshness of that particular, sun. A windstorm has destroyed houses, food stores, and property, worth millions of naira across several communities in Suru local government area, Kebbi State. A lawmaker, Farouk Abubakar Maisudan, said that he visited the affected areas and, of course, including the communities like Samberia, Cherokee, and Chiwan Wazam area were also hit by this particular windstorm, leaving many families displaced. No deaths were reported. He pledged to raise, the matter before the State Assembly and the governor, Governor Nasir Idris, for urgent relief. Kebbi officials on the assessment tour also, and they've given their promise for swift, assistance to victims. I remember talking to a friend as regards to some houses in Katsina, how it has been built, where when you've taken, the coaches to the final top, when it gets to the point of lintel, you put in your roof, then you had extra 3 coaches on that particular building. This is the reasons why, so many people get to build their houses that way, by roofing and by still adding about 3 to 4, coaches of blocks on it, just to hold the property firm, just to hold the building firm. This is the situation. And We understand that if this is happening in Kebbi is close to Sokoto, Kebbi is close to Zamfara, from there Zamfara to Katsina and of course Kaduna, they are all on just one straight road, and basically we want our government to look into what that can be done, especially in this situation. Of course, it's not a situation or it's not a thing that can be controlled when it comes to, rain, storms and all of that, but maybe we just have to give a proper, new kind of housing method and structures, for some parts of the north or almost everywhere in Nigeria, so that we wouldn't have vulnerable people exposed to, natural, disasters like this. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOP TV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOP TV, and of course, on YouTube, the Voice of People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. And as we return, we'll be dissecting the conversation here. We're to move blast rubber stamp Senate. You don't go nowhere, please stay tuned. I'll be right back. All right, welcome back to the program. It is the People's Voice on Voice of People Television. The Senate reversed controversial amendment to its standing order 2026 on Thursday after lawmakers said provisions conflicted with the Constitution. The Senate leader, Opeyemi Bamidele, moved the motion, citing issues with Order 2 and Order 3. Deputy Senate President Jibrin Birao said the reversal needs a proper alignment with the rules and, of course, the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The decision followed criticism from Senator Adams Oshiomhole, who accused colleagues of rushing the changes for vested interest and called on Senate President Godswill Akpabio to resign over eligibility, and of course talked about more concerns as regards to what Akpabio said. Meanwhile, in Minna, First Lady Oluremi Tinubu described a time in the 7th, 8th, and 9th Senate as really, really good, time. He gave the remark, as a swipe, to the current 10th Assembly for being a rubber stamp for the executive. He spoke at an event in Niger State, agricultural event to be precise, where Governor Muhammad Bago flagged off distribution of 250 tractors and 150,000 bags of fertilizers. Right, this particular case has been going on in the red chambers, and here we are for that particular conversation. We're now being joined by Comrade Golimo Olajide, National Vice Chairman, Southwest PRP, a party, also a 2 terms national youth leader of the PRP. You're welcome on board, Comrade.
Once again, my name is Comrade Olajide Wolimo.
You're welcome on board.
National Vice Chairman of People's Redemption Party, PRP. The immediate past national youth leader of the same party, PRP. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I love the fact that you quickly, cut off the People's Democratic, you change it to Redemption that it's originally should be. You understand? Otherwise, some people like the Wicked faction would have been excited now that is that one of our members speaking? We need to just give clarity on that. You're welcome on board, Comrade. And also joining us, we have Dr. Kayode, a social political technocrat and a vision safety expert. You're welcome on board, Doctor.
Yes, good afternoon. It's my pleasure joining you this afternoon to discuss that serious issue that happened on the floor of the Senate. Thanks for having me.
All right. Now, gentlemen, since we're all in now, let's get the ball rolling. Quickly, I'd like to call for a particular video. I think we have about 1 or 2 years where we heard Senator Adams Oshiomhole, giving his own take as regards to what happened in the red chambers. And I believe my team are ready to actually, give us that particular video.
They sworn on his first term. Now, let me say why this thing has serious moral crashes. The Senate president became minority leader on his first day in office. On his first day, when they swore in, on his first term, when he got into the Senate, I think in the ninth or eighth Senate, right? He became a principal officer, minority leader. He's not the one presiding and asking us to change those rules such that even somebody who had done one term, particularly if you came through the court, you can't even be. Number two, as we speak today, the Senate president has not done 8 years in office. Even if you count the previous one plus the current one, it's not yet up to 8 years. So if
All right, welcome back to the program. We had Adams Oshiomhole there, talking about the president of the Senate. He said he joined, at the 8th Assembly. And I believe around the 8th Assembly was when we had Senate President Bukola Saraki, and of course, Ekweremadu also, being his deputy, president of the Senate. And Doctor, I would like to start off with you. Some people actually mentioned that, the Senate was really, blessed with the likes of David Mark led, a Senate, because as at the time we had a free flow, a red chamber that we actually love to hear. And they did so much, as at the time, as regards to their bill. But when you hear Akpabio mentioning, these guidelines now, Doctor, he said that for the 11th Assembly that will be coming in after the election in 2027, that anyone who has not, spent up to 8 years would not have the opportunity, of contesting for the highest office in the Senate, meaning that he can't contest to be a president of the Senate or the deputy president of the Senate. And that's the reason why Adams Oshiomhole is actually asking him to resign, because he also has not been there for complete 8 years in a stretch. He's been in and out. So, Doctor, what can you actually say as regards to this? Because I would have loved to give us a build-up and a backstory as regards to, let's even pick it up from what the First Lady said, as regards to she's saying that the 7th, 8th, and 9th Assembly was the best. But, Doctor, I'd like to pick it up from here before we take it back to the past. Go ahead.
Yes, you see, it is interesting that this one is coming from Adam Oshiomhole. And when you look at it critically, Adam Oshiomhole is not necessarily fighting for the people there. He's looking at his own future in the next Senate. So also Akpabio is also trying to safeguard his presidency of that Senate coming next Senate session. Bearing in mind the mind and the type of people that are in the Senate presently and might be coming back to the next session. But then, if this kind of antagonism is coming from people like Ningi or my friend Undume, I would have applauded it more than it coming from Adam Oshiomhole. Now, if you look at Akpabio himself, in the first instance, is he supposed to be in our Senate? Talk less of being the Senate president. It is in the public domain that Akpabio as a person collected form to jostle to be the candidate, presidential candidate of APC during the last election. And what then was the dictate of our electoral guideline towards 2023 elections? But what did we see? So many of them there. Are they supposed to be there? It should permit me to say, perhaps the worst Senate I ever experienced in Nigeria to dust. A Senate that is always there to do the bidding of the executive without scrutiny. Look at the electoral law. Look at the shenanigans that played out. Where was Oshiomhole then? What did he do? What were his contributions? And that is the electoral law 2026 that is now being flawed everywhere. Look at what Igini said about the electoral law. Look at all those things he brought out. These are issues. Look at the way the Senate had been passing without proper scrutiny of the series of borrowings. Now that it comes to mere leadership of the Senate, you are now talking. I mean, I'm not particularly impressed about it. Yes, I'm not particularly, because both Apabio and Oshiomhole are trying to do is to protect their interest within the Senate come next session.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
And somebody is now saying while she was there, it was when they had the best Senate. For goodness sake, the last one that she was, what happened? The one led by Lawan.
Ahmad Lawan.
What was the achievement? What was the achievement? Budget padding.
That's the ninth assembly.
Yes. Off the mic. And what has come out of off the mic?
Okay.
I mean, it's a funny place. And honestly speaking, if you had noticed me these days, I've been a bit cold about the circumstances within our political environment in recent times.
All right, thank you so much, Doctor.
I mean, I've been very cold about it.
All right, Doctor, thank you so much for that wonderful and clear submission. Let me take it to Comrade. Comrade, are you there?
Good evening, I'm here.
Okay, so Comrade, I would also like to bring you up to speed as regards to this situation. You heard what the First Lady said. She said the 7th, the 8th, and the 9th Assembly was very, very good compared to this particular 10th Assembly now. And I want to bring us up to speed as regards to, let's even pick it up from, the 5th Assembly where, Adolphus Wabara, was there, Namani, that particular Senate, was a bit, to an extent calm, and they gave notable bills, but it was not, this dramatic. And if we move into the 6th Assembly, of course, you'd agree with me that during that particular time, David Mark took up, at the Senate, where we actually, Nigerians are still saying it used to be the golden era when it comes to the red chambers, between 2007 and 10, and of course, as a then, Ikwere Madun was, the deputy Senate president. Now, about that period of time, 91 bills were passed in 4 years. Notable ones like National Health Bill, Freedom of Information, which is still one reason why we're still, praising Dave Mark till date. freedom of information, prevention of terrorism bill, national minimum wage, so many, even including the anti-money laundering bill. All of these particular bills were passed. And we actually said, and people felt, the importance of our legislators, giving oversight functions and moderating it in the right way. This actually went in through the 7th Assembly, of course, which was still David Mark, and it goes on like that, not until when Saraki came. Saraki came, at the 8th Assembly where everything was okay, but because he had issues with the president, as Adem Muhammadu Buhari of blessed memories, so this actually gave the back and forth issue as at the period, because he was not the right person APC wanted to be the president of the Senate. And afterward, when Ahmad Lawa took over, this was the era of rubber stamp, which started from there. Now, we've had situation, just like Dr. Kayode said, where we hear off the mic. We've had a situation where our senators are actually screening, appointed, cabinet members. Our senators are screening, people that are appointed, or they're trying to, checkmate or pass a bill. And the next thing you hear your senator say is, please, we have to be serious. We have to ask good questions because Trump is watching. Is Trump the president of Nigeria? No. And this brings me to the question. So if Trump was not watching, what would they have been doing? Sitting in the highest ranking legislative seat. So is it safe to say that the rubber stamping did not just start now? It's been like that, or this is actually worse? I'd like you to give me clarity on this. Comrade, please go ahead.
Okay. Good evening once again, the presenter.
My name is Xavier Udo. Please go ahead. I think we're having a network glitch there. Comrade, as soon as you can actually...
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now, please.
Okay, I can hear you now. APC, yes. Whether we like it or not, is full of oppressors as a party. It's a very dramatic political party where anybody can just come and do whatever they like because
well, I think we're really having a network glitch there. Comrade Olajide, can you hear me? All right, Comrade, we're so sorry. I think you have to check your connection again and rejoin, but my team would actually fix you up as regards to that. Let me bring it back to Dr. Dayo. Hello, Doctor. Doctor, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you. I'm with you.
Okay. Now, Doctor, just like you heard me as regards to bringing us up to speed,
sure.
In this particular Senate, it started from the days of Adolphus Wabara, where everything was looking all rosy, up until this present Senate. Everyone talked about David Mark, and the reason why they talked about David Mark was because David Mark had a stretch of 4 years as the president, of 8 years as the president of the Senate, and it was quite seamless. They passed really great bills, and not about just passing first reading and afterwards those particular bills do not get the light of the day. No, they really passed great bills. Now, it is announced, or it is seen as, the Senate with the highest bill so far, is about to tilt to this particular current Senate. I don't know if you've heard about that particular conversation anywhere. Now, they are actually saying that they've passed great bills about 96, right? I think, about 96. They've passed about 96 bills, and the 10th Assembly happens to be the fastest because in 2 years, they passed 96 bills, which took, some other Senates, 4 years to 8 years to pass about 300 and something or 100 and something, but they say that in 2 years, they've actually passed 96 bills. Now, Under these 96 bills that they've actually passed so far, Doctor, how many bills can we really say that the Senate passed it and Nigerians are really feeling the dividends and they're enjoying it?
Now, the question is, what kind of bills did they pass? What kind of bills have they passed? Are those bills not derogatory to the bills that have been passed before? Before now, we have FOI bill, freedom of information. But what do we have now? We have another bill now that is now gagging the press.
Okay, so their latest bill, I think...
that is antithetical. That is antithetical to that FOI. Look at the bill that they just passed within the electoral law. That you cannot come around and be talking about the past or some misdemeanor or anti-constitutional actions that a particular candidate had engaged in the past. Is that not against freedom of information? No, this is. So even if they had passed 1,001 bills, we need to ask ourselves, what kind of bills were those bills? When you look at some other bills that are to protect the interests of the so-called political class, those that are in political offices, whereby nobody will be able to go to their past to say, look here, you are not supposed to be here, you are not supposed to be there. I mean, the bills that they have passed that are oppressive to us, like the one that they were talking against those that are, they call it, those that are non-conformist to activities within the Senate. If it was Natacha, if it was that had gone against Apu, the way Adam Oshomole had gone now, I bet you they will have suspended Natacha. Or if it is Ningi, they will have suspended him. So what are you talking about? Do they want to compare it to those bills that were passed during the time of Adolphus Wabara, during the time of David Mark, or that of what do I call it now? Bukola Saraki, or the one that did not allow third term to be passed, Ken Amani. Do they want to compare it to that? I mean, have they ever seen any Senate president singing the slogan of the sitting president as they did on Your Monday We Shall Stand? And where has that brought us today? There have been passing bills that will justify that their slogan, on Your Monday We Shall Stand. There have been passing bills that has to do with money. Money that they have passed, and we are not seeing the dividend. Now, listen, this is a Senate that had passed 2026 appropriation bill, but we are still operating that of 2024. Is that an effective Senate? Is that a Senate that listens to the yearnings of the people? The Senate that cannot tell the president face to face that the economy is in shambles. The Senate that respects the president of another country, that the people that have put them there, say, listen, we have to do this because Donald Trump is watching. What concerns Donald Trump with that of Nigeria? No, I mean, these are the things that many of us have put together to make us to say vividly that this Senate is the worst Senate we ever experienced in Nigeria.
All right, Doctor. You mentioned, you asked the question, how many bills, have they passed? Or, of course, they passed, 96 bills, but 52 has been assented by the president, and one of their most popular, bills has been the student loan, access to higher education, the Act of 2024 National Minimum Wage Amendment, of
Are
course,
the students
tax
able to access
reforms,
the loan till today?
the tax
Have they been
reforms
able to
bills
access
of
the loan?
2025, Regional Development Commission Act
Oh.
2025, Electricity Act Amendment, you understand?
Oh.
Nigerian Data Protection Act. I'm just trying to mention.
Oh. Oh. I mean, you can see that. The one that we add money to their pockets and then be putting people in economic excruciating pains. Economic excruciating pains. So what are you talking about? And you are telling me you have passed bills. That bill has to do with what? Taxing people unnecessarily.
Okay.
Electricity bill. Whereby we are not have now, as I'm talking to you now, I don't have light and I'm on band A. I'm on band A. I've not had light for the past how many hours now? Since morning, I have not had light. So tell me the bill. Abi, is it the way you have been screening ministers, and then without looking properly into their resume and then confirming it? At the end of the day, people will now come up with some of the skirmishes within their certificates. Now tell me, where are the bills? You can imagine. Now they are now talking about how they are going to institutionalize themselves in the coming Senate. You have not even finished this one. You are not even sure whether you be elected back to the Senate at the next Senate. You have started fighting yourselves. All
right, doctor.
How are you going to get
Doctor.
them? I mean, it is appalling, my brother. It is
Doctor,
appalling.
let me give you clarity on something. You just mentioned a statement. You said you are not even sure, if you would win the election. And I'm surprised that you're saying this. The reason why I'm surprised is because you are the same person that asked that question. You said, how did Akpabio get to the Senate? He actually, in the Electoral Act of the 2022 Electoral Act, says that you are only entitled to one ticket as regards to primaries. Now, he got a presidential a ticket for their primaries, right?
Yeah.
And we saw
form for primary, yes.
form. He got the form rather, and we saw when he actually stepped down, he told his delegates to vote for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, that is stepping down for him.
Yes.
Now,
yes.
If the Electoral Act, the 2022 Electoral Act says that you are only entitled to just one form, and he only got that of the presidency, how did the senatorial, form get to him? How did the senatorial
He's supposed
form?
to be in jail.
I'm coming, doctor. How did the senatorial form get to Ahmad Lawal? Because as at the time, Ahmad Lawal was the former president of the Senate. He also contested for the place of the presidency. And not only that, how did the Senate form also get to Aminu of Sokoto, right? Yes, the former governor of Sokoto State. Now, because they all got the presidency ticket. Now, this is a question that, we can keep asking, but we might not get answers. Now, when it comes to you saying that, why are they even preparing themselves, for the 2027 election, or they are even sound as if they've already entered? Who told them that they are going to win? That's a question that we should be asking. Now, does the Shomoles call for Akpabio's resignation? Does he have a constitutional weight, or is it about, political posturing? Because, he said if Akpabio can mention that before you become the president of the Senate, or you want to go for that office, or the deputy Senate, you should be in that particular red chambers for at least 8 years. But he has not been there
So
stretched
it was
for 8 years.
constitutional. What Oshomola said was constitutional.
Okay, it's constitutional.
What
Now,
Oshomola said was constitutional, yes.
Now
At least
this-
according to the order, their order or whatever within the Senate that
Okay.
they just passed. But then they have
they
resigned.
reversed it, yes.
So
Now,
why he reversed it? So he's supposed to resign.
Now, does the reversal restore confidence in the Senate's ability to check itself, or was it about damage control after public backlash? We have to get that clarity.
There's no way that damage can be controlled because it's already in the public purview. Not only within Nigeria, but even outside Nigeria. So how do you want to control the damage? The damage has been done already. Do you want to tell me how many damages they have done during this Senate? You want me to tell you how many damages they have done?
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Doctor. Let me try and establish communication again with Comrade. Hello, Comrade, are you there?
Okay, I'm here. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry.
You know, it's okay. No, Comrade, you don't even have to apologize. This is Nigeria. Welcome to our country again. Okay, Comrade, on this situation of, the Senate, how much is the rule change about positioning for the 11th Assembly's leadership race? Given the number of governors eyeing Senate seats, almost all governors now that are leaving their position, they are all positioning themselves, including the former ones that have been out of office for a while, trying to position themselves for Senate. So if you were to talk about this particular 2027 ambition, how much is the rule change, about this positioning of the incoming 11th Assembly? And if we're talking about the ranking system, should seniority and consecutive terms be the main criteria for Senate leadership, or does it stifle new talent? Please go ahead. Okay, so I think this network is really, really disturbing, Comrade. I think we'll just have to reschedule you for another edition of the program. We're so sorry about that particular, network situation there. Doctor. Hello, Doctor.
Now, for the question you asked,
yes, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
For the question you just asked him, you see, I am somebody that before now doesn't believe in federal character. Neither do I believe in seniority. Rather, capacity, technical know-how, importantly, character. Importantly, character. Let me explain that character. Look at that former Minister of Education. Professor, what is his name again? When during Buhari era, when the ASU went on strike for over 9 months. Yes. He's a professor. He understands the workings of the university. He understands the workings of let me assume he also understands the workings of the educational sector. But he lacks character. Character. How do I mean? There are communiques that have been signed at various points from, I think, 2009, 2011 till that time. And you kept on moving up and down, bamboozling your colleagues, forgetting that you are from that particular sector and you still go back there. At the end of the day, you mess them up. That doesn't show character. So we have to talk about character. Look at the way Akpabio too is behaving. Has he shown character? No. The way he has been bullying the opposition voice, anybody that goes against him, he'll be threatening suspension. I think he even threatened to show more or less suspension here too. If not because the two of them, they are close to their owner of the mandate that they are standing on. Oshomola will have been suspended. You know, so I don't want to believe that, yes, this was a senator must have spent 8 years consecutively before you can become a principal officer. Who is saying those that are just coming in doesn't have that capacity, doesn't have the compassion, the character to lead the.
Hello, doctor, please. Doctor, I'd like you to hold your thoughts. We have a call. Hello.
This is Aina calling you from Lagos.
All right. Good afternoon. Go ahead.
Mr. Savior, I am very, very disappointed, bleeding in my heart that the Senate could degenerate Nigeria so low. The elections have not yet been conducted. Nobody knows who is coming. But they have already started, they are sharing seat, knowing, positioning themselves for the next position. Without considering Nigerians, have they done well that Nigerians will vote them in? Man, this is an insult. This is an insult. This is the height of all insult to citizens of Nigeria.
Naya, do you even know that some of them, we didn't even know how they got to that particular Senate? We are still asking that question. And now the way they are sounding is so sure that they would actually return back to the 11th Assembly. That's what it's looking.
God bless you. Fine. And it's an insult. And I bet you Nigerians should stand up, but I believe with NDC, to show this that at least we still have votes and our votes still count. No matter how crooked they think they are, they cannot be greater than the citizens of Nigeria. I feel very pained by this Senate. Oh, Nigeria. Well, it is well.
Thank you so much, Aina, for your call. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
All right, Doctor. Hello, Doctor. Are you there?
Yes.
You know,
yes.
it's
what were Ina's comments?
Yeah, Ina is only pained just like, every Nigerian should be aware, just like what you mentioned. Our senators have actually forgotten that they still have, some months to carry out oversight functions. But now, presently, they are trying to readjust their guidelines. They're trying to readjust, rules so as to fit them in for the incoming, 11th Assembly. They are not even bothered about, their main reason why we actually voted them in as a legislator. He was just talking about how they've actually forgotten whatsoever, and they are so sure of themselves coming back to that house, and that's the reason why, they've been at loggerheads on who is to come in, who is to take over power. Now, Doctor,
without knowing what tomorrow will be,
some of them actually feel they do. What do you think, Doctor? Now, the first lady said,
keep on playing God.
The first lady said 7th to 9th Assembly Senate, was really, really good. Is it a fair assessment or an unfair jab to the 10th Assembly? Because some people would even say that
My question
the 7th to okay, please go ahead. Go ahead.
My question to her is this: what were our contributions while in that Senate for 3 consecutive sessions? What were his contributions? The only one I can point to has to do with when he came to Lagos for fact-finding or constitutional amendment. And she goofed by bullying a fellow woman. And even at then, At that, I warn Nigerians then, if this same woman, Remi Tinubu, can bully a fellow woman like that, then you should be expecting relegation of womanhood if you allow her to become the first lady. I said it at that time. Because already she had exhibited some level of boisterousness. I think another time I heard about her in the Senate then was when she was having bruises with Dino Melai. And even with Bukola Saraki, when he was saying he will not allow Bukola Saraki to register her as a senator. So ask her, what were his contributions then? It was among those that made those years to be unproductive. It was among the senators that made those years to be unproductive. Not being able to screen to be ministers, not being able to come up with bills that will affect the economic livelihood, well-being of the people.
Okay.
Now
doctor.
see her talking, just like her husband. Just like her husband
doctor.
said the other time.
Doctor.
That people are calling him killer. He doesn't have a gun. Is it only true gun that you can kill?
Okay, doctor.
Is it only true gun?
Doctor, I wouldn't want us to derail. I understand that some people,
I'm only making a comparative analysis.
Regardless, some people might have reservations as regards to some, political, persons in the country. But I wouldn't want to drag it off on this particular platform, especially on People's Voice. All right. Now let's actually close this particular conversation with your people. In just few minutes, I would, just want to keep the Senate on one table, since we've actually, talked about every necessary information we needed to get out of the Senate as we speak. Your party, ADC, is going through a lot, and your party is saying that they would still field a credible candidate. And I think 3 hours ago, Amechi has actually picked his nomination form. So, doctor, in just 30 seconds, what will ADC bring to the table?
Well, let me first of all tell you that there is nothing that is happening in ADC presently that has not been happening to all parties in the past and presently. So it is nothing new.
So what is ADC bringing to the table?
And it is also, there is not, as ADC is now, is still the only party that has a blueprint on how to ensure economic well-being of Nigerians, on how to stop, put an end to all this sort of insecurity in all ramifications in the country.
Okay. All right,
it's
doctor.
Still the only party. It's still the only party.
All right, doctor. Doctor, because
the development of the youth and all that, and women.
Okay.
So,
doctor.
What else?
All right, doctor. Thank you very much. What I will do is that sometime next week, we'll have to fix a date again so we can actually talk about ADC and the opposition party, in the country as we speak. Thank you so much for being part of the show.
And what you are bringing to the table.
Okay, no problem. That's well noted, doctor. Thank you so much, doctor, for being part of the program. And of course, that's comrade. Thank you so much that the network could not accommodate you for that longer time, but we'll see how to reestablish, a communication with you in the coming week. This is how far we can actually go on the program. Coming up next is Locker Room. If you love the world of football, I'd like to stay put to enjoy that particular one. Yes, don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television. We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvi Siro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Right, September 2025, the UEFA Champions League started. A lot of teams were there for contention, but now we are down to the final two. Arsenal of England and Paris Saint-Germain, the defending champions from France, will be going at it May 30th, 2026, and it's been a fun ride. Competitive, surely, in the Champions League, and now we are down to the final. I know a lot of people did not expect Arsenal to be there, but that's where they are. They've not been beaten in the Champions League this season. From the league phase down to the final, they've not tasted defeat. While Paris Saint-Germain, I'm sure, will be proving to the world that they can defend this title, and also back-to-back finals. Luis Enrique looking at it in the eye. It's going to be really, really a tested one for that clash. Good evening and welcome to the locker room right here on Voice of the People Television. Right here, we give you the gist stories from the world of football, from the locker room to the press conference to the game itself and back to the locker room. Of course, you won't be missing any of the stories right there. I'm Afiz Ogubanjo, and I won't be doing this alone, surely. I have the big man right here. He's always saying I'm from Algeria, but he doesn't have his own nationality yet. We are still confirming where he's from. When we confirm it, we are going to let the whole world know. Jerry Apello, the man himself, is with me in the studio, and of course, Maiwa Alao will be joining us virtually. Jerry, we witnessed Bayern Munich up against the Paris Saint-Germain. It was a far cry from the first leg. You know, attack, 5-4, but this time around, it ended 1-1. Paris Saint-Germain are in the final. What was your feeling for that?
First of all, you don't need to go far. Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother from both sides, they are fully Nigerian. No, there's no comma anywhere.
But you are wearing the Spanish jersey.
Yeah, I mean, just love what the club
It's from Spain.
about. Yeah.
There are black men in Spain too. It's from Spain.
I was not shipped. My forefathers were not shipped.
Yeah, you don't like black men. Yamal is from Spain.
Eh?
Yamal is from Spain. There are black men doing well.
They
in
were
Spain.
shipped. They were shipped at some point. For me, I was not. None of my forefathers. My forefathers fought and stayed back at home. So I'm fully Nigerian, both parents, and of course, Jerry Apello. That's a beautiful Nigerian name. Anyway, to go further, I think at the end of the day, I think for PSG, it has to do with Luis Enrique playing mind games, and he succeeded in doing that, in making Bayern think it was going to be another festival of goals, where the defense will be open, everybody will be scoring for fun, and it will be back and forth. And for Bayern Munich, okay, they repaired their defense from what we saw in the first leg as well.
Right.
And
so we didn't enjoy beautiful football because they repaired their defense.
We enjoyed beautiful football.
Right.
It was the final before the final.
Right.
Only that the goals did not pour in. And the officiating questions have been asked. Mostly especially that you are nervous foul handball.
Yeah.
That it was a pen or not.
Even the Nuno Mendes, that one is a big talking point. So we're going to go into it.
Yeah.
But even the Nuno Mendes one, Vincent Company was livid on the touchline, saying that should have been a yellow card or even a potential red card.
Yeah, it is what it is. So big games like this always come with a lot of pressure.
Right.
And we're expecting more goals, but it did not happen.
Right.
But you can't take it away from PSG. For the two sides, PSG has been on the roller coaster. The defending champions of the UEFA Champions League, Luis Enrique, their coach, he has won it before with Barcelona before he came to PSG.
Right.
Broke the deadlock, and now it looks like he wants it one more. He's not tired.
Right.
Yeah, you can see the hunger of the boys, because even Neuer said it, that the PSG side, what they had against Bayern was the killer instincts.
Right.
They know how to go for the kill, and if you're a good team, you don't know how to go for the kill when it comes.
Right.
You will surely pay for it eventually. And that's what Bayern does not have. That killer instinct, that final edge. Two teams are good, but there will be something that make you better than the
Was
other.
the experience that told?
Yeah, experience was very,
eventually?
very important in that game.
Yeah.
Taking a look at Vincent Kompany, yes. This is his first time making it to the semi-final of the UEFA Champions League. I think this is his first time as a coach.
Of course.
Playing the UEFA Champions League. This is his first season. Or his second?
This is the second season.
Second season, okay. This is the first time he's smelling into semi-final as far as the UEFA Champions League is concerned. And
His
maybe
first season, pardon me.
His first season. So he's going to learn. It's an opportunity to learn. He should go and ask the likes of Mikel Arteta. He started with quarter-final. The following season, last season was semi-final.
Right.
Now is the final. I hope it will not be the other season that he will not win it. Well, let's see.
All right.
Let's see.
No problem.
Let's leave it there. Let's not go.
All right, Maiwa is with us. Maiwa, I mean, it was a far cry from the first leg, and it looks like PSG are now going to be the ones in the way of Arsenal's Champions League ambitions, this season. But what did you make of that semi-final second leg? Did you still enjoy the game, despite it being, a long way off from what we saw at the Parc des Princes? Good evening, Maiwa. Welcome to the show.
Good evening. It's always amazing to be here. I mean, I didn't really enjoy it as much as I enjoyed the first game.
Absolutely.
However, Michael Olise did not turn up. One of the things that made the first leg enjoyable to watch was what Michael Olise could do on the ball. Michael Olise, played below expectation yesterday, and it showed in terms of Bayern could give for their attack. If Michael Olise was as active as he was last week, probably maybe a Bayern would have been able to create space for Harry Kane to be able to score goals and the rest of that. But the key point in that particular game was Michael Olise, and Vincent Kompany made a huge mistake. I don't think he had a good replacement for Michael Olise. The moment Michael Olise was out of the game, the attack for Bayern was no longer potent as it was last week. For the two teams, they were more conscious, in terms of their defense. However, PSG created a whole lot of chances. PSG, were very efficient in the chances they had. Most of their chances had to be stopped by by Neuer. Take away Neuer in that particular game, replace Neuer with a goalkeeper good. Probably that game would have ended 3-4-0 in favor of PSG. PSG hardly had a shot off target. Most of their shots were on target.
Right.
Scarazvelia was in fantastic form. He was unplayable. But as it is, PSG is in the final again. Learning for Vincent Kompany, he has progressed further than he was last season. This is his second season playing the Champions League and he's in the semi-final. He should not, beat himself up. He has tried so much. Always count. And, experience ends up getting to the final yesterday.
All right, Maiwa, do you now think that PSG are smelling blood now? Do you think that they can defend their title now with the way they are going? Remember last season when they won it all, they didn't even qualify. They didn't finish in the top 8 in the league phase. They played playoff and beat the likes of Liverpool, Aston Villa, and even Arsenal, to get to the title. And now they've also beaten big teams too, including Chelsea, to get to this stage. Do you now see them smelling blood? And with the way you are seeing their team, are they the overwhelming favourites for the final, in your opinion?
Yeah, definitely. They played adaptive football yesterday.
Right.
They were very efficient with the way they were attacking, and they were very efficient defending. The overlaps were not as crazy as it was last week. The high line was non-existent yesterday, and if they file out against an Arsenal that same way, one or two mistakes, one or two slips from Arsenal defense might just be what it will take. You can see that, they are masters in defending. It took Bayern Munich 94 minutes before they could score. That is how adaptive, So how Arsenal is going to counter that? I'm hoping Arteta comes up with something that will be able to counter that. But if Arteta plays the way he usually plays, we might probably see, a PSG winning the Champions League.
All right. Anyway, the Champions League semi-finals already come and gone, and we have the Europa League, of course, the Conference League semi-finals tonight. Right there, Nottingham Forest will be hoping that they can go to the Villa Park and try to get a result right there that will put them in the final. As of course, Braga and Freiburg will also be taking place, for the other semi-final. And we also have Crystal Palace that will be hosting Shakhtar also in the semi-final for the Europa Conference League. All right, before we go into the home stories, let's tell you that you can like, comment, subscribe to our channels, Vop TV and Vop TV Plus on YouTube, and do well to turn on the notification bells so that you won't miss any of the exciting episodes on this show, Locker Room, and of course on our sister programs on those platforms. Let's get into it, and let's start as we always do. We start from home. Charity, they say, begins at home. Super Eagles head coach Eric Sekuchel has finalized his attacking lineup for the upcoming Unity Cup friendly tournament, opting for a fresh trio of forwards, and the selection features Terry Murphy, Owen Oseni, and Rafael Durosini, a move that signals a temporary shift away from established veterans. And notably, Chel resisted significant pressure to recall Kelechi Iheanacho or Tolu Arekodare, choosing instead to prioritize this new group for the title defense. And Terry Murphy is expected to lead the line in the absence of Victor Osimhen, marking a significant return to the national setup. After missing the AFCON due to a period of inactivity following a dispute with France as his parent club Nice, Murphy recently found success on loan at FC Porto, where he secured the Portuguese league title, and they are also trying to get him on a long-term deal. Jerry, I mean, we're seeing the names being called up by Eric Sekuchel right now. Terry Murphy, who used to be in and around the Super Eagles, and we also have Rafael Durosimi, who has done well for Pisa, even though he couldn't steer them clear into a Serie A survival, they've been relegated, and also Owen Oseni. These are names that when we were talking about the Unity Cup earlier on this show, these were names that we didn't really mention, and now it looks like Eric Sekuchel has gone to say, look, the players that you are not even paying attention to, I have done my own work on them, and I'm inviting them for the Unity Cup. What do you make of this? These three names leading the Super Eagles lineup. I know you expect the likes of Paul Onuachu, Tolu Arekodare, or maybe Kelechi Iheanacho, but he has gone for these three forwards. What do you make of Eric Sekuchel's selection?
Yeah, there's still going to be a lot of other mix of players because when the final list comes out, these players would also be getting a lot of game time.
Right.
Let's not forget the Super Eagles will be playing 2 games,
right.
And whatever happens, enough games to really see a lot of other players. Maybe the likes of Paul Onuachu and co, because of how busy they've been this season. Let's not forget that Paul Onuachu is going for the Golden Boot out there in the Turkish league,
right.
And Victor.
He's under threat, though.
Yeah, he's under threat. He's going. I think
for like 3 games he hasn't scored.
Yeah, so it's good.
But he's still the main man there.
Anything can still happen.
Right.
And take a look at most of the top players have been busy this season. Ademola Lookman, we know his situation with Atletico Madrid. Even he played with an injury in that game against Arsenal. He's just fresh, but not as fully fit. So enough time to at least let them rest ahead of the Portugal game.
And Poland friendly.
Those games are very, very important. So it should not be in a hurry to try the old players.
Yeah.
The blood in the new players, most especially the players he has seen in the NPFL. Yes, give them more opportunities. Then I would like to see some attackers too from the NPFL. Let's see that raw, rugged talent, that physicality in the Super Eagles forward when the big boys are not around. So we can have a lot of options. So it's a good idea.
Right.
Terry Murphy, though this season has not been rosy for him. We know what happened to him at Nice.
At Nice, yes.
Where he was attacked by fans, and how he made a move to Porto. And Porto are saying they're not going to.
They're still discussing if they can.
Then Nice has said they don't want him back
Yeah.
because the fans said they've seen enough. So it's a difficult time for Terry Murphy, and it's an opportunity for him to sell himself.
Right.
Yes, he should come to Unity Cup, definitely get game time. Hopefully, he has a good showing in both games.
Both games, yeah.
Then if he does that, then he can move to a good cup. Terry Murphy is a very, very decent player. He's a player that when he's in your attack, there's always an option that he's going to score.
Right.
He's always a very good goal threat. So he's a very good player. And the rest to me, the other likes, if they get the opportunity to take it both hands, then we'll see what happens.
Mayowa, this is definitely a different selection from the players that we've been talking about when it comes to Super Eagles attack at the Unity Cup. But if these three players, looking to be called up by Eric Shaw, if they fail to give the results, in the Unity Cup, do you think it's too early to judge a certain Eric Shaw from his selections? Because these are players that a lot of Nigerians do not really fancy. But he has gone deep to say, look, I've seen these players and I'm trying to invite them for the Unity Cup. But if they don't get the desired results, is it going to be judged based on that one going forward? Or maybe it's too early, Mayowa?
I don't think so. I think we should. We saw the likes of Benjamin Fredericks come through, from the Unity Cup.
Yeah.
We've seen him, bring in to the national team. Right. Also remember, Terry Muffin was also part of the last Nations Cup. Not this last one. The last one that Passero was the coach.
Right.
That was also there. Yes, he didn't have a good showing in that particular Nations Cup. However, this is an opportunity for him to redeem himself. That's number one. Number two, it's a friendly game, and we've clamored over and over again that players that have not been part of the team should be invited. Let's see what they can offer in terms of competition to the established player. So anybody that will use the Unity Cup results to start throwing stones, and I hope the man from Gombe will not use this opportunity to start throwing stones at Eric Chao if things do not go right. However, it's a friendly, and one of the reasons why it's a friendly is for you to be able to chop and change players and see which of them will be able to, fit in. The big question is this: the players that have been invited, are they going to take the opportunity? That's what we'll be looking at. If it's for HL, I think all of Nigerians, they have confidence in him. He has done it before. We have seen him integrate new players to the national via the Unity Cup. I don't think this one will be different. The question is, are the players themselves ready to be able to justify the confidence that the coach has reposed in them? That is the big question.
Yeah, but there's been something that has been going on with the NFF for a while that we used to judge, even back in the day, in the past, and even now, in recent times. That's okay. Look, like a coach will be going to bring in players that Nigerians did not really fancy. They haven't heard of their names before, and that's when the talks of corruption and slots will be coming up. But what's different with Eric Shaw, because it seems to be throwing down that part, saying, okay, look, I'm going to get a player that a lot of people did not really know. I mean, the inclusion of Owen Oseni, he plays in English third division with Plymouth. A lot of people don't really know him. It's a surprise a lot of people. But what has now changed with Eric Shaw? With Eric Shaw going down that route and getting praises, while other coaches that used to do it in the past, we say that maybe they are corrupt, they've gotten money from some people. What's the difference? What has changed?
Well, I don't think that's the case for Eric Shaw. The 90-point agenda was very clear. I started off. I mean, I don't think Benjamin Frederick bribed his way into the national team. I don't think he bribed his way into the national team. In the case where, we've seen players that don't deserve to be part of the national team. Right. In that particular case, we've seen it in the last one. Even, Kelechi Iheanacho, that is currently doing well, averagely doing well for Celtic, he decided not to call him. And the reason for that is Kelechi Iheanacho, to be honest with you, I don't think he has gotten back to that level to be invited back to the national team.
Yeah, but he hasn't been bad for Celtic.
Kept to pressure.
Right.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, he hasn't been bad. That's why I say average. To be honest, he has not been Celtic, but at least he has been decent for Celtic. This is a coach that doesn't cave to pressure. This is a coach somebody that will not force Tanimu on him to feature him, and Tanimu will be part of the team.
Right.
This is a coach that somebody in the NFF will not force a Paul Onachu that's not doing so well, that was struggling in Southampton to come and play the World Cup qualifier. So I think that he can't be pressurizing to doing this that he doesn't want to do, and we are seeing the result. He has done it before last year, and he's going to do it again.
Jerry, do you agree with that? Is it now a Nigerian thing that when they go into things like this to try and be getting new players, they've been corrupted? Is there a change now with Eric Shaw also trying to go down the same lane?
Yeah, we've seen evidences in the past where Nigerian coaches have been involved in investigations where the allegations were with proof. I think we will not forget the story of Salisu Yusuf in a hurry with the under-23 team.
Exactly.
And
he's still working freely.
Wanting for, he was banned. Yeah, he was banned for quite a while. Even Samson Siasia too suffered a lengthy ban for negotiating.
And that's the man that we thought that he knows his way with scouting.
Yeah, negotiating. No, at a point in time, it just depends on your discipline and your home training to decide that I don't have to do this to make it. For Samson Siasia, he has succeeded with the age grade teams. In terms of his selection, we believe that, okay, a lot of players in his team were selected based on merit, even if there was some bit of settlement from maybe agents or whatever, even if at all, at least the players met the standards which he wanted to play. From 2005 with the under-20 team, we saw the likes of Mikel John Obuke, Tai, who went on to play for the Super Eagles.
Right.
So a lot of people were confident in that team as they made the age grade teams. Even I think Keita was part of his team as a
Sani
point in
Keita.
time. Sani Keita. He went to the World Cup in 2010.
Yeah.
So that being said, until he fell a victim, at some point in time, when success hits, it now depends on your discipline to maintain a certain level of integrity, to know that this is a standard I cannot go over. Of course, he got caught. Maybe it's just like a child who doesn't normally steal. The day they decide to steal, that is the day they caught you. They will now say, he has always been a thief. So this one, it shows that all he has been doing has proven that he's a thief. That's the case of maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know,
But Jerry, I
maybe
want to
the
ask
case,
a question. Yeah, I want to ask a question. Can we now say that, okay, saying slots or quota system, can it be good as long as the players are performing?
Yeah, if the players are up to standard. For instance, I wouldn't have raised eyebrows when I saw Tanimu in the team if he's playing, for instance, in the French league.
Okay.
Playing the first team in the French league, even if it's OG, whether it's Oze or even Nantes. Jose Simon was playing for Nantes and he was still a mainstay of Super Eagles. He was giving us top star performance.
Right.
If Tanimu is playing for OGC Nice and he's a starter at right back and he's giving numbers, I will not have issues with it, even though somebody just come from behind it.
So that means the quota system is not bad after all.
I didn't know Aqua Adams until the Nations Cup until the World Cup qualifiers, we started seeing what he could do. He was given a chance and he proved himself.
Right.
Most of us didn't know who Benjamin Frederick was until we went to the Unity Cup. So that is it. There's no how at a point in time you have to bring in new players. That will make your team unique. That will make your team have some form of diversity and flexibility. That's what some coaches don't. Some coaches don't encourage bringing in new players. They sink and swim with who they know, so that they will maintain some bit of consistency. But some coaches who are very good at it, they can bring in one or two players, plug some holes, make that player a part of the team. Not to invite a certain Tanimu because you have been threatened or wanted, because you are already denting your image. Because look at that game against Benin Republic. That was one of the games that made sure we did not qualify for the World Cup.
Very poor performance. Yeah.
Very poor performance. We lost 2-1. Playing against a coach who already has coached the Super Eagles for 8 years. So you understand.
But that performance is not enough to pin it on one player. I think the whole team was bad.
No, Tanimu was terrible. And the fact that he was playing in the most crucial department of the team, that made it even worse, which is the defense. You are exposed. A team can be very good, but if your defense is not good,
defense wins you a lot.
Yeah. It can ruin all the performances of the striker. Look at Liverpool, where they are this season, because they don't have a good defense. I can go on and on. Look at Chelsea, where they are this season, because they don't have a good defense.
Right.
Manchester United is on a roller coaster now because their defense is now stable. They are no longer drinking goals like the Onana days anymore. So any good team has to have a very good defense. And Tanimu was given the opportunity to save the Super Eagles in a defense pairing lineup. He made Kavibasi look very bad on that day. It was really miserable. So we don't want to see that anymore. Thank God Eric Chell is here. We are seeing players make the national team on merit.
Thank God we are moving on. While Jerry was talking, he mentioned something about the World Cup in 2010, and it's throwback to Thursday, and a midfielder came to mind, and that's Yusuf Ayila. I mean, he gave his all for the Super Eagles, when he was called up. This is one of the midfielders I used to rate very highly. In Nigeria's recent midfield setup, have we seen a midfielder with a work rate like Yusuf Ayila?
With you, I don't think so. There has been a couple of, we've up till now, we've not gotten suitable replacement for the likes of Olise, JJ Okocha, and the rest of them. And the reason that is, we've killed the talent pipeline that could have produced those players. I keep saying this. All those guys, or the two guys I just mentioned now, especially JJ Okocha and say they started out from Nigeria here. They were not brought in from anywhere else. They started here from Nigeria here, and they played through the 8th grade, especially JJ Okocha. That is no longer available at the moment. And for national talent, for you to have players that will serve you, that will give you longevity, we need to go back to ensuring that there is a talent pipeline, which is the 8th grade competition, under 17, under 16, because at that point they are coachable. You can coach them, you can mold them. A player that's already 21, 22 years is young, is coming to the national team. It will be difficult to mold that kind of player. It will be very, very difficult. Right. But at 15, 16, when you cut them young, you're able to mold them. And that's the reason why up till now, to not disrespect to those playing in our midfield at the moment, they are playing to their maximum capacity. But to be honest, they are not, best of the best when it comes to, handling our midfield at the moment.
Absolutely. I mean, Jerry is always saying that, our talent pipeline, the 8th grade system in Nigerian football is just dead, and hopefully it's not going to be buried deep. Hopefully when yeah, you going to say something?
I've been saying this since 2015, back in the days when I was on radio, that with the trajectory we are going, 2015 till now, that's how many years?
That's 11 years.
11 years now. And we've seen where it has taken us to. We have become a nation where we have to rely on foreign-based grown
players for the under 17, the under 20.
For the national team. And a national team doesn't grow that way. Because if Spain relies on players who are playing in England, the likes of Lamine Yamal and co.
Of the Femi Lopez, the Pedri,
they'll be struggling
Gavis,
because
they'll be struggling.
They'll be struggling to play together. They will now be looking for a coach who will be able to make them string passes together. Because what makes Spain unique is that you can see most of the players playing for Barcelona and Real Madrid. Then a mixture of some other players. And the pattern is mostly similar. So when they come to the national team, it's easier for them to negotiate alongside each other. I've even seen a situation, is that bad? It was even recently I understood that even the CAF coaching license that is required to coach at the top level in Africa, most of our coaches have not been enjoying it since about more than 10 years now.
They're just about to
They just recently want to introduce it. So what was the job of the NFF president all those years? So you were just rubbing shoulder with CAF and FIFA.
Not doing anything.
And you are not doing the job.
You
are not even doing the basics, which is making sure that your coach have the required certification to be able to compete. That's why you say our coaches will be struggling in the CAF Champions League. And they will meet Simba SC. Simba SC will whitewash them home and away. Our league has become an academy for scroll leagues in Vietnam and all around the world. And you want us to say they should pick 11 NPFL players. That means we will pick 11 academy players to be playing against countries who have organized league, who have organized under 17. Look at Morocco. They are under 17 and the under 20 just won the World Cup.
Under 20 boys just won the World Cup.
Just won the World Cup.
I mean, look at Ghana that won the under 20 in 2009. Likes of Ayew, they went on to play the national team.
What Senegal is enjoying now is not because overnight they have become the best team in Africa. They are age-grade teams.
I think there was a time they won under 17, under 20, and even AFCON.
So
it shows
they've been pulled of players.
True.
The likes of Andingra, the SARS.
Cote d'Ivoire, but if you look at Senegal, I mean, the Pape Matar, the Lamine Camara, they started from somewhere.
They've been moving from, it's a tragedy. They saw what Nigeria did back in those days, and they've taken that knowledge and they have built on that. Where we've taken that knowledge and threw it into the dustbin, and we expect to measure up. See, there will be a time we'll be counting World Cups that we have missed. It will now look like the last time Nigeria played the World Cup was 30 years ago.
I hope under Eric Shell. I hope under Eric Shell. And if you continue, hopefully,
Eric Shell will not be the coach of Super Eagles by 2030.
Wow, that's a bold call.
That's a fact.
Yeah, that's true.
The way Nigeria is, we are very dynamic. The next AFCON, now everybody will get tired of him.
Maiwa seems to agree. Maiwa, you agree with that?
True. See, Eric Shell is two bad games away from Mifa. See, let me tell you something.
Wow.
If it goes south, out and said, he doesn't know what Excel is doing, that he should be fired when he was asking for 19-point agenda. Of those from Gombe that will be spearheading how they will remove him. And that's just the honest truth. So Excel is just there because his result is still coming. He has not lost. The moment he loses a game officially, and probably maybe the team did not play well, those in the NFL, they will start bringing their fork and knife to PCC.
Wow, that means it's safe to say that Nigerian football, they are not even looking for progression.
Unpredictability is the second name of Nigerian
football. Wow.
You never know where it's going to crack. It's like biscuits. It's quite rather unfortunate. When we are making progress, somebody will just come bring a pattern and it will take us back 10, 15 years.
Exactly. While others are moving forward, Nigerian football is going back.
I was going to mention just some minutes before we came to the studio, I saw the news that they've appointed a new coach for the under-20 and under-17. And I saw the name, Abdul Maikaba. Abdul Maikaba
has been there for the longest.
Has been in the NPFL.
He's been there for the longest.
He has never won the league title. And I don't see him as a coach who develop young players. So I don't know what's the rationale behind.
But if you want to develop the age grade players, you bring in a coach that is from home.
Abdul Maikaba is based on quota system that has not helped this country move forward. Sentiment that has not made this country move forward. I also saw Ebo Berisha. That Ebo Berisha is looking like the man at the top, my slot. He's involved while he has been picked to coach the under-17.
Jerry, we have a lot to stick over.
Now.
We have a lot to stick over. All right, go on. We have a lot to cover, but quickly, go on.
Quota system will ruin everything great in this country. It has been the practice. Under-17 goes to South, under-20 goes to the North, under-23 maybe North Central. These people do not have competence. They are there because of quota, and we are seeing the result. Why is John Utaka not taking over our age grade team when he's doing so well for an age grade team?
All right, my was trying to pass a message there, but hopefully our age grade system in Nigeria will be revived. Let's see what the NFF elections will bring out, when it takes place in September. Hopefully something great for Nigerian football, because trust me, we need it, and we need it right now. Anyway, moving on from the Super Eagles, let's go to the ladies football, women's football, and this time around we are talking about the Falconets, because they've arrived in Lilongwe for the second leg of the 2026 FIFA Under-20 Women's World Cup qualifying tie against Malawi. And under the guidance of Coach Moses Aduku, the team enters the match with a solid foundation after defeating the Young Scorchers 2-0 during the first leg in the Kenya last weekend. And the weekend's return fixture at the Bingu National Stadium will decide which nation moves forward to the global stage. And history favors the Nigerian side, as they have maintained a perfect away record throughout this qualifying campaign, and their path to this final qualifying stage included a narrow 1-0 win over Rwanda in the first round and a resilient 2-1 victory against Senegal in the second. And these successful road trips have built significant momentum and confidence within the squad as they prepare for the decisive match in Malawi. And the stakes for Saturday's encounter are high, with the aggregate winner securing an automatic spot at the 2026 FIFA Under-20 Women's World Cup Finals. And the tournament is set to be hosted by Poland in September, and Nigeria is aiming to continue its legacy of representing the continent at the highest level of youth football. Jerry, this should be done, should be over with for the Falconets against Malawi. What do you think?
It's not done. Because
2-0.
Yes, 2-0.
But the female football, they are strong in Africa.
Yes, they are strong.
The Falcons are doing it, Flamingos are doing it, Falconets are doing it. They should do this.
Let me now tell you that the Malawian coach has already seen the lapses in his team.
Right.
And he has gone on to invite 19-year-old, what's her name? Anyway, forgive me. Her name is Chinzimu.
Right.
She's a midfielder who currently plays for Swedish club side BK Häcken FF.
BK Häcken, okay.
And they just recently won the UEFA Women's Europa League.
Okay.
She's a starter.
So you're saying she's a threat now?
She's a threat.
Right.
Because she's a foreign-based player, she's going to bring something different in that midfield. And I'm talking about two foreign-based midfielders.
Yeah.
He has also gone ahead to invite another one, talking about Kabzere, who plays in the French club, plays with the French club Montpellier.
You sound like this. These ladies are coming to do something with the Falconets.
Whether you like it or not, they will add some bit of spice to that Malawian team, who is going to be playing at home advantage.
But it's not about a player. There's no I in team.
Two players,
right,
who have experience at that young age are going to be joining the Malawian side. So if the coach of the Falconers doesn't know this, I think somebody should call him now and tell him that watch out for those two ladies.
Right.
They are going to be serious goal threat, because if two of them score 2 goals, it will have a tied 2-2. And they might go into a situation where they might not return, because this is the only opportunity. If anything happens, they lose this match, they should kiss going to the World Cup this August goodbye.
So you think 2 foreign base players will be enough to destroy a team that is made of own base players?
I wish them on the best.
You see, because I was going to ask a question. My wife is always saying that foreign base players should not be the order of the day. Now you are saying they have to depend on foreign base players to come and beat home base players.
They will change the dynamics for the Malawian team. And we all know that that's going to be
So you're not confident that the Falconers will qualify?
I may be confident with the Falconers, but when, in a game of chess, you might be a master.
Okay.
Or there must be a move that will be made, that will change the whole pattern of the game and maybe elongate it or put you at a difficult situation.
Right.
So now the Falconers will have to deal with this difficult situation, knowing that 2 better players than the current the Malawian side that they played against has joined the team to make a difference. So they should make sure that they understand these threats and deal with it on Saturday.
Anyway, Maiwa, I know that with your theory that foreign-based players are not the order of the day, you don't agree with Jerry and you are very confident in the Falconers. Still talking about female football, though. Let's still move on. And this time around, Arsenal head coach Rennie Sliggers offered high praise for Chiamaka Nnadozie, the Super Falcons' #1 goalkeeper, following a hard-fought 1-1 draw against Brighton and Hove Albion at the Broadfield Stadium. And despite Arsenal's efforts to secure a win, the Nigerian goalkeeper's commanding performance proved to be a decisive factor in the outcome. And Sliggers noted that Nnadozie's ability to defend space and execute vital saves effectively neutralized several of Arsenal's most dangerous attacking opportunities. And the Women's Super League encounter saw Brighton take an initial lead through Fuka Tsunoda and she's Japanese before the halftime whistle, and Arsenal managed to pull level in the second half thanks to a goal from Frida Manum. But they were unable to find a winner against a resilient Seagulls defense that was championed by Nigeria's very own Chiamaka Nnadozie. A big move coming in the summer for Nnadozie?
Yeah, Arsenal should not waste any time. They have David,
because she did well against them.
They have David Ryan, who is the Golden Glove winner with 17 clean sheets this season.
In the Champions League and in the Premier League too.
So the Champions League and the Premier League, if they want another David Ryan kind of quality playing for the Arsenal ladies, Chiamaka Nnadozie is that answer.
Their goalkeeper Van Domsela was the Ballon d'Or nominee.
She's not better than Nnadozie.
FIFA the best.
Nnadozie, because she's not playing in Arsenal yet.
Okay.
That lady will be sitting on the bench for her. Nnadozie is the best goalkeeper in the world currently.
Really?
As far as I'm concerned.
Okay. That's a big call.
Arsenal should not waste time in getting her on their books next season. So if they want to return back to winning the Champions League.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's just information I have for them. Of course, she's a fantastic goalkeeper.
Anyway, let's talk about Nigerian players. Maiwa, you like this one because Paris Saint-Germain, they've wrapped up efforts to sign Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen, signaling a willingness to negotiate the substantial €150 million valuation set by Galatasaray, and under the direction of manager Luis Enrique. The French champions are prioritizing a physically dominant number 9 to lead their attack, especially as questions remain regarding the long-term future of Goncalo Ramos, the Portuguese striker. And despite the high price tag, PSG views the 27-year-old forward as the essential tactical piece needed to evolve their offensive style. Maiwa, Victor Osimhen to Paris Saint-Germain, who says no? I'm sure you don't.
No, definitely. It should be going there. If Barcelona, either Barcelona or PSG, but if PSG is willing to shell out that, why not? Goncalo who? Who is Goncalo?
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. He came in for Cristiano Ronaldo in the World Cup in 2022 and scored a hat-trick. Don't do that. Don't rubbish him. He's a treble winner.
2022 and 2026.
Goncalo who?
He's a treble winner now.
Goncalo who?
2022 and 2026.
So Osimhen should just go and dispose.
That's 4 years.
Ramos. And Maiwa, go on with your point. Don't disrespect. Go on.
Goncalo go back to Portugal and probably go and cut his teeth in Portugal again and leave PSG alone.
Right.
That attack should be, reuniting with his former colleague, Scarazvelia, will be very, very interesting. I hope maybe PSG will do, the treble in terms of the Champions League, because I want to see me to win the Champions. I'm looking forward to that. Let's see what Luis Enrique can do with Osimhen next season.
But the race for Victor Osimhen is very, very competitive. There's
Yeah.
Chelsea, there's still the Saudi club sniffing in between, there's Real Madrid.
Chelsea,
You shouldn't talk to me like that now.
Why I'm with you on this one? Because when I heard Chelsea, I was shocked. Which of the Chelsea? That's the Chelsea. No.
How can any right-thinking player want to go to Chelsea? Why?
They are the world champions.
Chelsea is like a landmine. Nobody should near that area. It's filled with so many landmines that can derail your football career. So no Chelsea. The time that Chelsea would have gotten
advances of Osimhen should stop him. He should not go there.
Okay, wait. If he's linked with a Saudi side, and Chelsea too, they are looking to get a Xabi Alonso. If Xabi Alonso goes in to coach Chelsea, Victor Osimhen is not a bad option.
Even though they have Carlo Ancelotti, even if Pep Guardiola says tomorrow morning is going to Chelsea, and then CR assists him.
Why is Jerry doing like this?
No way.
Why now?
If Don Carlo says after Brazil I'm going to Chelsea, no way.
And this is not because I'm wearing blue. It's just that Chelsea, they are a big club and they are known to win big trophies. They are just going through a phase.
A big club that is going nowhere near Europe next season.
It's a phase.
The only way to beat... Okay, you should still not play Europe next season.
No, it's a phase. If they don't get to play... Okay,
27,
when Man United signed Paul Pogba, and I'm sure Man United will back me up on this, they were in the Europa League. Okay. So you don't have to be in Europe to sign a big name.
Okay. Anyway.
He can come in, do well, and take them to the Champions League.
No problem. When your son...
And Liverpool have two strikers. Liverpool have two strikers that they are not up to Osimhen's left leg. So Liverpool too can be, right?
Liverpool is also in the conversation. I've always said it here that Osimhen is better than Issa. You almost ate me when I said Osimhen was better than Issa.
At the time.
Yes. He almost ate me when I said...
What in Liverpool? What is Osimhen going to do in Liverpool? What is he going to do there?
They are going to the Champions League now.
He should go to Manchester United now. He should go to Man United now.
They spent £125 million on somebody that is doing well in Newcastle. He came, and the glory went away. We don't want that for Osimhen.
No, wow. There's something about...
We don't want that.
There's something about Newcastle players.
Okay.
The last time we spent that kind of money.
Andy Carroll,
we know what happened.
Right.
You know what happened. It's just a jinx. I don't know why they didn't learn from that Andy Carroll situation and went to spend such amount of money on Richard. So it's just deja vu, unfortunately.
Anyway, since joining Galatasaray, the striker has maintained an impressive record of 57 goals and 16 assists in 73 appearances, cementing his status as one of Europe's most lethal offensive threats. And I'm surprised that we are discussing all the clubs and nobody is mentioning Manchester United. Are you happy with Šeško, Mayowa?
Yes, Šeško is a top striker.
Let's be honest with ourselves.
Right.
Osimhen with Manchester United, and that's not the honest truth. I think there is Højlund who is on loan. He can come back.
Right.
Osimhen is too good for United at the moment. And that's just the honest truth.
Yes, Rashford is also coming back. So, and Sancho too. Sancho is coming back.
Okay. So I mentioned to a colleague this morning about Garnacho, and his reaction was not so good. Anyway, let's talk about the team of the moment, Paris Saint-Germain, and their manager Luis Enrique has reaffirmed his unwavering confidence in his squad following their recent victory over Bayern Munich. That was last night in the semi-final of the Champions League. And referencing comments he made during the group stage, Enrique maintained that no team in the competition is superior to his side. That's a big, brave call. But do you think it's worth it? This is what I ranted to say, look, PSG, there's no team like Paris Saint-Germain. Even though Arsenal, they've gone through this Champions League so far, this season unbeaten. Do you still think that there's no team like Paris Saint-Germain?
It's not his fault, though.
Right.
When you are
they are the defending champions.
Yes, when the likes of the OGs of the Champions League are no longer strong.
But that's Real what football is these days.
Yes, Real Madrid is no longer the Real Madrid it used to be under the Carlo Ancelotti days. Liverpool is no longer what it used to be with Jurgen Klopp days. So teams like PSG that just started winning Champions League yesterday.
Luis Enrique is not just winning Champions League yesterday.
No, I'm talking about.
He did it with the MSN.
Yes.
So you can boast him saying that.
After then, his career almost nosedived. He had a lot of bad spells when he left Barcelona during the MSN days. It's just that he has just rediscovered himself now. He's now playing big time, winning Champions League.
Right.
Then he's now boasting. It's not his fault. It's because he knows he's playing Arsenal in the final. That's why he has continued his boasting that we are the best in the world. These are mind games anyway.
Right.
To make the other team feel inferior over them. And I think Arteta will not buy that. Of course, he's also a Spanish coach like Luis Enrique, and he's ambitious as well. And he has tasted defeat before. From the quarterfinal now to the semi-final. Now he's in the final. I hope he will not want to wait for another final before he will now say he wants to win it. But this is a very big test for Arsenal. It's going to be very competitive. Luis Enrique, Arteta, don't fall for the games, and of course, it's going to be a very interesting final to look
Absolutely, going to be interesting. And Maiwa, for an incident in that game that sparked reaction, that penalty call, that shot by Vitinha that hit João Neves on the arm, was that a penalty for you on the first sight?
I don't think so. I don't think it's a penalty.
Why? It was clear.
I don't think. I look at the movement of the ground where I don't think it's a penalty. Controversial. I don't think that should never be a penalty, and that was the right call from the ref.
But where's the game going? Because I remember then in the good old days of football, whenever the ball touches your hand in the box and your hand is away from your body like that, it's a penalty, whether it's from your teammate or from the opposition. So why was that not a call?
Well, the thing is, it's according to the laws, and this is where my analysis is. IFAB, they continue to change the rules, make the game much more complicated. Blame IFAB, don't blame the ref. The ref followed the rule, and that was never a penalty.
Wow. Anyway, moving on still, Arsenal are now preparing to offer manager Mikel Arteta a new contract this summer. Maiwa, is that too early for you? Because he hasn't even achieved the Premier League yet, and he's having a good season, by all standards, and also he's in the final of the Champions League. He hasn't won any of those trophies. Is this an early call, from the Arsenal hierarchy to give manager Mikel Arteta a long-term contract?
I think it's too soon to call. They shouldn't have done that. He only had the advantage of winning the EPL because Man City messed up. Kudos for him in the Champions League, but for the EPL, Man City decided to hand the title to him, and that's just it. So I would wait till the end of the season before offering him a contract. It might still go either way in those two chasing at the moment.
Jerry, do you think it's too early to give Arteta the contract?
It's a morale booster. I remember the time Liverpool was going on quadruple run. Immediately, they announced that Jurgen Klopp was going to be leaving at the end of the season. The confidence of the team just dropped. And they started pulling off from almost all the competitions until they managed to win only the Carling Cup. So it will be a morale booster for the players to know that, yes, there's going to be continuity. And he knows this is where he is, and he's appreciated for his effort. So it's going to boost him ahead of the final. So it's a good call for me. A very, very wise decision to let Arteta know this is your home, win it, go ahead and win it. Win or lose, we are with you. But he'll be going into that one to at least pay them for the confidence they've reposed in him.
Well, I think they should be waiting to see what he does in the final, because trust me, he's been there 6 years and he's yet to deliver something at least major.
It's just their marker tag.
Anyway, we still have a lot to discuss, but then this is where we'll be drawing the curtain on the show this evening. Maiwa, thank you so much for joining, and you are looking forward to that Champions League final like it should come tomorrow.
Well, it's always amazing to me. I'm looking forward to seeing Arteta, go at the Champions League final and not win it and wait till next season again. Thank you for having me at least.
Jeremy, I'm sure you said the same thing. I'm not going to ask you. Thank you for joining the show. And I also want to say big thanks to those behind the scenes for making this show a wonderful one. It's been The Locker Room, and up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. I am Afiz Ogubanjo, and I'm saying have a wonderful rest of the day. Bye for now.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation president. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
For many Korokwe and Kekemarawa drivers, fuel is the backbone of their daily operations. With the steady rise in fuel prices, drivers say sustaining their business has become increasingly challenging. They explain that the cost of running their vehicles has gone up significantly, leaving them with little or no profit at the end of the day. Many also say they have been forced to increase transport fares, a move they claim is necessary to stay afloat in the face of rising expenses.
The fuel price is too exorbitant. We cannot abide to it. Look at us. Formerly, when we used to buy fuel at the rate of, let's assume we fill our tank with 15, 18, 19. Then when we come work, we can make 10,000 naira. If you make 10,000 naira and pay the agboro money for, let's assume, 2,000 naira buy fuel, at least when you get to home, you go with at least 6,000 or 5,000 naira. But for now, before you fill up this kekena, you spend almost 10 to 11,000 naira. Then let's assume you work 15,000 naira, you pay agboro, buy another fuel for tomorrow business. You see, when you get to home now, the money will not be okay again. Let them bring down the price now so that everybody will start enjoying.
It's affecting us very bad because passengers don't enter transport anymore. They prefer using their leg, and
If we work money now, like about, let's just say maybe 8,000. If we buy about 5,000, 5 liter, it's almost everything. So the only money you just left with maybe just change. Unlike before, we'll use like 5,000 to fill our tank and we'll still have extra. 8,000 cannot fill your tank. Oh. It's very, very crazy. So we are begging the government if they can look into it and do something so that the fuel price to come down, so that everything will be okay, because it's really, really affecting a lot of things.
While drivers struggle to cope, they say the increase in fares has led to tension with passengers, many of whom are also battling with high cost of living. Some drivers note that fewer passengers are willing to travel frequently, which has further reduced their daily earnings. Others are calling on the government to intervene by providing support or implementing measures to cushion the effect of the fuel price hike.
Before we normally load 200 naira, but now we are loading 300 naira due to the fuel price. We can't buy fuel 1,350 and we carry somebody for 200. It won't work out. So that is why it affects our business in anywhere we go. Sometimes, luckily we see passengers. Luckily we did not see passengers, because sometimes we may stay here for 1 hour. I've been here for 1 hour 30 minutes now before getting to my turn for loading. So it affects us. We are begging the president to do something to please assist us by bringing down the fuel price, to consider the country.
We used to carry 300, and the other pack is carry 400. So, and we're trying to pull money to 400. So, but if the fuel is going down now, we will still carry 300. So please the government to at least lower the price so that everything should come down.
As fuel price continue to rise, both drivers and commuters are left to navigate the growing economic pressure, with many hoping to relieve in the near future. Oyindamola Olukuto for Voice of the People TV.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
You have more than a voice.
The uncertainty surrounding the survival of the ADC ahead of 2027 general elections heightened today as the Federal High Court in Abuja adjourned indefinitely the leadership case of the ADC. And the political battle gets more intense as the OK movement, that is the Obi Kwakwanso movement, has taken its mobilization effort to the southeast. And in Lagos, a member of the Governor's Advisory Council, GAC, has objected to the return of the House of Representatives member representing Oshodi Isolos to federal constituency. Good evening and welcome to Political Lens. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Good to have you join us. And in case you didn't know, we are broadcasting live on Metro SL TV channel 264 on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at Vop Tv Live. You can also be a part of this conversation by calling in or sending WhatsApp messages to the number scrolling on your screen. We want to hear your voice. We want to know your thoughts about the topics of discussion. Now, let's bring in our guests. We've been joined in the studio here in Lagos by Dr. Peter Anosike. Peter is a philosopher, journalist, business consultant, and author of Dangote's 10 Commandments of Money. Good evening, Dr. Peter, and thanks for appearing on this show. We appreciate your presence.
Thank you for having me.
Now, let's go. A federal high court in Abuja has indefinitely adjourned a lawsuit challenging the leadership of the African Democratic Congress, ADC. The case was brought by party chieftain Nafiu Balagombe against former Senate President David Mark and former Osun State Governor Rauf Aregbesola, accusing them of unlawfully presenting themselves as party leaders. Justice Emeka Nwite halted proceedings after learning that the plaintiff had requested the case to be reassigned to another judge. The court said it could not act on the reassignment request because it was directed to the chief judge and adjourned the matter indefinitely pending further directives and certified Supreme Court documents. While the dispute is part of a wider leadership crisis within the ADC, earlier, the Supreme Court had returned the matter to the Federal High Court for full hearing, effectively allowing David Mark-led executive to remain in place until the substantive case is heard. Dr. Anosike, the more we look, the less we see. What's happening in ADC? What are the immediate and remote implications of this indefinite adjournment?
And that Nafiu Gombe just want to frustrate the ADC for the APC
he wants to frustrate ADC for the APC. In this battle now, it is the APC that is winning because time is ticking.
Okay.
Time is ticking, and mind you, the deadline for the submission of membership form has not changed. It is still the 10th of May.
Okay, so it's 10th of May.
Which is on Sunday.
Okay, which is on Sunday.
On Sunday, understand me?
Okay.
So now, this is a very big uncertainty on the part of ADC. And there's nothing kills a motivation more than uncertainty. So they don't know who is going to win in this case. Whether it's going to be Gombe or David Mark.
Okay.
Understand me? So, and he is deliberately wasting time because instead of making his appeal to the court, he sent it to the
chief judge.
To the chief judge. That's buying time, creating more panic, more frustration. And P2B must have seen this. That's why he has to defect to NDC.
Okay.
Because his supporters, we are getting agitated, getting worried. Where are we? Where are we? So everybody now will know that he took the best step.
Okay.
Because nobody knows when this ADC case will come to an end. Okay. And mind you, High Court is a court of first instance. Even if David Mark wins, Bana can still go
to appeal up to the Supreme Court.
Up to the Supreme Court.
Okay, now let's talk about the deadline. Now the deadline is the 10th of May, which is Sunday. So it effectively expires by 11:59 on Sunday.
On Sunday.
Sunday is not a working day.
If it's Saturday, it's
not a working day. Now,
so it's officially ended today.
Okay, so now this digital submission of digital register, is it going to be submitted physically or electronically? That is what we don't understand.
Well, since it's digital, it has to be submitted electronically.
Electronically, which means it doesn't have to be a physical office. So apparently, it's still alive.
They still have up to 11:59 on Sunday.
Now, as you and I we speak, we don't know whether Atiku Abubakar has, as a matter of fact, registered with another political party. NDC, PRP, XYZ. But what we do know is that he has not officially
announced membership of another party
and officially announced his resignation from the ADC. He might have resigned at his word and keeping it close to his chest. We don't know. Now we are examining options available to Atiku Abubakar. Peradventure, Atiku has not resigned and he has not joined another political party. Has he been locked out of the 2027 general election?
Well, as we speak, his name is still in the register of ADC. He is still a card-carrying member of ADC. Understand? And resignation has to be in writing.
Okay.
It has to be in writing. I am resigning from this political party because if you resign without putting it in writing, it can be used against you.
Okay.
And if you secretly enter another party, dual membership
is a problem.
It's a problem. So ADC is in a fix as we speak. And this is caused by the Supreme Court because the judgment they gave is complicating. Understand? The judgment they gave is complicating. Nigerians rejoiced when the issue of status quo was resolved.
Okay.
But like I said then, that was not even the main issue. The main issue, who is the authentic leader of the party?
And the Supreme Court couldn't resolve that.
And if the Supreme Court has resolved that, which they have power to do, we will not have been entertaining this.
Okay.
Understand
So
me?
apparently, it looks like the Supreme Court is part of the problem.
Supreme Court is the main problem.
Okay, now what we are trying to understand, what Nigerians are trying to understand is whether, I go back to that question, whether everything being as it is now. And you made mention of the High Court being a court of first instance, of which
it's court of
first instance, of which if the High Court now says, well, David Mark, you are the national leader of the ADC, you are the national chairman,
but that will
still go to court. And from appeal court to Supreme Court, are they able to tidy all of that within the remaining 21 days? Because as a matter of fact, the timeline stipulates that by 30th of May 2026, all the political parties must have submitted list of candidates. That means the window for primaries will have closed and primaries conducted, consensus, direct consensus, and you submit everything.
Ought to have emerged by 31st
of May.
Of May.
So, and going by this permutation, if it is not resolved within the ADC, does it mean that Atiku has been locked out of 2027 ballots?
That is exactly what it means. Starting if ADC fails to get what they are looking for, understand me, it means that Atiku may not contest the 2027 election, which is going to be his final, because he's almost 80. He cannot be coming that contest at 84. Nigeria is not Cameroon. Nigeria is not Uganda.
Okay. All right. Now, how does this scenario now, how does it suit the APC? Would they ever contemplate not having Atiku on the ticket? I mean, streamlining the whole contest to a two-horse race between Tinubu and probably Obi Kwakwanso or Kwakwanso Obi or whoever it might be, two-horse race. We are also going to consider the entrance of Goodluck Jonathan and a court judgment that said, hey, we'll talk about all of that. But will the APC, be courageous enough to reduce this to a two-horse race by trying to say, okay, remove Atiku Abubakar from the contest? What will be the implication of that for them?
Well, politically and speaking, what is happening now is not in their favor.
Okay.
Understand? It would have been in their favor if P2B has remained in ADC. Understand me? It would have been in their favor if P2B had remained in ADC. Then they will have just mushroom parties to contend with the Showores of this world, the Adebayos of this that's of this world. But with P2B and Kwankwaso, that's in NDC. Understand? Because what APC really want now is for a lot of actors to enter the field so that votes will be shared as it was shared in 2023.
Okay.
But having a P2B, that's and Kwankwaso, understand, with Tinubu and whoever. Because apart from Atiku, I don't see any other position that is as popular as Kwankwaso in the north.
At the moment?
At the moment. Apart from Atiku, because it was a kind of a tirade. Buhari, Atiku, Kwankwaso.
Okay.
These are the three big names in the north. Now, removing Atiku and all other northerners will move with Kwankwaso. Understand me?
Now, there are so many puzzles that we need to untie, and Nigerians are asking questions. Is it possible for somebody, of Atiku's political stature to resign from the ADC and the thing will not leak to the media? Is it possible for somebody of Atiku's stature to register?
Announce it now.
I mean, maybe
that's
the point. Is it possible that Atiku could? We are trying to create what-if scenarios, that bearing the court judgment today and all of that, probably he has quietly resigned and quietly joined another political party, pending the determination.
Nigerians will mock him.
Nigerians will mock him.
Nigerians will.
Okay, so apparently it's not possible that Atiku will resign from ADC and it won't be big news.
It will be front page everywhere.
And Atiku joining party XYZ will still be another front page news.
Understand me?
Okay.
So for Atiku to sneak into another party, because that should be the right word, understand?
Okay.
For a whole Atiku to sneak into another party without without making it a headline would not be good for his image.
Okay, so looks like
So for me, I think he's still in ADC.
He's still in ADC, and that puts him in a bind. That is very difficult for him to extricate himself. You talked about popular political candidates from the north. Mohammed Hayatuddin has officially bought the form of the ADC presidential race.
Well, for me, that's if ADC should be in that's on the ballot, Atiku has nobody that they will go for a consensus.
Okay, they will go for a consensus.
Yeah.
Okay, that is if ADC flies finally.
Yes, yes.
Now, you talked about what we have called three-horse race, a situation where what happened in 2023 could be repeated or could repeat itself in possibly. Now, some people, when you ask some people, some analysts, they say, oh, the moment is a three-horse race. I mean, Tinubu, Obi, and whoever, Atiku, are gone because of what happened in 2023. Do you share that sentiment?
But the permutation is never the same thing.
Okay.
Understand?
So what is the difference
in
now?
2023, there were a lot of propaganda that Tinubu is coming to do wonders. Understand? 2023, Tinubu has not been tested in the presidency.
Okay.
Understand me? So all those aura, all those permutations, all those propaganda were still there. Understand? He built Lagos. He did and that. People believe that those hype because the whole thing is hype. But today he has been demystified. Understand me? He has been demystified. So those things are no more holding water. Because one, security-wise, he has failed woefully. That's economy-wise, he has failed woefully. So those people that he were able to knock down, good percentage of them will not be with him as we speak.
Good percentage of them will not be with him. Dr. Anosike, you come out as someone who thinks that Nigerians, based on performance, vote based on performance. Is that who have become? Do Nigerians vote based on performance?
There are things that you can endure. Okay. There are things that you can endure. This is your brother. Your brother had done this and that. At the end of the day, he disappointed you. Because your life has not gotten better in his administration. So if you are a thinking being, you cannot want to continue in that. You want to try another person.
Okay.
So those this is unlike Buhari's 12 million. Understand? We have gone beyond that.
We have gone beyond that. And so you think that even if it's a three-horse race, that it wouldn't be in favor of a particular person. It could.
Nobody's sure of who is going to.
Nobody's sure of who is going to get in.
Sure.
All right. Now, there's something that happened today. I want to talk about it. Or between yesterday and today, former President Goodluck Jonathan has come back to the spotlight. People are asking him to run. How do you react to this?
Well, I have said it before, and I want to say it again. The Nigeria that Jonathan governed has gone. The Nigeria that Jonathan governed is no more. We have passed that term. And Jonathan, and I have said it, and I'll continue saying that Jonathan will not run for president of this country anymore. He cannot. People are pushing him, understand me, and he had never categorically said that he's going to run. And in this case, it is somebody that he went to court based on speculation that he heard that Jonathan wants to run. So that for the court to bar any political party from fielding him. President Jonathan has come out and told the Nigerians that they are no more interested. Understand me? That they are no more interested. That Tinubu went supported them in 2011. So he's not going. So Jonathan cannot run against Tinubu. That is what President Jonathan said. And for me, all these are just
Now, those people that seem to be pushing good luck, Jonathan, do you think that crowd, is it organic or is it induced? What do you think?
Well, Nigeria is an interesting country. It could be organic, it could be induced.
Oh, okay.
And if you check, they were not up to 1,000 people.
Okay. I mean, around his office. I'm not sure that his office space can accommodate up to 1,000.
So, or they're not up to 1,000 people.
So, but
and there's a lot of idle people. You can go to Otaku. You can get, even if you want 5,000 people. Understand me?
Okay. And you can hire them.
Nigerian youths are very, very...
Now, the Nigerians are asking, to what end? Is Jonathan's stature, at the international level, as someone who said, well, my ambition does not worth the blood of any Nigerian. And it's difficult for him anytime, for the past how many years, anytime they ask him, he said, he's consulting. I'm still consulting. And like 3 weeks to the, primaries and all of that, he is still consulting. And Nigerians are saying, there appears, to be some conspiracy theory around Jonathan's entrance to the race. And people are saying if he eventually gets into the race, it could be to destabilize some people. More like, if the power is supposed to stay in the South up until 2031, and so Jonathan steps in. So you have 3 people in the South. You have Jonathan, probably Obi, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and the 3 of them. So that conspiracy theory, does it fit in? So to what end would Jonathan want to do that?
To destabilize who?
Yeah, that is the question.
Well, for me, if he comes in and run in a different party and Obi runs in a different party, it's going to be to your tent Israel. But it will favor Peter Obi more.
How so?
Lagos State alone, we have more than 5 million Igbos. On those states, we have more than 1 million Igbos, Ekiti, and so on and so forth. So there are more Igbo people outside Igbo land. Understand me? There's no state in the country that Igbos does not constitute at least 15%. No state.
Okay. Understand me?
So Jonathan coming, he can never go beyond his southwest. South.
Okay, now you have brought us back to the issue I raised earlier, our fault lines. When you say that, it becomes dangerous when you say that, well, in Lagos State, Igbos have more than 5 million, and in all the states across the Federation, Igbos have 15%.
At least 15%.
And they will vote for Peter Obi. Has it turned to that level of tribal politics, ethnic politics?
What? Peter Obi is competent.
Okay, so is it only Igbos that will vote for him?
No, I'm telling you that it's going to be to your tent, O Israel. That's how it will look like.
Okay.
Mind you, South has 3 geopolitical zones: Southwest, South, and Southeast. Understand me? Jonathan's strength is if he's the only one in that's there. Is his south. Okay. He cannot encroach in southeast and southwest. Understand? Tinubu cannot encroach in southeast. Understand me? He may have a bit of show in the south, but Peter Obi can get votes across these 3 geopolitical.
And you think Tinubu will not?
At where?
Across the 3 geopolitical.
No.
You saying no?
He can only get a bit in the south.
He cannot get in the southeast?
He cannot get in
the south. In the south of the 5 governors, 5 of them are practically supporting Tinubu.
They were there in 2023. What happened?
Anyway, we'll talk about...
And by then, Tinubu has not really showed them his incompetence.
Okay, Dr. Anosike, let's go for a short break. And when we return, we'll talk about the OK movement that has started mobilizing in the Southeast. And during that period, we'll talk about what looks like, well, Obi in the Southeast, the governors against him, the governors for him, and all of that. Please
They
do
have
join us
always been
again.
against him.
Please do join us again. We'll be right back.
From the views on the streets
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the P 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Thanks for staying with us. A support group known as the OK Movement, that's the Obi Kwakwanso Movement, has begun mobilizing support across southeastern Nigeria for a proposed 2027 presidential ticket involving Peter Obi and Rabi Kwakwanso. At a press briefing in Enugu, the group said it believes an Obi Kwakwanso alliance could deliver a united, corruption-free and productive Nigeria, focused on education, healthcare, accountability, and human capital development. The movement's national legal advisor, Okere Kingdom, urged coordinators at state, local government, ward, and the polling unit levels to begin aggressive grassroots sensitization and membership drives for the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, in the Southeast. Well, the group said it aims to promote peace, justice, equality, and democratic values while building support for the Obi Kwakwanso ticket ahead of the 2027 general elections. Now, Dr. Anosike, why is OK starting mobilization from the Southeast, which is more like the obedient mainstay? Is that a good strategy? Why not from outside?
Well, they say that before I talk about the OK movement, let me talk about Goodluck Jonathan and the speculations around him. Understand? The deadline for submission of members, understand, officially is ending on Sunday. And as at now, it has not been extended. So officially, Jonathan is a member of PDP. Jonathan remains a member of PDP, even though we don't know the faction he belongs to. But as we speak, the weaker faction has the recognized leadership by INEC. So if Jonathan, and he cannot sneak into another party without Nigerians knowing about it.
Okay, just like Atiku Abubakar.
Just like Atiku Abubakar. So assuming he's to run, it means that he's going to run under PDP.
Okay.
So it now depends on if Wike can give him ticket to run against Bola Ahmed Tinubu, which for me, I don't think is possible.
Okay, I'm happy that you brought us back to the issue of Jonathan before we talk about the OK movement. Now, Jonathan is in court, battling legitimacy, whether he's
qualified or not.
Qualified to run or not, whether he's eligible to run or not. And this morning in court, his lawyer, Chris Uche, said, that the case should be dismissed, apparently citing a Bayelsa State High Court and a Court of Appeal judgment that says that Jonathan is qualified to run. This morning, it happened.
But there's an amendment.
Okay. Now, and he's saying that the judgment, both judgments came after the amendment.
No, it should come, okay. But Jonathan he was sworn in as the president in 2010.
Okay.
Understand me? He took the oath of office in 2010. And he also took another one in 2011, making it 2 times.
Okay.
So the same thing that is affecting the governor of Ondo State,
Lucky Ayedatiwa,
he took over. He was sworn in when his principal, what's his name?
Rotimi
Akeredolu died. And he later contested and won and was sworn in again. That's 2 times, which is what is recognized by the Constitution. So, but as we speak, if it's that simple, the court will have dismissed it.
And the matter is on appeal.
Understand me?
Akeredolu Ayedatiwa has appealed that judgment.
But I'm talking of Jonathan's own case.
Okay.
If it's that simple, because the guys that took it to court are senior, that's on the bench.
Lawyers. Okay.
And they also know the Constitution.
Well, it's not just about senior lawyers, because I've had senior lawyers, I put like 2 or 3 of them together, I ask them questions and they have like 4 or 5 opinions, different opinions. So it's a matter of judgment, who decides. That said...
but if Jonathan is to run, he's going to run under PDP.
You never can tell.
Because he's still a member of
the PDP.
PDP.
Do you think that there might be a likelihood of an extension, from that submission of the register up until maybe...
They say 10th, assuming that to happen, it will have happened today.
Okay.
Friday, which is the end of the working day.
Okay, so you think that INEC cannot come out tomorrow or Sunday, or even on Monday, I say we have extended the date?
Well, that's in Nigeria,
anything can happen.
Possible.
Okay, and so do you think it might happen? Because, Atiku is in a bind now.
Personally, I've called for the extension because it is inconvenient for most of the other political parties.
Okay, at the time you were calling for the extension, because Peter Obi was still in ADC.
I'm not Peter Obi's agent.
I know you are not his agent, but at the time that you called for that extension,
for most of the political parties.
And at that point, I knew that you had Peter Obi in mind.
Peter Obi was in
ADC. No, okay, now that he has left the ADC and is NDC, probably coasting home to a ticket, probably, do you still want an extension so that people like Atiku Abubakar...
I want a level playing ground for everybody.
Okay, you want a level playing ground.
Yes.
All right, beautiful. Unfortunately, some people are scared of level playing ground and they just want to be exclusive in all of that. So let's return to the issue of Obi Kwan. So why start from the Southeast?
You say why start from, they say that charity begins at home.
Okay.
What's that mean? Charity begins at home. You have to make your own bed, understand, before going out. So starting that's obedience, starting their mobilization from Enugu. And the Enugu, mind you, is the capital of Eastern Nigeria.
Okay.
So it is strategic.
Okay.
P2B is from Anambra. They're not starting from Anambra, but they have to go to the capital of old Eastern Nigeria. That's to start there. This is our base. So for me, I feel that it is justified.
It's justified. Now, do you think the justification comes from the fact that if you go to the Southeast and Obi's aspiration, in fact, nationally, his harshest critics happen to come from the Southeast? Talk about his state governor, Chukwuma Soludo. Kenneth Okonkwo, former obedient member. Yule Dochie, Obinna Yebu, and the Kubana chief priest talking about the City Boys movement. Arodi Obu, who is the Southeast vice chairman of the APC. All of them.
Who is that?
Arodi Obu, the national vice chairman of the APC Southeast.
I don't think if I have.
Okay, but you know about Yule Dochie. You know about Yule. You know about Obinna Yebu, that's Kubana, and the chief priest and all. The City Boys movement.
No,
Obi's harshest critics happen to come from the Southeast. So do you think that is the reason why the OK movement had to start the struggle from his home base, where he has his harshest critics?
The issue is this. It is, mind you, as we speak, it is the Gentiles that are taking Christianity to the Jews. Jesus is a Jew, was killed by the Jews. The Jews did not accept him. It is the Gentiles that accept him. That's why they even say that a prophet is not respected
in his place,
in his own distance. But those criticizing him, just like what's his name, Chukwuma Soludo, is envy. It is jealousy. Understand me? Soludo is criticizing P2B out of jealousy, out of envy. Understand? Because he is wondering, how can a trader be more popular than a professor? So it is jealousy.
I mean, I don't see the jealousy there, because
it is jealousy.
I mean, Chukwuma Soludo is a professor, a former governor of the Central Bank.
That's what I'm saying.
Former
now.
Presidential advisor.
After
now
all
governor
these
of
things,
Anambra State, the same thing that Obi has done.
After all these things, P2B is far, far more popular than him.
Says who?
Says who? I witnessed a situation in a church in Anambra where the bishop, in the order of protocol, announced Soludo that Soludo contributed, did everything to ensure that this project in the church is completed. Only few people clapped their hands. But when the bishop said, also, in our presence is the former governor of Anambra State, P2B, everywhere. Understand? The ovation that the bishop has to stand up and begin that to beg them, it's enough. Let us continue with what we are doing.
Okay.
2023, Soludo worked against P2B, but what happened? P2B got more than 90% in Anambra State.
Okay.
So he is just jealous of P2B.
Okay, so let's leave Chukwuma alone. How about Yule Dochie? Is this also envious of P2B?
Those are misguided elements that I don't want
These
to
are influencers.
About.
They influence the
to
youth.
Who?
To the youth.
To who? Forget about those people. 2023, Kubana's elder brother ran for an election and failed.
Okay.
So if you have such influence, why did his own brother, the same mother, the same father fail? 2024 presidential election in the United States, Hollywood backed Kamala Harris. At the end of the day, so those influencers are nothing when it comes to business.
Okay, those influencers are nothing. When
it comes to business, when it comes to serious matters.
Okay, political business, you mean?
Understand? Sure.
Okay. Now, you have removed all of those people. Let's talk about the Southeast governors who have practically endorsed the president, all of them. And we talk about the ministers, the high-level federal government officials from the Southeast. All of them support Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
All those.
So does Obi have a chance in the Southeast?
Excuse me. So let us go back to 2023. 2023, Pope Ozodema was in APC, or is still in APC. Southeast has 5 states. Pope Ozodema is in APC. Governor of Imo, Ebonyi, Umahi as a sitting governor. Understand? That's 2 now. Then Okezie Ikpeazu and Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi, we are in the G5. Understand? So in 2023, Soludo did not have any, P2B did not have any single governor from the Southeast supporting him. And what happened? Okezie Ikpeazu lost as a senator. Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi lost as a senator. Understand? So for me, they have no political weight.
Now,
where P2B is.
Okay, so now what it clearly tells us from your analysis is that votes counted in 2023.
In the Southeast.
Okay, only in the Southeast.
Yes.
It didn't count elsewhere.
In the Southeast.
Oh, have you heard people say that people rigged for Obi in some parts of the Southeast and some parts of the country? Have you heard that?
I'm hearing it for the first time.
For the first time. Okay, so votes counted in the Southeast.
Yes.
For Peter Obi. But it didn't count elsewhere. How do you reconcile that?
I say it counted in Lagos, yeah, Peter Obi's vote was suppressed. Peter Obi scored more than 1 million votes in Lagos State, but it was suppressed.
Okay.
They were suppressing it to the point that they said, let us just announce it. Peter Obi scored more than 1 million votes in Lagos State.
Okay, so what happened at the global level?
No, it's just like asking me go and vote in the local government election. Understand? Federal election and state election are not the same thing.
Okay, so but GRV was in Labour Party. You ran as the candidate. What happened?
I have no business with GRV.
It's okay. So a lot of people didn't vote because they were not interested in who becomes the governor of Lagos State.
That's how governorship is a state thing.
Okay.
Understand me? Local government is a state thing. We are talking about federal and who is on the ballot.
Okay, who is on the ballot? And so you think that Obi has chances in the Southeast to repeat what happened in 2023?
Obi has more chances in the Southeast than even now.
Okay, now let's talk about the Kwakwansiya movement. Kwakwanso seems to be gathering momentum as well. You know, but Nigerians are worried that when you talk about Kwakwansiya, I mean, it's only restricted to Kano State.
No,
and
it has spread. It has spread. It has gotten to Katsina. It has gotten to Zamfara. Marafa, Senator Marafa in Zamfara, defected to NDC. So NDC is spreading like a fire in the south, in the north. Excuse me. Let me just ask you that's a question. Do you know that all the borrowings that Tinubu is doing is being borrowed in the name of Nigeria? Are you aware of it?
No, it's more like okay, go ahead.
Now, new rail was approved for the Lagos State, metro in Kanu, and another one for Kaduna. Are you aware of it?
Yes, I'm aware, very well.
And the money was borrowed in the name of Nigeria.
Okay.
And every Nigeria will pay that debt.
Okay.
None is being constructed in the Southeast.
None is being constructed in the Southeast.
None is being constructed.
The Deputy Senate...
And they are part of the people that will pay this
the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Benjamin Kalu, is from the Southeast. The Chairman of Governors Forum, APC Governors Forum, is from the Southeast, Hope Uzodimma. The Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, is from the Southeast. The Minister of External Affairs, Bianca Ono, is from the Southeast. I can go on and on. Now, these people sit in cabinet with the president and watch the Southeast excluded. So who should take responsibility for that?
I say what I'm trying to tell you that this money that are being borrowed in the name of Nigeria, Southeasterners are part of those that are going to pay this debt.
Okay. So,
why nothing is being erected, constructed, built in their state?
Okay, so you think that will affect the chances of the APC in 2027?
For me, Tinubu has nothing to campaign with in the Southeast.
In the Southeast. Okay, you recall that in 2022, he said, well, if you don't vote for me, you get a soaked slice of bread. And that is what the Southeast seems to have.
We are comfortable with that bread.
Okay, you are comfortable. All right, let's come to Lagos State here, where Henry Ajomale, a member of the Lagos State's Governance Advisory Council, GAC, has vowed to stop the re-election of Joe Onwa Carlos Ase over controversy surrounding the lawmakers' empowerment program. The backlash followed the release of a beneficiaries list for overseas training opportunities in countries such as China and South Africa, with critics alleging that most beneficiaries were of Igbo origin rather than Yoruba. Speaking at a constituency meeting, Ajomale accused non-Indians of sidelining locals and said the APC will work to ensure the constituency is represented by someone who prioritizes indigenous interests. He blamed previous internal divisions within the parties for Onwa Akalwa's emergence and claimed the APC is now united and ready to field what he described as a stronger candidate in future elections. This is sad development. How do you react to this?
Well, for me, I don't really see it as a sad development. Now, 2015 to 2023, we had an Igbo as the representative of Oshodi, son of Federal Constituency 2. Understand? The truth is that guy did not do anything. Understand? And the guy ran under PDP. He did not do anything. 2019 to 2023, we have Ganiyu Johnson, that's a son of the soil. Understand me? Now, 2023 to 2027, we now have another Igbo guy from LP. Understand? But the reason is this. Igbos dominate over 90% of Oshodi, son of Federal Constituency 2. Agor, Okota, Ejigbo, Ajawo Estate has Igbo dominance.
Okay.
Where the Yorubas are just Irakari and some part of Isono.
Okay.
So Igbos have over 80% of the votes from this area. So the mistake that APC have been making over the years is not fielding an Igbo candidate in this area.
Oh, but the person there now is an Igbo.
I'm talking of APC.
APC, okay.
APC have never fielded an Igbo candidate.
Okay.
In this area that is dominated by Igbos.
Okay is of Labour Party.
Okay is of Labour Party.
Okay.
The guy that was there between 2015 and 2019 is of PDP.
Okay.
Understand me? So the mistake is on APC.
Okay, so the problem, as you are defining it now, is caused by the APC.
By APC.
Because they have not fielded
an Igbo candidate
from the APC.
From an Igbo candidate in APC.
In APC, okay.
And this is an Igbo-dominated area. If they want to win, they should field an Igbo candidate. Understand me? Igbos control over 80% of the population. And you are fielding that's an indigene. Understand me? There's no way he can win.
Now, the people that won, is it good for them to sideline the indigenes and just...
No. That's why I said, okay, need to be sidelined. Understand? Okay.
For sidelining the indigenes.
Yes. You run to represent Oshodi Isono. Understand me? You should represent Oshodi Isono. And understand me?
Okay.
You should represent Oshodi Isono. That is the mandate that was given to you. So you are supposed to be fair. Understand? It's a
Cosmopolitan, yes.
So you should be fair to everybody. You should first of all have it at the back of your mind that this is not my state. Therefore, I should show appreciation to my host community.
Okay. So apparently your position is that, well, ADC should do the needful, which is to field APC candidates. Igbo candidates in the APC.
APC should field Igbo candidates
in APC.
In APC to win in Oshodi Isono, in Amwodofi, in Ajeromi Ifendodo. These are Igbo dominated areas. So for them to win there, they have to field. Politics is a game of numbers. Okay. In these 3 federal constituencies, Igbos have the numbers. Okay. So if you want to win, you field an Igbo man.
Okay, so the mistake they make is they go and field someone who is not Igbo in the APC.
In the APC.
And when the Igbo candidate emerges from another political party, PDP or Labour, so they begin to now treat their own people fairly and leave the indigenous, which in any case is not right.
Understand?
And so according to you, to create a balance, the APC should field.
If APC fields an Igbo candidate, they will win.
If APC fields an Igbo candidate.
If APC fields an Igbo candidate in Oshodi Sondo, in Amuwodofi, these areas I'm calling now are being controlled by other political parties who fielded Igbo people.
Now, what guarantee do you have that the Igbo people that the APC field, will not go the way of people like people that are in discussion now, people like and the PDP guy? What guarantee do you have?
One, how do you come into this office? That's the first question. Okay. Your party supported you, your party sponsored you. Then who are you going to be seeing around you? The members of your party. So it's a simple thing.
It's a very simple
thing. So the problem is being caused by APC not fielding Igbo men where Igbos are in dominance.
Okay. All right, Dr. Anosike, I'll take that as a concluding thought.
Sure.
Now, this would be a good place to end the conversation. I've been speaking with Dr. Peter Anosike, philosopher, journalist, business consultant, and the author of Dangote's 10 Commandments of Money. Thank you, Peter, and thanks for your appearance on my show. I hope we can do this some other time.
Thank you for having me.
All right, now, on behalf of the backroom staff, the technical director, Boss Manager, sound engineer, and the ingest manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nana Ndimdioto. I'll see you on Monday morning, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyosarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everybody. It's a boy that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues and Voice of the People Television. I will bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I'm your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the issues examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from Jonathan challenging suit seeking his eligibility to contest 2027 election, to Senate's reverse and controversial rule on principal officers. Also, police insist SARS no longer exists. Finally, protests and criticisms over continued remand of Justice Crack in DSS custody. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. Former President Goodluck Jonathan has challenged a suit seeking to restrain him from contesting the 2027 presidential election. The lawyer who filed the suit cited constitutional grounds and urged the court to issue an order of perpetual injunction restraining Jonathan from presenting himself to any political party in the country for the purpose of contesting in the poll. Justice Peter Lifu, however, adjourned the matter to May 11 for hearing of the ex-president's objection and the substantive suit. Meanwhile, the former president, Goodluck Jonathan, has responded to growing calls for him to contest the 2027 presidential election. Jonathan stated that the presidential race is not a computer game and said he would consult widely before making any political decision. His comments follow a rally staged by youth at his residence, urging him to return to active presidential politics. The development has fueled speculation about a possible comeback bid, even as political alliances and realignment continue to reshape the opposition landscape ahead of 2027. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by just one distinguished guest, Mr. Elvis Elimihele. He is a journalist, a political and public affairs analyst, and a member of the Guild of Public Affairs Analysts of Nigeria. Glad to have you join us, sir.
Good evening, Nena.
So it's always wonderful having you. Hope our other guests will not be jealous. Okay, so Jonathan, you know, it's been coming bits, so sometimes in the news, and there's been, I think there was at one time there was a protest, and now another, not like a protest, like a coming together of people to say we want you to, you know, to contest for the election. And some persons have actually said that these people are, I was talking to someone yesterday, and the person said, well, these people were rented. I don't know. So let people hear your view. Do you really think it's a good idea for Jonathan to contest for the election? And those people that are asking for him to come back, were they rented or your own view? You might not be sure, really, we might not be sure. But what do you think?
Well, for me, the position he is occupying today is far bigger than the president of Nigeria. Therefore, he should just remain as an elder statesman and begin to enjoy his life. Because this man was bullied out of office and called different names. Because some disgruntled Nigerians then felt that he has not done well. But today, whether those people are rented or they want to bamboozle him or whatever, I think he has given them the answer. Very clear. He didn't just want to despair them without speaking to them. That's why he told them, come. So almost all of you here now that are calling me to come and contest. How many of you can actually show Nigerians your PVC that you are actually registered? That was a big challenge to those people that came. He said, it's about 50% of you here don't have PVC. So if I'm coming in as president to come and get into the race, is it not the person that have PVC that will vote for me? It is not sufficient for you to come to my office and say, oh, I want you to come enter the race. But the means for you to be part of my being in the race, first of all, is to have your PVC. And many of you here don't even have. And two, he told them, presidential race is not computer game. So former President Jonathan has actually answered those people that came. He didn't just want to despair them. So whether they were a rented crowd or the ruling party is looking for a way to bring in more people to scatter the opposition party, okay, let's begin to mention Jonathan's name. Probably the opposition party we want to use pick him as one of their aspirant or candidate. It's irrelevant. The body language that former President Jonathan showed in that video clip we saw with those people that came to his office, it was very clear. He's not interested, and he has answered them that first of all, you get involved. You are youthful Nigerians, get involved. That a country that has a population of about 200 million persons. And at the end of the day, you see that only less than 20 million Nigerians vote for the leadership of this country. The last election, we have about 32%. But they will tell you that we have about 90-something million registered voters. And at the end of the day, you'll be hearing just about 20 million, 30 million that came out to vote. It's not a good one. It means that the voter apathy is high. And you can reason why it happens in that manner. Because Nigerians are completely fed up with the electoral system and the umpire. INEC has not fared well. INEC has not been sincere to Nigerians. So because of that, some people just use their PVC as means of identification. Some don't even have. They just say, why would I go and bother to go and waste all the time to get a PVC when at the end of the day, my vote will not count? So what we should be preaching at this moment now is that we should allow the system, to more transparency into the system now, so that people can be interested. By the time people get interested as expected, more young men will be coming into the system. And as more young people are coming in, we will now begin to retire all these old men that we started hearing their name since independence. It's not faring well for this nation. So those were some of the things, the challenges the former president gave to them. Get involved. It's your time. Don't allow your future to be mortgaged by these people that after their own era, their children have started coming in, then the next thing, their grandchildren will start coming in. We all own this nation together. So by the time you get involved, you won't even remember to come and call me because I've done my own and I've finished my own. So that was just the answer. The body language and even the response you gave to them on that video clip of yesterday, I didn't see former President Jonathan, coming into the race. He has answered them. He didn't just want to despair them. No, I'm not interested. That diplomatically, he answered them. You get involved, go and get registered, and presidential race is not a computer game. We finished it.
Okay, I want to, ask you about voter apathy because that's actually a thing. Before I go into that, you said he already responded diplomatically.
Yeah.
But when you look at the suit and him challenging the suit through his lawyer, does that not suggest that he's a little bit interested in running for the race?
No. You see, there's a level you get to. Once your name is mentioned in any case, you have to see the conclusion of that matter. You understand? This coming back, the Constitution was amended, and it said, if for the executive position, you don't get sworn in twice. That's what I heard that of Ondo State is also facing now. Some people took him to court and said, yes, your boss died in office. That's a former Rotimi Akeredolu died in office, and you were sworn in to conclude his tenure. And again, you now contested and won the election, and you sworn in the second time. And the Constitution have now said that for executive position, you don't have opportunity to be sworn in more than twice. So don't just be talking of, by the time you are ending this your administration, don't begin to talk that have the plan that you want to contest again, because now it's already in the law. So the former president would just let it just be like an academic exercise. Let them go to court. Let the court again make its own pronouncement that this matter has been judged between the people that brought Akeredolu to court and the Ayedatiwa to court and the judgment has been given. The court can always make reference to such things. So it's not. I don't see anything new in it because the Constitution has been amended that executives don't have such right to be sworn in more than twice. But as legislators, you can go as many times as possible, provided you are in good tune with your people. I say, okay, go and represent us again. That does not have that law. But the executive, the law is clear and it's made. Okay,
well, I understand what you mean. But let's look at this. Former President Jonathan said, presidential politics is not a computer game.
Yes.
That statement is quite pregnant. But when you look at it, would you say that it's like a subtle jab at younger politicians who just feel that, they can just come out and, say they want to,
yes,
they want to do that. And of course, social media-driven movements, which we have seen arise so many times. So do you think that that's like a subtle jab at all these?
Yes, it's telling them that you don't just come into the race to become a president. Be involved, get involved. At a level you are now, you can even start from your ward as a councillor. Then you begin to rise from there to become a local government chairman, a member of the State House of Assembly. Begin to build your profile politically, you understand? So that when it gets to that level that I want to be president of this nation, people will look at where is he coming from? People will look at your political profile and say, no, he's been there. So that was what he was telling them. You don't just jump into it. This generation, this present Gen Z, just believe that, by the time you just punch the tabs in the computer and the thing is rolling out, oh, life is just like that. Politically, it's not like that. People now have to know where you are coming from. They know how your antecedent. People have to know how, can we vouch for you, integrity-wise and all of that? What have you managed before now, whether private sector or public sector? So it's not just something you jump into. Those are, in fact, he advised them so maturedly from that discussion they had with him that yesterday. In fact, that advice was good. If really they are serious, they should get back to their drawing table and say, no, this is the time for me to get involved. This is the time for me to be putting one or two things together. You can start from your community. What was Obama doing before? He was just, serving his community at that level of, okay, he offered himself to become a charity work for his community. Then from there, people begin to know him before he became a senator. From there, he now applied for the presidency of United States of America, even when it was like, how can a black man, how the possibility of a black man getting into the White House, as they call it. But that was demystified. A black man got into the White House, and he did his own and also left. So that advice was so good, and it's germane, because Nigerian youth have to be involved. If they don't get involved, these old men will not leave the saddle for them to take over.
But, when you look at saying Nigerian youth have to be involved and the old men will not leave the old men, are they even ready to even leave the saddle? Because when you see people, let me even someone like Atiku, who have been contesting since 1992, 1993, and then you wonder, why is he still in the race up to now? Like you mentioned about Goodluck Jonathan, that he's better off where he is than
100%.
But some places, I don't think our politicians really realize that they're somewhere better off than being on that seat. You just feel like that seat is their heritage. Like if they don't get to that seat, that is like the biggest ambition of their lives. And that's what we get to see most of our politics. And this even crops up even in senatorial seats, where we now see past governors, get into, they don't see it as their right. Like immediately, exactly, retirement home for them. And it just begs the question, what is our policy? What are our younger people? Are our younger people being given the chance to get involved and because if we even look at the money for all of these to get this ticket, even for let's not even go to the presidential or governorship, but even the other ones, the state assembly, they're all expensive. How many youths really can actually afford that?
You see, the issue is just because that politics it thrives so flamboyantly in this nation. You see, everybody that want to get rich quickly, they get into politics. Just because we have turned it to become business instead of serving the people. In Nigeria, the fastest way to become rich is to get into politics. Unfortunately, that's not how it's supposed to be. You are supposed to be accountable to the people that voted you into power, because you are not just there to go and make money. You are there to serve the people. But because of the way we practice our own here, that's why you see everybody, some of them that are there don't want to leave, and some other young men want to get in by all means. Do you understand? So getting in by all means, because they are looking at their grandfather and their great-grandfather who have been there, and have seen it, that is my right. I must stick to this juicy, tandy I'm licking, and I don't want to throw it away. So if we don't arrest it, bring down the profligacy of every office, this system will remain like this. But we are looking at a situation where we'll begin to talk of a government will come that will not make it to be too juicy, that will not make it to be like, by the time I get in there, I'm assured that I'm going to get a bulletproof car, like the share for themselves in the National Assembly. I'm assured that I have almost ₦1 billion constituency allowance, constituency project, which we don't see. Then I'm assured that I have a home in Sokoro, my time where they put their Sokoro. So all these ones are some of the things that we should be talking about, how to whittle down the flamboyant lifestyles that is being lived in respective government offices in this nation. By the time we're able to bring that down, for instance, if the National Assembly is made a part-time business, that is only sitting allowance that you're going to be paid, you will not be too interested that when you now win an election, you are packing your family to Abuja. Because if I win an election today as a legislator, whether House of Rep or Senate, I'm no longer going to be here with you in Lagos. I'm going to move down. Possibly move my village, entire village, because the means I get can service them. So if we whittle it down to a level that it will not be that, too juicy, you see, everybody will now know that it is a part-time job and you are there for a period. Number one. Number two, another thing that also led to this is just because of the kind of constitution we have today. The constitution allows that, presidential system of government, everybody must come together, put our hands in our cooking gear, the cooking gear. It was not like that in the First Republic. In the First Republic, the regional government thrived better than the federal. So people who were good, people who were actually like, this is our first class, stays at the region to make the region work. Because the region, if it works, it affects you and I closer than the federal. That was what we had in the First Republic. That's why people like Chief Awolowo is still being remembered today. That's people like Ahmedu Bello is still being remembered. People like, Okpara, are being remembered. Because these people, these people worked for the people at their region that brought them into government, voted them into government. If we have what we now call, that is common to Nigeria, that we're talking of a review. There's a common language we use that...
review of the Constitution.
No, not the Constitution, to the system of government that the kind of...
Okay.
Yes, we want to talk of... forgetting the language that we use now. If we have that, bring in a constitution that is friendly to the people, not constitution that everybody decentralized constitution.
Is that the word you're looking for?
Reformation. There's a kind of what we now talk of reforming the system to now be that even people at the grassroots, you will value a local government councillor, because this local government councillor knows his people and his people know him, and the people know that by the time they empower him to get to power, he's coming to do their bidding, because the constitution allows it that way. Do you understand? So not this one that everybody is like, converge in Abuja. Abuja now begin to spoon feed all the other organs of government. No, let it be that from the level where the money comes from, that region where the money comes from, the people at that region benefit more from it. Then let Abuja just be like, it's the seat of government. It is not necessary that everybody, the good persons, the important persons that can turn around the fortune of the region, be there. It's just be like a figurehead president. It's just there, service the immigration, service the armed forces, and service the diplomatic sector. This is what we are talking about. Reformation, that's what we are talking about. So if we have a constitution that can favor Nigeria in that manner, you see what we are seeing now, Nena, will be highly reduced. And you now see, if you make your money in your region and you now decide to embezzle it, your region will become backward. Do you understand? If other regions can give scholarship and give free education, and because of what they are making and is, circulating around their people, then the other regions now decide, we are going to, what we are making, we are going to be using to buy houses abroad, they will become backward. First of all, there will be no unemployment, there will be no literacy level will be low, and you discover that also you'll be seeing debt will be coming in because there won't be good health facilities. So this is why we are talking of this reformation we keep talking about. If we have a reformation that Nigeria can now begin to talk of, from where you live, pay so much attention to the people at that grassroots level. You won't be saying this. The state governors, we are told today, gives them so much. But is it reflected in your life? Because these state governors are now still being, they get into power because there's one big Baba at the top in Abuja. If that Baba in Abuja is not as powerful as expected, that the power to get into the state office belongs to the people at your state and your region, the state government will misbehave with your money and my money. They won't, as we speak now, we don't know the number of Nigerian governors that are abroad that are not in this country. But their state is just there. It's when some certain issues happen that we now hear that the governor is not even in the state. Maybe there's one crisis that happened. So all these are some of the things we're talking about. A reformation has to take place for this nation to work as expected. Because if that doesn't happen, this flamboyant lifestyle that the president comes into office, even when the country does not have the money, you have removed the fuel subsidy and using it to punish the people. But the best thing you think you can do for yourself at that moment is to buy a presidential jet. Yes. Then the best thing is to buy a presidential yacht and begin to renovate houses that you are not living in. It doesn't happen that way. These are not projects that should fly if we have a reform system that will be beneficial to Nigerians, not beneficial to the few persons who have the opportunity to get into power, whether by hook or crook. That's where the problem is. And that's what Jonathan, former president, was telling them yesterday. Get involved. By the time you get involved, you can change the trajectory. You can reform this system. Because this system as it is has not worked for Nigerians. We hear trillions in budget. And at the end of the day, we are not told how many percentage of this budget worked for us in that fiscal year. But we hear another budget comes in again. Nobody will tell us this budget was 80% success or 90%. The only thing we hear, another budget has gotten into the house. And because they know what they are going to get from it, left, right, padding, within 2 weeks, the budget is passed. So because they know what is coming to them. So that's one of the things that this generation should be looking at. Let people become professionals in their respective field. You have something doing. Even if you want to go into politics, let it be a part-time thing.
Oh, that's a very good one. Yes. But of course, when you talk about the whittling down of the cost of governance and all of that, but one will begin to wonder, like how easy is that when you look at how Nigeria is run? Because it seems like that has been entrenched in our system already, where everything is just very high and all of that. But let's move a little bit away into still on this 2027 election before we move on to our next conversation. Now, I want to ask you, because I know that I've not heard your view about the move of Kwankwaso and Obi. So I just need to ask you before we move on to our next conversation, to end this NDC, because it just looks like, when you look at this Jonathan's, this bringing Jonathan into the picture again, some persons want to say, okay, this is just a means to, to try to reduce the number of votes that will eventually be cast, all of this different schools of thought. But what do you think about the move of Obi and Kwankwaso to end this? Do you think it's a good move? And then the coalition, Obi and Kwankwaso, what do you make of it?
To me, it's a good move.
Okay.
Yes. You don't wait for the object that is seen coming to your eyes to enter your eyes before you find a way to dodge it. It's so obvious and glaring that if ADC survives, the ticket of ADC belongs to Atiku.
Why?
You have even heard one of the shifting of ADC before now. I think I was watching him in one of the channels maybe about 3 days ago. Who said they were in Atiku's house to speak to him.
Okay.
Be an okay. And allow Obi
to.
He said ADC was forming in his
house.
It's in the news.
Yeah.
So that's to tell you that even before Obi got into ADC, they have already concluded. Celebrating Obi's entrance was to actually use Obi's name to boost their popularity before people. ADC knows what they have that they've not told Nigerians. That was why on December 31st, when Obi went into ADC coalition, I was in the studio, and for me, I condemned it. I said, because all the persons at that top are ambitious Nigerians. If Obi ran from PDP in 2023 because of Atiku, he cannot get the ticket and went to Labour Party, and he got 6.something million votes. What will now make Obi to go back to the same Atiku again and said, what has changed in Atiku? That Obi now think Atiku will give him the ticket on a platter of gold. Tambuwa, who ran to join his own support with Atiku in that 2023 that led to the crisis that killed PDP, he's still in that same ADC, which is his uncle, his senior uncle, Atiku Abubakar. So do you think they will just change overnight and say, Obi, we are now rallying around and give you the ticket? It was not going to be possible. So I condemned it. Even though some people were like, no, I'm an APC person. Why would I condemn it? For me, I don't like that coalition. But thank God, a respite came in the NDC, that he now saw that, let me move. You see, if Obi and Kwankwaso were able to work together in 2023, the result from that election, that vote, would have been different. At least Obi made 6 million. And Kwankwaso made 1 million plus. That would have been 7 million. And the president today, INEC told us he got 8-point-something million. Let me tell you, there were some other issues that, Obi, Labour Party were not having agents in some polling units right there over in the north. If Kwankwaso was in the race with Obi, there would have been, that gap would have been there, that vacuum would have been there. They would have been able to say, okay, Kwankwaso should have been able to do so much for his people to have polling agents in almost all the polling units in the northern part of Nigeria. And that would assure up their vote better than 6 million and 1 million. You understand? Therefore, if both of them now work together in this very dispensation of 2027, we can get a better result. Because as at the time Atiku got that 7-point-something million vote or whatever he made in 2023, there were still some numbers of PDP governors who gave him landing. Even his state, Governor Fintri of Adamawa State was in PDP. Today is no more in PDP. It's in APC. So as we speak, PDP do not have any governor now. As we speak, only Makinde, and we don't even know where he belongs between now and the next election. So it's like a clean slate for Atiku now. So now, Obi has run this election without any governor in Labour Party and was able to get 6 million votes. And the same Obedient that has always been his backbone keeps saying that wherever he goes, they will go with him, which means Obedient is still there. Then I now just oppose that one now with the suffering that we have had in these past 3 years of President Tinubu's administration, Nigerian suffering now. The trajectory will change better. But the only fear we have here now is the umpire, INEC. Joshua Amukbiton, will he give Nigeria a credible election? Number one. Number two, hostile APC. What we saw in 2023, driving people away from the queue because they know you are not going to vote for them. With that, can that be curtailed? If we have an atmosphere where you and I can go and exercise our right as expected, nobody will bully you, and the electoral result is actually, counted as expected, you will see a different ballgame. So I love the OK movement. And I think it's let them, be sincere to themselves in NDC and work out, their modalities as expected. So that if you say we are tired of APC, we need party that is strong enough to be able to, Nigeria can galvanize around, to be able to unseat the ruling party. That's my own on that.
Okay, let's move on to our next conversation. The Senate has reversed its earlier decision restricting principal leadership positions to senators serving at least a second term. The reversal followed criticism from several lawmakers, including former Edo State Governor Adams Oshiomhole, who clashed with Senate President Godswill Akpabio and has called for his resignation. The amendment had come amid growing interest by outgoing governors and political heavyweights, many of whom are positioning to enter the Senate in 2027 to contest for top leadership roles such as Senate President and Deputy Senate President. Meanwhile, the First Lady Oluremi Tinubu has described her time in the 7th, 8th, and 9th Senate as really, really good. Remarks seen as a swipe at the current 10th Assembly for being a rubber stamp for the executive. Let me first of all ask you what you make of the rule that they had on principal officers and or principal positions. And then, when you look at it, for you, why do you think they would have just reversed it, quickly, just like that? Some persons have said that one of the reasons that rule was made was to spite or to ensure that someone like Imo State's governor Hope Uzodinma doesn't come in and become a Senate president. All these things. you know, when you even look at all of that, you even ask yourself, is this even what is even important at this point that you're trying to safeguard? What even makes you think that you're going to come in the next election? But let me hear what you think.
To you might be thinking otherwise, but to them that are sitting there, they don't have any other thing they think of. Their own to remain there is what they think of, not you and I. That's why the problem persists. Every 4 years, what do you hear? We'll give you electricity, we'll give you water, security and all. It's the same repetition. That's what you see. Because as they sit there, they don't have your interest and my interest. So they know that by the time they come back again in 2027, they're still coming to start talking of water, electricity, road, and security. If you have a child that enrolled in the school 4 years ago, the same book you bought first year is the book you are repeating the same year again because he never passed to the next class. Then 3 years, 4 years, the same book, you keep the same class. Will you be interested in that child? You have to begin to think of, okay, it's possible that education may not favor you. Go and learn trade or whatever. But Nigeria politicians keep coming to tell us the same thing. Insecurity will fight it. Infrastructure will work on it. You will have electricity. Then you will have water and good hospital and good education. Those are the things we hear. That's why you see what they are fighting for. Now, it's not about how Nigeria will work. It's about how they will retain their office come 2027. That's what they are fighting for. That's what they are preoccupied with. Now, in spite of all Nigerians are going through now, it doesn't make any meaning to them. Then I thank God that among themselves, one of them also now have to open up, all their flanks and said, no, it mustn't be that. Even if you want to start talking of 2027, you are coming up with laws now that never favored you, even when you are on that seat. You said a sitting senator must do 2 terms of 8 years. Then before he can now become a principal officer. But you are there, you have not done it. And you are there as a principal officer, even Senate president, the highest position in that arm of government. You never merited it. So you resigned. That was what Oshomole told him. And Oshomole is just that kind of person that is very rash when he wants to speak. And he told them the truth. And that's why we're now looking at it that, yes, the law you want to use to gag yourself and remain in power now, you never merited it, even when you came in. Why are you not trying to gag others not to also have such opportunity to, vie for that position if they are elected into that Senate come 2027? That was just the grouse. And thank God, they now knew that they themselves are guilty of the laws that they want to use to entrench themselves. So, Nena, they are not there for you and I. They are there. They're already talking about 2027 and how they can secure their seats. Then, if they are talking about Hope Uzodima's administration is not ending immediately. He's on an off-cycle election. He's coming, Imo State election. He will be leaving office by 2028. Now, but we are going to have an election this next year. And by then, the Senate will have done almost a year. So is it that he's going to put a placeholder here? There's nothing they cannot do. Even the Akpabio, that is the Senate speaker, the president of the Senate today, never did primaries.
Yeah.
We saw he came through the back door, and from there got into the Senate, and today is the Senate president. So I don't know why Hope Uzodima's name was the one that was being peddled all over the media. But for me, I know he still has, even after this current administration is sworn in next year, May 29, Hope Uzodima will still be there till January or so, February 2028. So is he going to put a placeholder there? Or the person that will now resign and tell him that, okay, come in, I'm resigning for you. And even when the person resigns, will another election take place in the National Assembly? Because before then, the Senate would have been sworn in. There would have been the 11th Assembly would have begun. Or probably he gets into the Senate and plan a coup and impeach the Senate president. But by all means, he's been in the Senate before. I remember he was one time the chairman of aviation committee in the Senate. So he is eminently qualified if he gets in there genuinely and said he wants to contest for whatever principal office in the Senate. So they should not be jittering. If you do the bidding of Nigeria very well, and Nigeria knows that, Oluremi said the Senate she served in was a better one. Thank God that she is even the one confessing this, because that was still PDP Senate. There were robust debates. She was one of the very vocal senators too. Remember, there was a clash she had with Dino Melaye in the Senate then. So that shows that national issues are supposed to be brought to the table, and everybody that is there that has that represents, a senatorial district will make an input the way to favor his or her people. But today, is there any debate in the 10th National Assembly? The 8th National Assembly was when we had the debate last, when Saraki was Senator Saraki was the president of the Senate. Since then, we have not debated in the National Assembly. Lawan is just a carryover of what Akpabio is a carryover of what Lawan is doing today. There's nothing different between Lawan 9th Senate and Akpabio's 10th Senate. But we can see now that David Mark was still the Senate president in 7th Assembly under PDP. We also saw Saraki 8th Assembly. At least she's serving this, and she can still give kudos to those two leadership that, they were quite better. Really, really, that is what is very, very better than what we have today. I thank God that she has also seen now that the husband is actually like the fourth arm of government. Under his husband's leadership. That's what the Senate has turned to, like an arm of the executive. And everything that crosses from the executive to the Senate is already a smooth say. So thank God she has observed it. And that should be a challenge to this present 10th Senate, that even if the president's wife can speak in this manner, that's derogatory to them, because they've not done what they are supposed to do.
Okay, let's move on to our final conversation today. Because of time, let's move on to this Justice Crack issue. You know, I'm sure you've been following this issue. And 4 days after Justice Crack is still in the custody of the DSS, and of course, the Federal High Court had remanded him, and there's been charges. The DSS said Chidebere was charged for allegedly making a viral post on his X handle in which he reportedly claimed Nigerian military personnel are poorly fed. The army had earlier disclosed that Justice Crack was arrested following a post he made based on complaints by some soldiers regarding their feeding and other welfare-related matters. The case has drawn mixed reactions, and protests are ongoing for his release as civil society groups insist he did nothing wrong and have raised alarms over freedom of expression. The situation underscores the delicate balance between security enforcement and civil liberties in Nigeria's digital age. In a related development, the Chief of Army Staff has cautioned personnel of the Nigerian Army against the misuse of social media and other digital platforms, warning that unregulated online engagement could compromise operational security, undermine institutional integrity, and negatively affect ongoing military operations. Let me start, by asking you what you make of the situation surrounding the guy. He was just someone who, maybe I don't know why, I might not know the reason behind what he did, but I don't think he would have seen it in this way, by what he had done, the video he had put up and all of that. And look at how the situation has gone. At first, people were saying he was nowhere to be found. Then later, the army came out to say we were the ones that arrested him. The semester have also said he was tortured, allegedly. What do you make of this entire situation?
You see, in a country where you try to stifle truthfulness and sincerity, they always turn out this way. Unfortunately, that's what we have seen in this government. Since APC came to power, anything that has to do with the military is always an issue. Brigadier General Adeniyi, Major General Adeniyi, one time complained about, gave me weapon as a theater commander to fight Boko Haram. What I have is not enough. It's not sophisticated enough for me to challenge these persons. What happened? It was court-martialed and dismissed. That was under Buhari's administration, until Femi Falana came into that matter. Anything that has to do with revealing the secrets, truthful secret about what is happening to Nigeria Army at the war front is always like, why must you mention it under this APC government? That's what happened to this young man that led to his incarceration. You can imagine the food that was posted in that video for Nigeria Army that are at the war front, what they eat. The legislators and the executive cannot even give that to their dogs. Unfortunately, when it is mentioned, it becomes an issue. You made mention of, oh, these insurgents are more sophisticatedly armed than Nigeria army. It becomes an issue. You talk about their welfare. Oh, they are poorly paid. It becomes an issue. They are not well kitted. It becomes an issue. To the extent that food has become an issue. So when you see what is going on, anybody could have been victim of what this crack is going through. Because if I had that video and I reposted it, which means I would have been picked. Because the video was not done by him. It was done by one of the armed military boys. This is what we are served, even those of us at the war front. Look at it. Then he got that video and reposted it. So what the Nigeria Army did now was to track him and picked him up. Why must you expose this? But knowing fully well that if this exposure is done, we are telling the government to sit tight. And again, if the government have released money for these guys to be well fed and somebody is sitting on it, we're also telling the government to investigate those who are behind this poor feeding of this Nigeria armed forces at the war front. Is it not what it's supposed to be like an eye-opener? But unfortunately, those who are benefiting from it will quickly clamp down on the source of that information so that they will not turn it to something that they are not turning like inciting, that such message is going to lead to incitement within the armed forces, and you know what that will lead to. It will lead to mutiny. That's where they are, turning everything to. But before it gets to that level, if the needful was done, we won't get to where we are now. Money must have been released for these guys to be well fed. So people are sitting on it. Okay, if government releases that money and some other persons are on top of it, now that it has been exposed, why don't the government call for the authority that is involved in the feeding of these Nigeria armed forces men at the war front? This money that is budgeted for the feeding, who is behind it? This is what I mean. A sensible government and a caring government is supposed to do, so that these guys can be motivated. At the end of the day, somebody that is fighting the war and that makes them to believe in flamboyant lifestyle in Abuja are being fed like dogs. Why they eat buffet at any time of the day, whether it's going to be breakfast, lunch, and dinner, their table is a buffet table. Cause for questioning. So the young man that is in DSS cell has been arraigned in court. I don't know why his bail has become something else, because I even saw protests. Some civil society organization protested for this man to be released. I don't know what is holding down his bail. I don't know how his offense it's not a bailable offense any longer. Is it a treasonable thing that he told the world what Nigerian soldiers are being fed at the war front? That should even be a shame that the military is not even supposed to expose to this level. They're supposed to cover up their dirty linen and say, no, we don't want to watch this. Because if we watch this one, many heads will roll. Ideally. Because so many people that are involved in this poor feeding of Nigerian soldiers ought to have been even the people that are investigated to be even in DSS cell now. Not the person who said, no, this must not continue. Because it's possible that the government released money for this. And it's possible that this money is in the hands of you. Then the man who even released this ought to have been praised and said, no, we would have known this if not because of this expose that we brought in. But the other way around in Nigeria, if you do good thing in Nigeria, it will be turned to why must you say it, especially under this APC administration. I just told you of Major General Adeniyi, right from Buhari's regime. Buhari is a retired general in the army who knows so well that the armed forces need to be well sophisticatedly armed for them to be able to fight this insurgent. But the man complained, it became an offense. So that's to tell you. Somebody came out and said they even used their money, to buy kids and they are dismissed. So a situation where you don't allow the truth to, I know they have their own culture, they have their laws. The military have their culture and their laws. Yes, good. But even if you have your laws and your culture, when something of this nature comes out, investigate it internally. Don't amplify it. Begin to pick people up. Investigate internally because it's a discipline force. So everybody that is involved in, such act, court-martial them and discipline them. Let it do that so that the next person, will not try it. What they are doing now to this young man is that because they don't want the truth to be revealed, the next person is now will say, yes, I have the right to give them whatever they like to eat because they are looking at the other side instead of looking at the right people to be picked for these offenses.
Thank you. It's been a very, very insightful conversation speaking about all of these issues. But for someone like Justice Crack, we get to hope that, this matter, would be... protests are ongoing, really. So persons are speaking about this. So we hope that he's released and the needful is done over this. Thank you very much, Mr. Limihele, for being a part of the issues.
It's my pleasure, Nina.
Yes, and that's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. Explored the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and governance. Thank you for being a part of it. And of course, don't forget to follow us on social media for more stories and more programs and more of our programs. And of course, for in-depth analysis and discussion. My name is Nenna Ndomdioto, and this has been The Issues where the future faces forward. Thank you very much for being a part of it. And don't forget to stay tuned for hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Don't go anywhere. Thank you.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Vop TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Across several regions of Nigeria, communities continue to grapple with insurgency, banditry, and kidnappings, raising fresh concerns over whether increased defense spending is truly translating into improved safety for citizens. The security crisis shows no clear signs of abating in 2026. Reports indicate that no fewer than 1,091 lives have been lost to violent attacks. Additionally, about 3.7 million Nigerians have been displaced, now scattered across nearly 3,900 camps nationwide. In recent developments, at least 23 people were killed and 108 others injured following a series of suspected suicide bombings in Maiduguri, one of the deadliest attacks in the Borno state capital in recent times. These troubling figures continue to raise a critical question: what can be done to end insecurity in Nigeria? Responding, Nigeria's Vice President Senator Kashim Shettima restated the federal government's resolve to defeat terrorism, declaring that those behind recent attacks in the country will be decisively confronted. As Voice of the People TV, we sought the opinion of Nigerians on this growing concern.
The federal government, that's one of their major role in keeping
the safety of Nigerians, as in they have to be very, very, very active in keeping the safety of Nigerians, because that's one of their major priority. So, and again, as we individual, you have to be very, very vigilant. If you see someone that is not familiar with in your area or in your environment, you have to alert the security operations, because you can see if sometimes you might be in your street and you see some new strange faces around you. So when you see such thing, at least you can call the security or maybe the vigilantes in your area. So with this, we can be able to curb the insecurity in our area.
The government should step up its action against it. Especially, I believe that the government has the capacity to do that. There was a time they were talking about state police. They need to hurry up in this issue of state police to equip them effectively, because the state police are people that will be taken from the indigenes, people that are familiar with the terrain. So these kind of people can easily understand what's going on around them. They can easily arrest the situation, because it has gone to the level that the insecurity issue cannot be downplayed.
Everybody is feeling the pains here and there. The security is, in fact, is a major issue that I pray that our president and his men will be able to tackle, so that Nigeria be more safer. Because without insecurity, the economy cannot really move. And without insecurities, nobody can be at peace. Without insecurity, even government itself will not be at rest. So we pray that sincerely this government will have the courage to tackle the insecurity aspect. Once that is settled, I know Nigeria will be better.
As the nation continues to seek lasting solutions, many hope that decisive actions will be taken to restore peace and safeguard lives across the country. Matthew Okunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not putting in front, please discuss.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the not be all so they cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching Vop TV. Not be all so they cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching Vop TV. Hey, hey. the voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. A Vop TV.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television.